Hello, hello. What the? That's not correct. Hello, everyone. My lovely imps. Hello, Table Knife. Hello, Snips. Hello, Socialist Potato. Hello, Lodic, Joyless Llama, Ziggy Richards, Good Faith Actor, Ghost Boy, Zoe Likes Politics, Oh My Goddy, Petey Pete, Angel Bunny, Cash McCrash. And let's check in real quick on the YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Hello, Comrade Cat Pernicus. Hello, Net Normal Chris. Hello, Ness. Hello, Frey, Marina King, Inca, I Am High, and Ivy Evans. How are you doing today? I hope you are all doing well, because we have a lot to talk about. Hey, Cottagecore Lefty, thank you so much.
Hey, look, Demon Mama, love your content and the community you've cultivated. I know I don't tune in regularly, but I really love what you're doing.
Thank you very much. You don't have to apologize for not coming regularly or whatever. It's all good. Now, hold on just a second. I gotta double check something real quick, because if I'm not mistaken, Cori Bush is supposed to be going live at some point tonight talking about this Today drama that blew up with Marjorie Taylor Greene, which was being discussed about on the Vosh stream from earlier today, which I was watching, and I didn't know that Cori, until that, I didn't know that Cori was going to be doing that. Now, why the fuck am I having encoding issues? That's not good. What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, true, Goddess Trans Girl. Let me just find out real quick. I just want to verify this. I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to miss a minute. Let me see here. Here we go. Here's this. Where's the thing? 7 p.m. EST, which means 4 is when.
Almost calling your boss a petite
so in an hour, we'll pop in on that. Oh yeah, MTG is something else.
I'll miss the stream for 3 hours because we're at.
Of course, always. No problem. Hope everything's okay, Adam Flores. Thank you very, very much for the generosity. I really appreciate it. Am I still getting encoding issues? I don't know what the fuck is going on. God, the internet has been a mess lately, hasn't it? Now, no, it's encoding, not coding. It's encoding. Yeah, shit sucks. Shit sucks right now. But we got some cool stuff to talk about. How's everybody feeling today? I am admittedly, my shirt says ecstasy, and it has a little, you can see 2 little eyes going like that. It says ecstasy, you know? Yeah, it's cool. They're having a good time. Yeah, this is a cool ass shirt. I actually stole this shirt from my partner who doesn't really like it as much, but I like it. No physical school for the next few weeks. That's good. You shouldn't be in physical school. It's dangerous. Yeah, recovering the cognitive dissonance of the DGers. No. Like, it's not possible. You can't get through to them. Like, you can't get through to them in that way. Don't even bother. Don't even bother. What the fuck? Okay, so, yeah, Pog communist wardrobe. True. I mean, I steal shirts all the time, but we steal shirts back and forth. It's one of the cool things of having a gender emancipated closet. Let's put it that way. Or mostly gender emancipated closet. Yeah? It's kind of cool. I'm admittedly a tiny bit tired today, so I apologize if the energy levels are just a little bit lower. We should still have quite a lot of fun. It's just been a long week, you know? I've done a fuckload of research, and our coverage on Wednesday was just fucking balls to the wall. It was nuts. It's been a super long week, but we're still gonna have fun today. And we have a lot of stuff to talk about, as it turns out. Like, a lot of stuff. And we're gonna first take some time. Red Ice? No, I didn't know about that. I didn't know Ben Shapiro went on to Red Ice TV. That's fucked. We are going to go over the updates to the GameStop situation, because things have gotten really interesting in the last couple of days. Your coverage of GME was super educational, speaking as someone with literally zero financial literacy or understanding of stocks and stuff. Well, that was my goal. My goal was to make it make sense to the best of my ability to as many people as possible without compromising on making sense of what's actually happening or giving false information. Because the thing is, the stock market is incredibly complex. It's just a fact. It's super complex. It's arguably intentionally complex, but you know, like, everything is like this. If you pick up a really complicated game, like, imagine just like staring into it and trying to make sense of all the UI and all the little secret rules and all the exploits. You can't. It's really hard unless somebody can actually explain it to you with some kind of knowledge. And as it turns out, I do have some kind of knowledge about the stock market. I'm not like an economist or anything like that, but I've done a lot of reading. I've done some investing of my own in the a long time ago, and I was literally trained by a Fortune 500 company. So yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, the season of hell we live in is indeed very interesting, isn't it? So we're going to talk about that. We're going to listen in to the news on this little interview with Cori Bush, and we're going to see. It looks like we might have a debate today, which will be very interesting. Then we're going to talk about Boogie 2988 and his leaving the right saga. And we're going to just take that with a bit of a grain of salt, because there's a lot of things to learn about this Boogie 2988 person. And then Boogie, well, no, he was an enlightened centrist, like quite literally an enlightened centrist. But it's a little more complicated than that. And in addition, why is this still going? Why is it still trying to let me know? In addition, at the not the end, but later on in the stream, tonight, once we're on the further end of the coverage, we're going to have a med student who's studying immunology come on and explain to us how and why the COVID vaccine works. So that's pretty awesome. If you want to know about it so you can talk to your anti-vax relatives and whatever, we're going to talk about that.
Well, did you Representative Green's statement a racist conspiracism and Cori Bush feud?
I did.
The reactions today are just wild and predictable.
What the? Holy shit, Trash Candy. Please be careful. Did you know Boogie registered as a Republican? Yes, he's talked about that many times. Yeah, we're talking about a lot of stuff today, but we're going to have a lot of fun. And remember, this Sunday, I will be playing Rust, the meta game, the game that all the streamers are playing right now, with Glooby for the first time ever. I have never touched Rust in my life. I don't know jack shit about it except penises and sniper rifles. That's all I know. All I know is there's naked people with guns. That's the only thing I know about. So we're going to be doing that on Sunday with Glooby. And that's going to be really fun. So you get to see Glooby play horrible pranks on me. I'm going to probably die a lot. It's probably going to be a very funny and high energy stream. Yeah, naked people with guns. I don't know. I literally don't know much about Rust. I know people play it, but yeah. Yeah, I'm going to get killed all the time or something. I don't know. Like, you know, you've mostly seen me play games that I already know a little bit about, with a few exceptions. But, whew, you're born into the game world naked? Okay. That sounds very interesting. I'm sure we'll have a great time with that. I just want to make sure that everyone knows. Yeah? Whew, boy. Okay. So, we got to talk about GameStop, yeah? Let me check in real quick on YouTube chat. I forgot. I got to check in on YouTube chat. Let me bring up YouTube. YouTube chat. Hi, everyone. We have 57 pog-ass imps watching right now, but we only have 21 likes. Can we please get some motherfucking likes? Because I would love that if that was possible. It would be, like, super, super cool if I could get some likes on this video. Yeah? And then come hang out on site chat. We're going to get it there. Don't you worry. We're going to get the like button on the site eventually, I'm sure. But yeah. This GameStop shit is wild and my brain can't comprehend it. Well, I don't blame you. It's incredibly, incredibly complicated. Thank you so much for all the likes. Look at that. Look at those likes going up, 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 up. Look at all of them. We're getting tons, tons. The more, look at that. And when people started liking, we jumped up to 67 concurrent viewers. That's pretty wild. See, the likes actually do bring people in. I'm not kidding you. It actually does. I know it's annoying that I have to ask for likes all the time, but it makes people come to the video, which is cool. Some NPR dude on TikTok explained it pretty well, and I kind of get it now. Yeah, okay, yeah. There's a lot of people, there's been a lot of explainers that have been going out. But the basics are what I laid out in my video, okay? People are rushing a stock, but it's gotten pretty fucking extreme, right? Like, we've seen a lot of extreme stuff. This is the sort of stuff that we've been seeing, you know, that we've been seeing lately. Let me just show you this right here. Look at this. Look at this post I found that was posted on Wall Street Bets. This is for you, Dad. All right, just ride with me for just a second. I remember when the housing collapse sent a torpedo through my family. My father's concrete company collapsed almost overnight. My father lost his home. My uncle lost his home. I remember my brother helping my father count pocket change on our kitchen table. That was all the money he had left in the world. While this was happening in my home, I saw hedge funders literally drinking champagne as they looked down on the Occupy Wall Street protesters. And I will never forget that. Thank you, actual username. I am very proud of that video that I did, and I've gotten unbelievably good feedback on it, so that makes me very happy. My father never recovered from that blow. He fell deeper and deeper into alcoholism and exists now as a shell of his former self, waiting for death. This is all the money I have, and I'd rather lose it all than give them what they need to destroy me. Taking money from me won't hurt me because I don't value it at all. I'll burn it all down just to spite them. This is for you, Dad. Now that's got a lot of upvotes. That's got a lot of upvotes and a lot of comments. Now, is it possible that this is everybody clapped? Is it possible that it's complete propaganda? Yes, it is. It is absolutely possible that this user just made that up and that specific event didn't happen. However, this story is resonating with a lot of people, whether or not the actual post itself is factually accurate. And I think that can give us a bit of a eye into the general mindset of what is going on Wall Street Bets and what is going on in the millennial psyche at the moment. You see, yeah, oh, absolutely. People try to act like 2008 hasn't broken everyone in this country. I remember it. Listen, I was working a job, like a sales job that required me to sell things to people in the height of the last market crash. And I remember watching my own numbers just go boop, because you can't sell to people who don't have money. And all of a sudden, our volume is going down. There's people complaining about the economy all the time. There's like literally, it was absurd. And the only people who really rode out of that okay were, you know, the people who completely lucked out and the wealthiest people in the world. Nobody else got out of that okay. Everyone else felt the pain. Everyone else felt the squeeze. It's weird, isn't it? You know? It's wild to me. You know that this was 13 years ago? The 2008 market crash happened? 13 years. And a lot of us have been laboring for 13 years or more under a system that has been completely destroyed.
Statement on Wall Street and GameStop went straight for the kneecaps. The rich need to hide their kneecaps better.
Yep, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. It's been 13 years, and a lot of us have been feeling the pain. Is the dono still echoing for some reason? I don't know why it does that. Why does it do that? Is it because of this? Shouldn't be. No, see, that mutes it on all of them. What the fuck? It's doing it again. I don't know why it's doing it again. That's so weird. Is it because of my speakers? No. Well, listen, at least I'm not boomering out as hard as AOC did. Remember that? Here, let's take a look at this. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's that. Here, oh, I think I know what it is. Yep, I think I fixed it. Okay? But now will I be able to hear it? We'll find out. Okay, we'll find out. Yeah, AOC totally boomered out on our stream last night, which was one of the most painful things. I was literally screaming in my voice chat on the Discord. By the way, join the Discord because you'll get to hang out with us when stuff like that happens. It's fun as fuck. The Discord is awesome. We have tons of cozy chat rooms, and I hang out all the time in them. And so does a bunch of other fucking cool-ass people. Yeah, it's an awesome, awesome place. So, yeah, this post. Let's get back to this post. Yeah, the YouTube channel, of course, as well. Yes, if you haven't subscribed already, please subscribe. Because I do a lot of work for this channel. And, yeah, and it's awesome. Well, Samoski, it's okay. We have a small chat now. You can work your way up if you so desire it. But you're never pressured to join the Discord voices. It's just there if you want them. They're for fun. They're for goody fun times, okay? What was I going to say? Yeah, so this sentiment of just absolute rage at Wall Street has been boiling and bubbling under the surface of America for a long time. And this GameStop situation, as it turns out, is turning out to be a bit of a catalyst for it, or at least an outlet. Now, I don't know what that will mean. I don't know what we're going to find out today. Like, today is the day that tons of stuff is unfolding. We might even get news during this stream. So there may be breaking news that comes that I will divert from whatever we're talking about to go check on it because it's that big. It's huge. And it's incredibly hard to tell exactly what is going on because there's just so much happening. It's become such a zeitgeist that you have last night 350,000 people. Actually, you know what? Let's get the confirmation. Let's do it live. Here we go. Let's do this right now. We will get the exact amount of people that peaked during AOC's stream last night. AOC. Here we go. Let's find out. Last night, the peak was... Holy shit. Oh, yeah, because... Wait a second. That's not correct, is it? Here we go. Peak. The peak was 308,000. The peak was 308,000 for the second longer half of the stream. 230,000 average viewers. What the fuck? Do you know how absurd that is? That's insanely good, Angel Bunny. That's like what the that's like more viewers than like the celebrity fucking gaming streamers get. That's huge. Absolutely massive. Unbelievable. Oh yeah, well, you shoot me a little DM on that, Goddess Trans Girl. It's a pretty big deal. And it was all talking about this GameStop situation. And do you want to know who came on, by the way? It was Occupy Wall Street. Well, okay, true. Well, we'll talk about that another day, okay? It was Occupy Wall Street activists who were there at Occupy Wall Street back in the day. This conflict has been raging for this entire goddamn time. And it's not going away. And this also, interestingly, caused a further rush of confidence towards GameStop and towards the AMC and Dogecoin and all of these other memes that are being promoted up right now. So it's a really weird place to be right now. We're in a very strange place. By the way, if you have Dogecoin, if you even memed and got Dogecoin a few years ago, you might want to go check your Dogecoin because you may have made a lot of money or you may be entitled to a lot of money. I would be very careful buying into meme things, but if you happen to have a Doge wallet, you might want to check on that because you might be having some money right now. You might have some money in your goddamn account. That's pretty wild. Yeah, Yoda coin. We need a Yoda coin. That's what we need. But it might be worth checking that. Let's just real quick take a look. Hold on. Let's go to Wall Street Bets, yeah? Let's go see what they're talking about on Wall Street Bets right now because I want to talk about this and then I want to get into the coverage of it because there's some stuff that I like. There's a bunch of actual stuff that I want to watch together and comment on. But first, I want to do some of the fun of going in and seeing what the fuck is being talked about. Here we go. GME. Let's see. This is sorted by the hot new posts. Okay, here we go. GME YOLO month end update January 21 by Deep Fucking Value. This was posted 1 hour ago. Nope, sorry, 2 hours ago. As of 2 hours ago, he is up $46 million. $46 million. This random, highly invested viewer or user of Wall Street Bets is up. Now, this guy's got some money, but he directed a lot of people to also make a lot of money. This is what we might call an activist investor who's also made himself very, very rich in the process. Which, you know what? All right. How to buy GME above broker limits. Robinhood and other shitty brokerages are allowing us to buy 2, 5, or very low numbers. However, they're not allowing option contracts. Here's a trick that will work. I don't know about this. Honor to the diamond hands. This is Deep Fucking Value, by the way, if I remember correctly. This is a roaring cat on YouTube, aka Deep Fucking Value. That's the dude right there. Hey, SEC, here's your market manipulation. RH, Robinhood, working to keep GME down. Now, diamond hands, I am going to sell GME. I am going to hold GME. Yeah, Deep Fucking Value has been a bit invested in GameStop. But guess what? There's a lot of other people talking about and tweeting about GameStop. In addition to the stream I just showed you of AOC, one of the most popular politicians in America, doing an entire, 2.5 hour stream specifically coming down in favor of the retail buyers, aka the people who are buying GameStop right now. That is just what the fuck is going on. So the zeitgeist has actually continued and grown more intense from where it was the other day, even with the market manipulation going on. And that's when we need, we've got basically every social media person you can imagine has been coming out in favor of the Wall Street bettors. We've gotten celebrities, we've gotten musicians, we've gotten it's actually unbelievable. All of these people coming out in favor of this, and it's actually working because it's creating what's the word? It's like a wog. You know the orcs from 40K? I know this joke has been made already. This is not a new joke, but it is. It actually is like a wog. It's a bunch of people psyching each other up so much and then just going, yeah, we're gonna do it. Ah! And they all are charging at the same time, and no one can handle that. As it turns out, not even massive hedge funds.
Elizabeth Warren kind of chickened out of being progressive on Twitter.
Yeah, I think there was. In fact, I don't even think I got to read this yet because I believe the SEC actually came back and made a comment about this. Let's find out. Let's find out if they did. You got the meme of that? Yeah, we've seen it on here. I think it was posted in there. I know I'm not the first one making it. It wasn't really meant to be just for funny. It's to explain the idea. Well, but that's how social forces work, Goddess Trans Girl. Like, right? Money's value exists because we give it value. It only has social value. Food also has social value, but food has material value as well. If you have a sandwich and there's somebody who's hungry, that person can eat the sandwich. You can't eat money. You can't build things with money. Money represents something else, and we all decide what it is worth, like on a huge, unfathomably large level. Is this the here we go? This is probably the one, right? Yeah, this is probably the one. Let's take a look. Now, of course, the average person can't just decide money is worthless, because that's not how it works. It's only collectively by which we determine it. Let's take a look. Let's read this comic. This is an effort comic. Let's try. Technical Analysts United. Gork Mork Enterprises has no tangible value. There's no reason for these idiots to keep bidding it up. It is not rational. The Inquisitors are pulling files now. These greenskins obviously know something we don't. Here they're sleeping. HR says they can liquidate the Imperial Guard pension fund to buy some more time. Big E and Sons Investments. The Necron bond brokers. Did you see what's going on in equities? Nope. Number one dead. Meanwhile, over at Wog Street Bets, buy. Warboss says if the bonfire ain't built before the Burna Boy shows, we don't get no company grill night. True though.
American currency is not backed.
Basically 100% accurate. There's a bunch of these like original firms that are just like
the value globally
freaking out because because somebody managed to do what they do all the time better this time than they did. Orcs memeing the value of GME into existence. But that's the thing. Here's the thing, though. The fact of the matter is that, okay, like, it's really complicated to explain this, but GameStop does have value. GameStop is a retail firm. They have things that are worth money. They have games, they have consoles, they have employees, they have buildings that they own. However, how much money that is worth and how much that is projected to be worth is a matter of speculation. Hold on, let me read out that dono that I missed, I think. Sorry about that. American currency is not backed. It is what it is. Fiat currency. If nobody inside the U.S. recognized the dollar, the value globally would plummet. Yes, it would. Yep. Yes, it would. Also, I think Elizabeth Warren kind of chickened out of being progressive on Twitter and asked the SEC. Okay, yeah, I responded to that. Thank you, Adam Flores, for both of those incredibly generous donations. Really, really appreciate those. Thank you so very much. If the 9th gen console went diskless, that would make GameStop file for bankruptcy. I don't think so, actually. I think that GameStop is actually like like has some plans. Like I think they're planning to go into like the gaming lounge business where after COVID, of course. But I don't remember. I was reading a whole bunch about this. I believe they're planning on pivoting from like physical game copies into like games merchandise, like collectibles, and then also having like rental areas where you can play with your friends on systems that you wouldn't be able to have at home. I don't know. That's something that I've read about, a couple of articles about, but I don't know. I don't think anything is final. The fact that GameStop is now worth more than Walmart as a company should expose what utter nonsense the stocks are. Well, yeah, but they're nonsense. This is the thing that people need to understand. Stocks are nonsense in a very particular way. They're not just nonsense. They're nonsense in a very special way. And you have to understand how they're nonsense to be able to understand them. Like stocks are... Everything is on the stock market is all about speculation. It's all about what's going to happen in the future. And very little is about what actually is happening right now. Except for, except for what other people are doing on the stock market right now. That's what matters right now. Everything else is speculation. Everything else is the future. Yeah, if psychics were real, we wouldn't need stocks. Yes, it's all speculation. That's how stocks work. You are buying in with the hopes that something good will happen. Yes. Now, when people say that it's a casino for the rich, that is accurate. But saying it is the same as a casino is not accurate, okay? Like, I know that, like, I've seen some of these takes going around. Like, there is a system. Just like you might not be smart to gamble on blackjack. You might not be really, unless you're really good at blackjack. But the fact that you can be good at blackjack shows that there is some system there. And that system should be understood and respected. Yeah. So, yeah. But anyway, it's really, really complicated, okay? So, The moral of the story here is that, yes, things are very, very, very complicated right now, and it got even more complicated over the last 2 days. So when we last talked about this, we were at the position where we had discovered that Melvin Capital had been bailed out by Citadel, a market maker. Some of you will remember this from the stream the other day. Some of this will probably be terms that you've forgotten already. That's okay, because what we're going to be talking about today is something much easier to understand, okay? Much, much easier to understand. That's what we're about to talk about now. I'm going to explain to you something really cool after I read this comment. Hold on, let's see.
Invested in right now.
Let me read this comment real quick. Thank you very much, Adam Flores, responding to site chat. Other currencies are worth in some value or another and are able to be invested in right now. The petrodollar is a means of exchange in regards to our presence in the Middle East. Yes, that is accurate. Yes, that's very simplified, but yes. Yeah, the echo is gone because I turned off the mod. I don't know why it echoes. It's supposed to play through my ear, but then it gets picked up. I can't. Yeah, I can't. I know what I need to do to fix it. It's just really complicated. What I need to do to fix it is I need to set the whole thing to, I need to redo my audio setup, which I will do, I promise. It's just, I can't do it right now because I'm way overstressed and I have way too much that I'm doing. But I'll do it this weekend, okay? Or next week, one of the two. So, what was I saying? Yeah, for now, I'm going to leave the echo on, okay? I'm sorry. I'm going to leave the echo on. There we go. There we go. Okay. So here's what we're going to talk about. So, Robinhood. Do we all remember Robinhood? Do we remember what Robinhood is? Robinhood is a stock purchasing app that has zero commission costs. What that means is that if you have cash, you can buy stocks and you won't lose anything on it. You won't lose any, you might lose on the stock, but you don't have to pay them anything to invest, which is new. Yeah, it's new. Robinhood, I think this started, if I'm not mistaken, in 2018 is when they started doing commission-free trades, and that changed how everybody does it. And now most, not all, but most financial institutions offer market trades for free. You don't have to pay a fee on the actual trade itself, which is not how it used to be. It used to be, in order to trade stocks, you needed to have extra cash that would be scooped right up by the broker. Now, they still do this for other things. There's all kinds of purchases that still do this, but not for standard stock purchases. Robinhood makes its money. Now, you might, your thought process might be like, oh, well, then how does Robinhood make its money, right? Robinhood makes its money by a really stupid and complicated process in which they basically sell their orders that they're processing to a market maker who then, it's completely stupid. I cannot possibly dumb it down for you. It's really, really dumb. But it also is really, really complicated, and it's also kind of smart in a dumb way. Basically, they sell the business to a market maker, and the market maker does the actual business, and then they pay money to Robinhood, so Robinhood has money with which to offer the trades, and people keep doing it, and the cycle continues, and profit is made. Yeah? Yes, if a product is free, you are the product. That is just a fact. Yeah, that is just a fact. Yeah. And that's true, by the way, about my stream. Just so you know, just so you all are completely clear, my stream is free. I rely on you in order to fund the stream. That's the only way I make money, which means I got to ask you all for donations, which means, although I hate this terminology, you kind of are the product of this stream. And that's true for basically everything. Yeah, see, you remember? And by the way, I'm not the only one. PBS did this. Remember? This show is made possible by viewers like you. Do you remember that from your childhood? I know that's gone, but that is the same thing. It's the same model. Yeah. And that doesn't mean I don't care about you. That doesn't mean I'm not going to keep in all my promises. It just means that I am beholden to you. Now, in the case of Robinhood, it's a little different because there's not a direct exchange. So the customers are the product, but not in the same way that we are here. You know what I mean? Not in the exact same way. What is important, what is the product, is the fact that there are people who want to buy this thing, which can then be put into a document, which can then be sold, and you see how this goes. And then it gets lost in paperwork world. Okay? That's all you need to understand. So, the company we mentioned before, the market maker, known as Citadel, does about 40% of Robinhood's business. So when Robinhood is doing transactions, a ton of those ultimately end up being handled by Citadel. Citadel, the same people who bailed out and have ownership in Melvin Capital, the hedge fund which is going under because of GameStop. And yesterday, Robinhood stopped letting people trade on GameStop. And that's really fucking weird. That's really fucking weird. And if you're coming out of that and going, that seems really unfair. It seems really unfair that Robinhood would stop people from making money rightfully and fairly on the stock market. And you would be 100% correct. Because guess what? It is actually really fucked. And guess what? The Robinhood CEO, well, there's also BlackBerry. I don't want to get into BlackBerry right now. Maybe we'll do that on Monday because it's really complicated for me to jump into other stuff, and I want to make sure of it. Yeah, they stopped trading on AMC, BlackBerry, Nokia, all of the meme stocks they stopped trading on. Yeah, it's not just GME, but GME is the main one. It's all of the ones that are being targeted by the memes. All of the ones who have been shorted on by hedge funds. Really, really weird. So when they say, oh, we need to stop this, they're stopping everyday investors from winning. Quite literally. They're saying, you don't get to win. You made the right decisions. You did your due diligence. You made smart investments. under the rules of capitalism, but you don't get to have the money. You don't get to win because those guys are going to lose, and those guys give us money. Yes, we're going to be watching that together in just a second, Sathers. Pretty fucked, huh? That's pretty fucked, isn't it? Doesn't that feel like obvious, blatant market manipulation? Isn't that what it really seems like? Because guess what? We're not the only ones saying that. In fact, basically everyone is saying that. But what the fuck do you do when the people who have all the money are saying, no, we won't let you win? Even though you won by the rules of this system as they currently stand, you didn't cheat, you didn't do anything wrong, you just don't get to win because it would mean we lose this time. Even though when everybody else lost last time, you had to just suck it up, lose your house, live in poverty, work 3 jobs, destroy your family relationship because you and your partner are working all the time and you never get to see your kids, pressure your kids into getting jobs earlier than they should, liquidate your retirement, liquidate your savings, cough it all up to pay your rent. So let me show you something that's really fucking cathartic. Are you ready to see something that's fucking cathartic as shit? Because I have a treat for you all. Boy, oh boy, do I have a treat for all of you. Watch this. Oh, and before we go any further, before we have a lot of fun, okay? Hey, thank you so much.
Also forgot one thing about the olden stock market. If your stock went under, the broker went after you. You owed them money on loss of value off stock.
And that's where you get the broken thumbs. That's where you get the bashed heads. That's where you get the pew pew in the back. By the way. Yeah, when there's this much money on the line, people start to get hurt. And that's not fun. And that's not cool. And it's kind of interesting what's going on right now. Because, you see, for about 100 years, we've convinced ourselves that this shit wouldn't happen again. We've convinced ourselves that, oh, we've regulated enough. The free market will take care of it, and it won't turn into a horrible mess. But it is. But it is. Anyway, if you're here and you haven't subscribed, please subscribe and ring the bell and like the video. The video is, if you like the stream, it boosts up into algorithm, and it's amazing. So I'd love it if you did that. Thank you. Let's enjoy some motherfucking content because this shit is great. Are you ready? I know. Let's put our little lib hats on for just a second. You can only sell. Yes, that's the thing. You can sell them, but you cannot buy anymore. Totally fucked. Yeah. Okay? Now, put the lib mask on and we're going to enjoy a CNN segment because guess what? Believe it or not, this is actually a good-ass segment. Now, I will note that CNBC also did this. In fact, they did it first. CNBC interviewed this guy right here, Vlad, the CEO of Robinhood. They interviewed him earlier, and they gave him the most softball 2-minute interview you could possibly imagine. Absolutely bullshit. Absolute bullshit. So it was nice to see CNN come in and not softball the guy. And it makes me question, I mean, again, it just shows that the mainstream media is in shambles right now. Yeah, of course, MSNBC is a financial news. Of course they are. But nonetheless, it just goes to show you how the mainstream news just absolutely sucks at actually delivering the stories you need to hear. Anyway, let's watch this. Ready? Let's watch. Let's watch.
I want you to address the obvious.
Wait a second. That's quiet. That's too quiet. Here we go.
This looks like a move by an outfit called Robinhood, which is supposed to be taken from the rich and given to the poor, and doing exactly the opposite. that when the big guys, including one of your main investors in your company, started to lose, you shut down the game to starve the little guy. Fair criticism.
That's not what it is at all. And I know you started this segment. It really resonated with me because you described the story of Robinhood. Robinhood started 5 years ago by pioneering commission-free, no-account minimum mobile investing. And we've been the spokesperson of the individual investor. And our whole goal as an institution is to enable those customers, empower them, and give them access to the markets. Because for the longest time, markets have been only accessible to the wealthy. And
guess what? Now they're accessible to the wealthy, but they're accessible to everyone who can have a Robinhood account, but they're not allowed to win. So is that really an improvement? Is that really an improvement? Huh. You can lose, but you can't win. And when you win, you'll be stopped and you won't get to get your money. Odd.
So the entire industry adopted our business model in 2019, and in 2020 we added millions of new customers. The entire industry added millions of new customers who took advantage of the market rally and became investors for the very first time. So, you know, we had to make a very difficult decision to
I'm sorry, but this face right here is actually incredible. He looks like he's about ready to fucking punch this guy in the face. I love it.
protect our customers and our firm.
Why?
But we in no way.
Why?
Now, here's a funny note. I know I'm doing the pause Angie here, but here's the thing. Really funny. Earlier in the CNBC interview, this guy said firm and customers. And now he's saying customers and firm. It's actually hilarious. In the first interview this guy did live, he said he literally put the firm before the customers, which is the worst thing you can possibly do if your goal is to try and bring customer faith back into your institution. Literally the worst thing you could possibly do. We got a Vosh raid? Hey everybody, perfect timing. Welcome, come in, everyone. Oh my goodness. Welcome. Voshsters, all of you, welcome in. Come in, please. If you're watching on VGG, please come to my website at demonmama.com/live. It's just like VGG, and I promise you're going to be in for a ride today. We are going to have so much fun content, so please come in. And also, if you would like to help me out, because I'm about to give you some amazing coverage, hit the like button, the subscribe, and the bell. I'm serious. You won't regret it. I know it's hard to believe, but I have a lot of viewers here who absolutely love my content, and there's a reason why they love it. And there's a reason why Vosh likes to raid into me, because I deliver some good-ass content right to your ears. We talk about leftism, we talk about trans rights, and right now we are doing super accessible but also super in-depth coverage of the GameStop story. Later we're going to be doing some drama and some interviews. It's going to be mwah. So please welcome in, come get comfy. We'd love to have you. Join the imps on the site chat and you can use our awesome and really cool emotes, okay? Yeah. Not just, Anna Smith from YouTube chat, not just trans rights, but trans thriving. We believe in going one step further here. We believe in trans thriving, not just the basics for my lovely trans siblings, but thriving. All right? So yeah, welcome, come in. Who's this? This is Demon Mama. This is the dreaded Demon Mama, the scourge of DGG, the demon of YouTube politics or whatever. I don't know. I haven't come up with a cool name. It doesn't sound cool enough. That sounds really lame. But I promise you'll have a good time. Look at all these silly things I have in the background over here. Look, they're silly, they're fun, and I do really good coverage. I do a lot of research, and it's awesome. Plus, we do video games sometimes, which is super awesome. So welcome. I'm very happy to have you all. Yeah, trans liberation. But see, I like the trans thriving.
Your Beepon pal needed his sub back. Pop.
Yeah, pop. Give me those pop cats. Show the newcomers the pop cats in chat. Yeah? Also, for any libs,
Do I still get hipster cred for getting in before 5K?
absolutely,
Have I
you get all the
considered?
hipster cred you can imagine. It's amazing. The hipster cred that's the mackerel. Yes, I have the mask of the mackerel in the background and the cow. Yeah. Isn't
Also,
the new
for
dono
any
art
libs,
amazing?
The motto of politicians was always Main Street, not Wall Street, and those same people loosened regs and almost have us TPP.
Yup. 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 It's pretty bad. Thank you very much, Adam Flores. Also, if you're just coming in here, please consider pressing the like button because it helps me a lot. It'll get us into the algorithm and we'll have a really good time. And now, without any further ado, welcome all the new imps who are undoubtedly going to fall in love with my channel. I know you will. We're going to have a great time. Let's get back to the content, yeah? Let's get back to the content, okay? So, what are we talking about? We are talking about the absolute ripe bullshit that has been going on Wall Street. You see, an app called Robinhood is actually kind of working for the Sheriff of Nottingham. You see, a lot of their business comes from a giant corporation. Like 40% of their business comes from this giant corporation, and this giant corporation owns another or operates as a part of a hedge fund that made a really, really bad investment. Like really bad. Like so bad, they're bankrupt. And they had to be
Trades and IMPS.
yeah, exactly. This is the year of the demon. And guess what? Imps are demons. So welcome to being an imp. Thank you so much. But yeah, this hedge fund made a big oopsie, and they're out to the tune of billions of dollars, and this is hurting the giant corporation known as Citadel. Citadel does 40% of Robinhood's business, and Robinhood just told all of its retail, everyday people investors, which is what it prides itself on, no, actually, you don't get to win. That's basically what was said. And so what we're watching right now is an interview. We're putting on our little lib hats for a minute. Don't keep them on. We throw the lib hats away once we're done being libs for a second. But we're being libs, and we're enjoying Chris Cuomo of CNN actually grilling the CEO of Robinhood. And it's nice to see for once. It's nice to see a couple of libs being willing to take these motherfuckers to task, because the Robinhood CEO is coming up with a lot of fancy words to say, yes, we fucked you. Yes, you don't get to win unless you're a billionaire already. You can lose. We'll take your money when you lose, but we will not give you your money when you win. And how they're doing that is by not allowing you to buy a stock. Buying a stock. They won't let you buy a stock. They'll let you sell it, but they won't let you buy it when it's doing good. And that is backwards to the logic that anybody knows.
By your bootstraps. Porky, wait, no, not like that.
Exactly. That is exactly what's happening, Eurus McProll. Thank you very much for the gifted tier 1 sub. They don't like at all that somebody other than the hedge funds, than their own investors, are winning, and they're winning fair and square. Reddit is winning fair and square. We might not like capitalism. We don't like capitalism. But by the rules of capitalism, these people didn't do anything wrong. In fact, they did everything right. The investors on Wall Street Bets did their due diligence. They did their research. They pooled their money together, and they invested intelligently. So intelligently that they're making a lot of money. And Robinhood is stepping in. So let's watch. Now that everybody's all caught up, now that we've gotten everybody in, now that everybody's nice and cozy and warm, and their little imp horns are popping out of their head, and their little imp tails have come out because you're now in the Demon Mama chat where you are an imp, get comfy and let's enjoy some beautiful schadenfreude. Okay? Let's do it. We'll start over because we got new people here. We were only like 10 seconds in, okay? You have a tail now and horns. That's what imps get to have. Look at our emotes. We even gave Peepo horns and a little tail. Look at that. All right, let's do this. Let's do this, everybody. Let's do it. Let's get the content going.
I want you to address the obvious. This looks like a move by an outfit called Robinhood, which is supposed to be taken from the rich and given to the poor, and doing exactly the opposite. That when the big guys, including one of your main investors in your company, started to lose, you shut down the game to starve the little guy. Fair criticism.
That's not what it is at all. And I know you started this segment. It really resonated with me because you described the story of Robinhood. Robinhood started 5 years ago by pioneering commission-free, no-account minimum mobile investing. And we've been the spokesperson of the individual investor, and our whole goal as an institution is to enable those customers, empower them, and give them access.
This is a PR sales pitch. He's not answering anything. There's no answers here. And he knows. Chris Cuomo knows. And it's funny because the people earlier on CNBC also knew, and you could see it on their faces, but they only had 5 minutes to talk with him. Weird.
Access to the markets, because for the longest time, markets have been only accessible to the wealthy. And so the entire industry adopted our business model in 2019. And in 2020, we added millions of new customers. The entire industry added millions of new customers.
He's just buffing up his own company right now.
Rally and became investors for the very first time. So, you know, we had to make a very difficult decision to protect our customers and our firm.
Why?
But we in no way
why? Explain why you had to do it if it wasn't to protect the guys who had shorted the stocks, which are the big hedge funds.
So, good point, Chris. But also, I want to point out, I pointed this out to my chat already. Chat, please forgive me. But in the CNBC interview, which was before this one, this guy over here, Vladdy Boy, fucked up. And he said, we did this to protect the firm and the customers. Literally put the firm first in the sentence. And he corrected it for this interview. Uh-oh. Yeah, Chris ripping me wasn't in the script. What do I do? And you'll see. You'll see. Yeah, also, you can see his eyes reading the script. But that's because they're a little scared right now. There's a lot on the line. They could lose everything right now. I don't have a demonmama.gg, actually. I don't have that redirect. I probably should buy that redirect at some point, but whatever. Let's continue.
Are you helping the little guy investors?
Well, I know that there's rumors around that, you know, we were directed by market makers or other market participants to do this, and I want to be 100%
There's evidence
clear.
of that.
This decision was not made on the direction of any market maker or other market participants.
So why'd you do it?
Decision.
Good question.
Robinhood, as a brokerage, has lots of financial requirements, SEC requirements. We have to put up money at clearinghouses. The amount of money that we have to put up depends on market volatility, and we're in a historic situation where there's a lot of activity and a lot of buying concentrated in a relatively small number of symbols that are going viral on social media. So we haven't really seen anything like this before. And to prudently manage the risk and the deposit requirements, we had to restrict buying in these 13 stocks. But customers that held them could sell throughout. Thousands of other securities and stocks on our platform were available to freely trade. And our number one priority, as you mentioned, is to make sure our platform is reliable, stable for our customers. We're serving our customers and giving them the tools.
But that's exactly what's in question now.
We're doing everything in our power to turn it back on as soon as prudent.
We're doing everything in our power except for turning it back on, which is literally within your power. It is literally within your power to turn it back on, and you aren't, because that would cost your biggest investor money, and they don't have to order you to do it. Notice he says, oh, nobody told us to do it. They don't have to tell you directly to do it, to go, you better not fuck this up because you'll lose all our business. Weird how that works, huh?
But that's the thing, is that the trust is in question, because it seems like the only people who are getting hurt were the big shots. And that if they were benefiting from this, your small investors now believe that you wouldn't have shut down the game. And just one thing without getting in the weeds.
And they've done that many times, by the way.
You don't control the listing venue for GameStop. Now, I used to work in finance, so I know this stuff, but the audience doesn't need to. The New York Stock Exchange does. So if anybody was going to control the listing and shut it down, it should have been them, but it wasn't. It was you. And the reason that they do it is very limited. They do it because they think there's evidence of fraud, or they think that there needs to be a material disclosure by the company that hasn't been made. And that's done to protect the investor. You check none of those boxes here.
So what he's explaining here is the times in which the stock exchange itself, you know, the place where people go, they have a bunch of papers and they're going like, you know, that room, that place, the place where Bane, you know, from Batman, he goes in and beats people up, you know, that place is the market itself. They are the place where everything is traded. Now, they have very, very specific rules in which they can shut down a stock. And like he said, yeah, it's where somebody goes, bruh. But yeah, that place, those guys can make the call to shut down a stock if they think there's massive fraud happening that could hurt a lot of people. Other than that, it's fair game. That's the whole point. You're supposed to be able to make money on shit, and only supposed to shut it down if there's fraud. But Robinhood chose to shut it down anyway, using the technicality that they're a broker. Oh, Gaylord, that's very complicated. We can't get into that. Some other time, maybe.
Because you don't control the venue. You didn't know about any information that GameStop or any of these other stocks needed to put out. You don't have any reason to believe there's fraud that you've articulated. And you're certainly not protecting these people who've been living the dream of making money, especially at the expense of the big guys. So why should people believe you did this for the right reasons?
Well, we have no choice. We have to comply with all financial requirements.
You literally do, and that financial requirement does not exist. This is a flat lie right now. And look, Chris realizes it. This is an obvious lie.
SEC hasn't said you had to do this.
I'll check this in just a second.
Well, lots of brokers have to comply with these financial requirements and have issued restrictions on some of these names. And this is a industry-wide thing. You yourself
Good luck, actual
that
username.
Other brokers this week have imposed restrictions. And not speaking for other firms, but for Robinhood in particular, this isn't because there's deals happening with market makers we route to or market participants.
But then why did you allow people to keep selling but not buying?
Damn, really weird that you do that, right? That's the exact action you would take if you wanted the hedge funds who need to buy stocks desperately as soon as possible to save money, if you wanted them to win. Weird that is the literal only action that you would take. Cuomo from the top rope. I know, the lib. Who would have thought in the last minute?
The reason that is so troubling to people is that they were making money buying the stock because they were against the short side.
Yes!
And so by enabling them to sell but not buy, it sounds like you were allowing the hedge funds, and again, one of them owns a piece of you, and they had a big short position, and that looks like a stinky conflict that you didn't come out.
Stinky conflict. Stinky conflict.
Straight on from the start. Address that.
Well, none of that had anything to do with our decision to do this.
Yes, it literally did. Are you kidding me, dude? Address it. Okay, I won't address it.
Again, this was just looking at regulatory requirements, financial requirements, and we 100% will always protect our customers, where the entire business is operating to empower individual investors and has been since its founding. And that's what Robinhood is committed to continue to do. So we don't want to restrict buying in these 13 stocks. We're doing the best we can to re-enable it, as long as it's operationally and prudent from a deposit standpoint.
Yep. So there we have it. There you have the embarrassing interview in which he actually gets pushback. And let me tell you again, CNBC, he didn't answer. Of course he didn't answer. This is a desperate attempt to to save as much face as possible. This is emergency PR bullshit. It is literally an ink cloud. Yeah, I don't think that's true, though. They said they don't have a liquidity problem, which means they shouldn't be out of money. They specifically said multiple times it wasn't a liquidity problem, it would be a liquidity problem is when you don't have the cash on hand to process the trades. But they said it wasn't that. So what's the only reason? Well, the only reason would be that they don't want their dudes to lose. They don't want their big boys to lose. They want you to lose. They want Redditors to lose. They want the average fucking millennial who gambled their money on a admittedly well-informed move. Of course they would say that. Of course, yes. I know they're saying that in front of them. But he's contradicting himself. Even his statement is bullshit. It's so transparent. It's actually unbelievable. And remember, this has only emboldened the current push. Let's take a look at GameStop right now. What is GameStop at? Let's look at GME right now. Oh my God, look at this here. GME is at 325. Still. Yeah, they're closed now. Yes. Stocks are closed, but it closed at 325. Can I check AMC? Yeah. $13. Hey, that's quite a bit up. Uh-oh. Oh shit. It looks like they might be in trouble. It looks like there might be another one. How are people holding the line? Because it's so obvious. It's so obvious. Ghost Boy, this is not the place to ask for financial advice. If you want to get in on this, go do a lot. Listen, do a lot of due diligence on Wall Street bets and elsewhere, okay? Don't ask me for it. All I'm doing is providing coverage. You can go dig deeper if you want to make decisions. I literally cannot. Because the fact of the matter is, yeah, don't spend what you can't lose ever. That's always a rule, okay? Unless you have no other choice, okay? And admittedly, a lot of people do.
The sad part about this is that r/WSB and simps so close to class consciousness are still saying they want clean and fair market after this. SMH.
But give them time, okay? Listen, give them time. Right now, everybody's panicking. I don't expect people to make ideological, putting 1 and 2 together in the heat of the moment. Give them a little bit to think about it and figure out what actually happened. This is so bald-faced that I don't know. I actually am starting to think this might actually be pretty good. It's so big. 350,000 people were watching AOC last night on Twitch alone. Like, even the mainstream news sources can't cover it up. This is so fucked. Now, do I think it's some kind of like proletarian revolution? No. But could it be a really big deal? Could it be something that makes people think and remember what actually happened? Could this, with Occupy Wall Street in the past, with the last crash, could this be enough for people to go, no, this shit is bullshit? We'll see. Well, CNBC, yeah. It was actually pretty good. It was actually pretty good. Well, we're going to talk about Boogie 298 later. Some mainstream news sources seem like they aren't trying to cover it up even, which is neat to see. Well, because some of them realize that it would be suicide to do so. Like, you do realize that like some types of lies are just not, they're just not sellable. They're too obvious and you can't even sell them. Anyway, it's really wild. It really, really is wild. WSB is calling this Occupy 2.0, and honestly, it's hitting them where it hurts this time. Well, yeah, it is. See, Occupy Wall Street was a big PR thing, but there was no money in Occupy Wall Street, unfortunately. But now, they're occupying the stocks. How was my day off? I hope you got to chill out to the maximum. Actually, I didn't. I did a lot of work on my day off, believe it or not, so it wasn't really a day off. I did a lot of prep for this. But that's okay. That's the life of being a broadcaster. It's all right. I'll get to rest in the future. And we're going to have a lot of fun on my gaming stream this weekend. Okay? So, looks like the squeeze has not been squoze. Yes. So this is looks like this is a website that's letting you know what's going on. Yeah, I am working hard for you. You know I'm working hard for you. I told you, I made you all a promise. When you support me, I'm going to bring you fucking God tier content. That's the promise. That's the Demon Mama promise, to the best of my ability. I'm not a god. I'm a demon. And I have my limitations, but I will always do my best to bring you fucking God tier coverage to the best of my ability. Yeah? The Demon Mama guarantee, it's true. It's true. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate you all too. Even Marx was a stonks, bro. Yes, he was. Because you can't not, okay, it's very difficult to not participate in the system that you live in some way. You just have to do so intelligently. One of Robinhood's investors is asked about their customers. Really? Let's take a look at this. This is from CNBC. All right, let's take a look at this little thing. Let's do it.
I'm sure.
Jason, it's Deirdre. You mentioned the interviews that Vlad did last night, and he said in a number of them that Robinhood has restricted trading to protect their customer. Who is Robinhood's customer?
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately it's those retail investors. If they lose those retail investors, there is no business.
The retail investors, Jason, a customer is someone who pays Robinhood. As you've mentioned a few times, a retail investor does not pay Robinhood. Those are commission-free trades. The customer is actually Wall Street, isn't it? It's the money, it's the market makers who pay for order flow. So how can the business model be let traders trade for free? It's actually making money off of order flow, is it not?
Well, of course, and they're
This is the magic bullshit I was talking about. This is the paperwork magic that I was talking about.
upfront about that now, and it's been very clear. But some businesses are based on having large audiences that trickle.
Are they? Like you said, they never talk about that. They talk about democratizing trading.
Eric Nelson, I will be doing Binding of Isaac once the new expansion drops, because oh my god, that's going to be Pog, and I'm going to show you my true skill. I have almost 1,000 hours in Binding of in the second Binding of Isaac, and uncounted more in the first Binding of Isaac. So once the Binding of Isaac expansion drops, we will be playing it. Absolutely. Anyway, back to this.
And they talk about commission-free trades all the time. We rarely hear them talk about order flow.
I think people understand it. I think it's in all the terms of service, and they've been very clear about it. So, you know, it's very similar to the Facebook situation where you get a free product. If those consumers don't use Facebook, the free product, or Instagram, or Twitter, the free product, or CNBC, the free product, you know, you don't have the ability then to make the money off of that audience, if you will. And so,
okay, but Jason, I know you just brought up
easy
Facebook.
To say that. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So there's been a lot of trust lost in Facebook over the last few years. Yeah. So why should traders trust Robinhood if they now know that they're turning around and selling their trades to market makers and perhaps not executing at the best price?
Yes. Now that right there, what she just said. Now, this guy right here and the company he's talking about, Robinhood, has a legal obligation to execute as effectively as possible for their customers. That is the law. This is one of the few laws that we have that protect small investors. That if you're going to a broker, that broker has a legal obligation to not fuck you over. So, for example, a broker can be criminally charged if they're negligent with your stock because you are trusting them with your money. And this is where Robinhood might actually be in trouble. This is where Robinhood might actually be in a little bit of trouble. Demon Mama sounds like she doesn't know shit about investing. All speculative crap and nonsense. Donald Trump, the god. I have a feeling that you know even less than I do.
Okay, so number one, they've been clear about with the market makers that that's how they make money. Everybody understands that. The second piece is, should they trust them after having turned off trading yesterday? I think they have to rebuild that trust. So I think that these companies...
Sure, you want to come on and talk about it, Donald Trump the God? You can wait in line after the other person.
when they go through crises like these, and every big company, whether it's Tesla, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Uber or Airbnb, when somebody trashes an apartment, these new platforms that get to scale, there's always going to be these crisis moments. And the way you can...
the double think. Democratizing the free market isn't possible, but lambaste the actual economic democracy, libertarian socialism.
True, Adam Flores. Thank you.
Judge the founder is, do they communicate well? And I think Vlad's doing a better job of that. And I think he did a good job last night on CNBC. And I know he'll do a better job tomorrow. And then how do you ask me the question? Let me give the answer, please. And the answer is, they need to earn that trust every day by having a stable, great product that delights users. And whether it was Uber, which took a lot of hits, or Facebook and Instagram.
A stable platform that delights users? Is he trying to say that the draw to Robinhood is its pretty UI? Come on. Come on, dude.
This is yes, all these platforms have taken hits. They have made mistakes. What I look at as an investor in them is, how do they respond to them? Do they learn from them? And do they get stronger?
Jason, what I'm hearing you say, basically, I mean, I'm less concerned about Robinhood and more concerned about the broader market.
Yeah.
Is that this is
that's the big
classic
issue.
Cyclical. This is a classic cyclical flow of retail into the market, and that it will ebb out as it always does. I don't hear you talking about major structural change or some sort of end of centralized finance, as we know some people have tried to argue on our air.
Yeah, that's a little silly. I think that's the crypto folks going down the crypto rabbit hole, and they think like nobody's going to be in charge of anything and the entire world's going to be on some immutable blockchain that's not controlled by anybody. That's super interesting and a great intellectual argument. It's not very realistic. Sometimes you do need to have central controls, and Bitcoin is a fantastic technology. It does not apply to everything. So they're a little drunk on the distributed finance and all that stuff. I know it's real, but you can't apply it to everything.
What is he even?
Everything. And
what
we saw here was these shorts. I mean, I think that's the bigger issue. It's easy to gang up on Robinhood or whoever the lead company is. All due respect, Deirdre, but they do have a responsibility as the lead company to be the best performing company, and I guarantee you they will be the best performing company.
Yo, there's a Pathologic key in chat right now. Pathologic 2 is my favorite game of all time. You better grab that key. Go, go, go.
I've seen this movie before.
Thank you, Haley.
Putting that aside, the big issue here is, who is shorting this stock? How can you short 130% of a company? I still don't have a great answer for that. That makes no sense. And then have these shorts all covered their position? And then if people are buying the stock now at 20 billion or 30 billion or whatever they wind up buying it at, is there any chance that the company can live up to that? And has the company's fate changed? Have they done a secondary? Have they put $1 billion of this, incredible acceleration in their enterprise value into their coffers? And is there some vision here for how GameStop becomes a $20 billion company? I could see betting on it becoming a $5 billion company,
right.
But
this guy is an investor. What's my Humble Bundle code thingy? Oh yeah, I can get you that. Hold on, give me a second, Samosky. I'll get you that in a second.
I'm getting concerned about.
I'm concerned about that too, Jason. And something that I've raised this week is part of the.
All right, so we've seen what we need to see out of this. That was more pathetic bullshit. As you can see, they don't actually even have an argument. All they have is buying time. Just buying time. Holy shit. Yeah, go for it. Haley, go ahead, post yours. Use Haley's code, because Haley gives lots of cool codes here. So use Haley's code, okay? Go ahead, Haley. You can take it. Yeah, go for it. So yeah. All right, but don't get used to it, because I can't have people posting codes in chat all the time, okay? Please. So again, I want to just to end this segment, I want to end off this particular segment real quick with going back to what I read earlier, okay? So that everybody can be on the same page, because we got a lot more people in here now, and I want you all to see what we were talking about. Okay, yeah, I'll let you know to get Nick on, and we'll have a debate with Nick or whatever. Okay, here we go. Ready? We're going to read it again, okay? Here we go. This is for you, Dad. I remember when the housing collapse sent a torpedo through my family. My father's concrete company collapsed almost overnight. My father lost his home. My uncle lost his home. I remember my brother helping my father count pocket change on our kitchen table. This was all the money he had left in the world. While this was happening in my home, I saw hedge funders literally drinking champagne as they looked down on the Occupy Wall Street protesters. I will never forget that. My father never recovered from that blow. He fell deeper and deeper into alcoholism and exists now as a shell of his former self, waiting for death. This is all the money I have, and I'd rather lose it all than give it up, than give them what they need to destroy me. Taking money from me won't hurt me because I don't value it. I'll burn it all down just to spite them. This is for you, Dad. And again, could be a totally false story. Could be totally made up. But it's resonating with a lot of people. A lot of people. A lot of people right now. And those people are acting with their dollar, even in the face of the entire system lining up against them. And they're winning sympathy. They're winning the sympathy of even the market libs, the Cuomos, the workers at MSNBC and CNBC. That's kind of wild. There are many, many stories like it and worse, believe it or not. So we don't know. Maybe this story is 100% true. Maybe it's not, but it resonates with a lot of people. So we're going to have to see. We're going to have to keep following this because I didn't, on Wednesday when I saw this thing happening, I thought we were going to get like a 1 week story out of this. But we might actually get more than a 1 week story out of this. This is spinning out of control. And the fact that they're so bald-facedly lying, that they were willing to gamble to such an incredible degree, we might actually see something come from this. Who knows? Do you hear the people, Stonks? This feels like a perfect storm? Who knows? We'll see. Well, that's how it works, though, Lone Cat, right? That's how these systems are designed to work. Great, unfathomably large financial gears grinding people up underneath them. Kind of wild. All right, you all ready for some debating? Let's take a break from the GameStop story and let's have a little debate. Somebody wants to come on here and tell me why I'm wrong about stuff. So let's hear it. Let's see why I'm wrong. Let's find out. Let's see what's up. All right, let's take a look. Who's here? You ready? You want to get them in? This is Tojee, right? This is Tojee, right, Gina? How do you keep getting younger every time I see you? I don't think that's happening. That would be really weird if it was. I don't know what I would do if that happened. CNBC is running ads saying that Melvin Capital is closed out. No, it's Nick. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, sick. Let me see. Oh, wait, it is Tojee. It's the same person, right? Same person, right? Whatever. All right, bring them in, Gina. Hello. Oh. Is that not the same person? All right, let's see. We need to do this one. Hey, thank you so much. Wow.
There's only one set of losers, the rich. They have big houses, the best everything, the Ivy League degrees. What they don't have, community. That's what we have.
It's true. It is true. I mean, that is the thing. There is a different lifestyle. And this has been talked about throughout history, by the way. Totally different lifestyles for the rich and for the poor in this country. They live totally different lives. Completely and utterly different lives. Gina, the other person who wants to come in is going to come in afterwards, so I don't know where this Nick person is. Oh, there's Nick. The what? It's all right. We'll have this person come in. Whatever. All right, we just got to wait for them to be here. I don't know where they are. Yeah. I'll talk with chat for a few minutes while we wait for this to work out. It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of the needle than a rich man into the kingdom of God. Some dude from a book. I just want enough to get by. Yeah, that's how a lot of us feel, you know? That's how a lot of us feel. We've been fucking scraping and squeezing for years. Again, I said this earlier. 2008 was 13 years ago. A lot of us, like me, like I'm 30. I'm 30. 13 years ago, I was fucking 17. I had already started working at that time. I was already working a job to help my family with bills, and so I had actually money. Yo, that's awesome, Cottagecore Lefty. That's really awesome. Hey, Gina.
Yeah, sorry to pop in. Yeah, I'm already just trying to get this person into your voice call, but like they have not responded so far.
Okay. Well, why don't we wait for them and let's let maybe we want to let Tojee come in while we wait for Nick, unless they pop up real quick.
Right.
Let's see.
All right, fine. I'll get Tojee then.
Yeah.
Tojee.
Yeah, I think they're in the server.
All right.
We can have Nick on after. I'm okay with doing multiple conversations.
All right.
Oh, wait, we got Donald Trump the God. We'll talk to Donald Trump the God, too. Boogie segment will be after, yes.
We need to be talking to our friends, coworkers, relatives.
Yes, we do, Wolfgar. Yes, we do, Wolfgar. Thank you.
All right. Opportunity right now.
There we go.
Hello,
have fun, Tojee.
Hey.
Tojee, what's up? Hey, real quick, what are your pronouns, and do you go by Tojee generally?
Tojee is fine. I don't have any special pronouns. I just
any all?
identify as male.
Okay. So any all, I can call you they, them, she, her, whatever.
Yeah, I mean just he, him.
Oh, okay, he, him. Okay, cool.
I'm cis, so to speak.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there are cis people who prefer they, them, and stuff. So. Okay, here we go. Let's see. We got this fancy new text. I hope it'll still be readable. There we go. All right. So welcome and thanks for coming on. You had a lot of stuff to say about me in DMs. You said something about you don't like my quote unquote antics, but I'd love to talk with you about it. I told you I'd give you the time to voice concerns or whatever. So let's do that, huh?
Yeah, sure. So my contention with, I don't know how to describe or define it, but behavior, I guess. But I saw in chat that you don't want to talk about Destiny drama, and that's not what
I don't
this
care.
is.
If you really want to bring up Destiny drama, I'll talk about it.
Well, I mean, it's part of your discussion with him, but it's not really about Destiny at all.
Sure.
Other than things that came up there. But my contention stems from that debate and your debate with Fnatic that I watched as well.
That was a fun one.
Sure. But I'm just wondering if you understand implications of certain statements. For example,
it's
when
a very
you
broad
talk...
question.
Sure.
Sure.
So to specify, in the Fnatic debate, you argued over this nice sexist trope comment. I was just wondering if you understand the implication of saying something like that after someone saying something.
After someone literally uses a well-known sexist trope?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, your argument in the debate was that he used the trope. Fair enough. You can see it that way.
Yep.
And then you also claimed at the same time that you're not calling him sexist and etc. But it is heavily implied in such a statement that you think they are sexist.
No, I actually disagree. It's like the difference between being like, hey, what you're doing right now is really dangerous versus calling someone a dangerous person. They're two different things. Like, one is addressing like, hey, an action you're taking, a thing that you just did is this, and it might very well be. That doesn't necessarily mean the person needs to be essentialized. I try to avoid essentializing people, but there are times in which I don't care. And as the conversation went on with Fnatic, I made that pretty clear that I was willing to update my position from thinking that he was just using a sexist trope to actually being sexist. And we've talked since then. We have had some conflicts in the past, and I still think some of those things. But yeah. I don't think anything that I said there was incorrect. I think that's completely accurate. There is a difference between stating that something that someone is doing is a sexist action versus the other thing. And if you're so fragile that you can't handle being told that you're doing something that is sexist without jumping to the gun and saying, I am a sexist, well, then that's your problem and not mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but you won't agree then that people can interpret that comment as you calling them
Oh, sure, they
sexist.
can interpret it that way, but people interpret things all kinds of ways. People interpret things in all kinds of ways. I don't like whatever. Like I will say, like, people will interpret things as bad as they want to. If somebody's interpretation is like completely unreasonable or like deliberately stupid so that they can cry about it, like, then yeah, I don't care. I don't care. That's their own fault. That's not on me.
Well,
like, I can't. Yeah.
Using that logic of people can interpret things in certain ways, no matter what the speech.
Yeah.
My argument using that logic would be that you stating nice sexist trope or calling out Destiny for using a quote transphobic trope,
Which he did do, by the way.
Sure, it is a trope.
He even admitted that, by the way, just so you know.
I think he admitted to it being a trope rather than him being transphobic.
I never said he was transphobic. I said he used a transphobic trope, and he did it multiple times. And he did do that multiple times, and he did admit that.
You did say on Twitter his behavior is sort of transphobic.
No, I think I said, oh yeah, his behavior on Twitter, absolutely. Yeah, I think it is sometimes. That doesn't mean I think he is transphobic, but I do think his behavior on Twitter, like, I don't understand what's so difficult to understand about these different sentences. There's different words in them for a reason. Like, they're not the same meaning at all.
Well, meaning, as when we're talking about implication, meaning is interpreted.
But who's taking it to the implication? Who's reading that extra amount into it? This is what we call telling on yourself. It's when, like, somebody says something about you and then you jump further in order to, like, make an argument to something that somebody's not saying. It's like, it's nonsensical. It's telling on yourself.
So to rephrase, when you say, for example, when you said nice sexist trope, my dude, what are you trying to say with that statement?
I'm trying to bring attention to the fact that they just used a sexist trope, which is why I said nice sexist trope, my dude.
Okay, and that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Another point. If they want to talk about it more, then they can have we can have a further conversation about it, and we did. And in that conversation, he revealed that actually there's a lot more sexism that he engages in. This is the fanatic conversation, but I would also say the same thing about Destiny as well. Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
One thing about the Destiny debate, then. Sorry, I'm kind of jumping topics here.
That's fine. Jump around.
Sure. So on Twitter, you had a big argument about bullying people off the platform, right?
I wouldn't say a big argument. I made one tweet, I believe, about like Destiny was literally calling someone who I like and follow like a mentally ill person who shouldn't be allowed on the internet. And I said, hey, that's pretty shitty, and it sure sounds a whole lot like, what is this, like Gamergate? And that's spicy for sure.
Not really what he said. He didn't say they weren't allowed on the internet. He said they probably shouldn't engage with the internet.
He was pretty hard on that, actually. You can go back. I mean, his account is deleted now because, I mean, he's on his third account that gets deleted because he regularly does stuff like this. Like, no. That's like, again, this is this endless charity for Destiny bullshit that I absolutely can't stand. It's like so pathetic from his simps, is that they will apologize for anything he does, even when he's just obviously saying things that are horrible, and then later he'll just go, oh, but that was hyperbole. But there's no way you could ever tell it was hyperbole because he also will double down on it in the moment. So
no, I've never followed Destiny on Twitter, so I can't speak to
maybe it would be worth like looking into that, because I mean, archives do exist. Like, it might be worth, like, if you're going to come on and like,
sure, like, the thing is, I never disagree that he might be interpreted as, you know, his behavior being reprehensible on Twitter. I'm not defending him for anything like that. I'm just saying that in the discussion, there were some things that I thought were a bit on the strawman side.
Sure.
For example, this whole...
You mean like when he called me a crazy person from Twitter? Do you think that was on the strawman side? When he literally titled his stream title, talking to a crazy person from Twitter before we'd even spoke?
Yeah, this is probably a bit
it's probably a shot first kind of situation, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
To be fair, I'm not sure what he implied with that. So fair
what do you mean? What do you mean by what he implied by saying talking with a crazy person from Twitter? What do you mean? This is what I'm talking about.
We could interpret that two ways.
Quick question. Are you a big fan of Destiny?
Not
really.
Be
honest. Just be honest if you are.
I enjoy watching some of his stuff on YouTube, not because it's necessarily Destiny, but more like because of I kind of like the heated stuff and listen to things.
Okay.
To be fair, a lot of my standpoints on topics you've talked about, I've sort of inherited in watching them.
Yeah, that tends to happen.
Wouldn't say, but yeah, I don't really watch his live streams or engage with him on Twitter or anything like that.
Well, you can't engage with him on Twitter because he's been banned 3 times, but yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I've tried going to the stream every now and then, but it's not really my scene.
Sure.
So, but to bring it back to the point of your discussion of the whole bullying people off the platform, I'm not sure if you're holding this stance, so it might be unfair for me to bring it up. But there was one point where he said the statement that he's all for bullying people. His wording, engaging in dog shit takes on Twitter, he's fine with bullying them off. And your retort was, so you're advocating for harassment campaigns against trans people, which I thought was
because in the literal, that's not a straw man. That was literally in the context of me saying, you said that you believe that both of these trans people should be bullied off the internet because they disagreed with you. And that's where the conversation spun into a conversation about, well, how do you, clearly there is a line where people believe that, like, hey, like we both Destiny and I would agree that like someone like a Nazi should probably not be, like well received on Twitter, that I would be fine with them being heckled because they're advocating for genocide. But then you have to, and we talked about this, I remember this conversation with like painful clarity because of how much I've had to talk about it. But then we talked about the whole prisoner situation where we acknowledged, where he admitted that yes, there is a time where people should be put in prison, but an innocent person shouldn't be put in prison. And so then I argued that why the fuck would you advocate for the same treatment that you would advocate towards Nazis to trans women who just happen to disagree with you and not really like you? And then he went on this whole thing about accusing them of being a part of a conspiracy of which there's no evidence. The evidence he sent me, he said he had 3 pages of evidence of Lexi trying to cancel him or all kinds of things, and there wasn't. He sent 3 copies of the same image to my DMs, and this image was a like hastily slapped together bunch of tweets that were mildly criticizing him from Lexi. So he's just lying. It's just derangement. It's just lies. Like, that's the thing. It's the same image. I'm not kidding you, everyone. By the way, that's true. He sent me 3 copies of the exact same image.
So this is probably something you're going to see again as this whole charity to Destiny. But to that, you lent in on the phantom left conspiracy sort of point you had a contention with him on.
Yeah.
I think it's sort of with his debate with John Tron back in the day, I think they probably didn't really articulate their stance on it. But as I understand it, again, you might see this as very charitable, but I think he's not saying the whole left on the internet is after me, but more like that there are people on the left that specifically target him economically.
I would challenge you to go find out if that's actually true, because what I can tell you is that what I will tell you is that is not true. But you should go investigate that for yourself. Find out how frequently he says the fucking lefties, idiot, fucking moron lefties on the internet. He will do rants for hours about how these fucking idiots know. So like, how can you say that that's not what he's saying when he says it all the time? He says it all the time.
So I'm not saying it happens. I'm just saying that what I think his stance was that there are certain people on the left that, contrary to people on the right, target him economically.
But he has no evidence of that. He has none. Sure. That's the thing. He has no actual evidence. And the funny thing is, again, this is all just one giant, stupid, idiotic, egotistical circle. But like, he has no evidence of that. And then when provided of evidence of his own actions causing harm, he will literally silence you. Like literally ban you and links to your content and refuse to honor bans. Like, it's fucking shit. Like, that's just a fact of the matter. This is all fact. This all unfolded publicly.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously can handle his chat as he wants, but I do disagree with him there that there have been times where I said what I happened to say something about something that's happening on screen, and then it's like a blanket ban.
Do you remember when literally the day after he had a debate with me in which I accused him of in which I credibly, by the way, accused him of using his platform really irresponsibly and directing harm to people who didn't deserve it, and then he immediately went on to Tim Pool to tell Tim Pool that Donald Trump uses his giant platform irresponsibly, using the exact same argument that I had used against him. Do you remember that? Remember when that happened? Yeah, that happened. That literally happened.
I didn't follow it that close. I only saw the one debate between you two.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as I said, I'm not the biggest fan of him, and I don't really follow you guys that much.
That's fine.
Stuff happens to come across me on YouTube, and I might enjoy it.
Yeah, he didn't post ours on YouTube either. It's interesting he didn't do that. It's kind of weird. Yeah.
I mean, it might be coming. I don't know.
No, he said he won't post it. He's he posted it. See, it's really funny because if you look at the timeline, it comes out like really even worse for him, because we argued at the beginning of December, and I would argue that debate didn't go particularly well for him. Although his fans think it did, because they think anything he does goes well. But everyone else is like, damn, like you actually kind of called him on a couple of things. And I think I did. Was I aggressive? Sure. But come on. He's Destiny. He can handle the spice. Come on. It's not like he's like a victim. And then for a whole month, he was really, really quiet about it. He didn't post it for an entire month, pretended that I didn't exist. And then at the end of the month, he found some random thing to latch onto and went balls to the wall talking about how I should not be platformed. And now when people start asking, well, why didn't you post the debate with Demon Mama? It's because he pointed to a thing that happened a month later that he said was it was literally bullshit, character assassination bullshit. Like, I'm not kidding you. This is just like the allegations that were made against me by him and the Scrub King were completely unhinged, not even based even close in reality. And then all of a sudden he can go, yeah, I don't platform crazy people. I don't platform crazy, disgusting people who are ruining the world and are dangerous to trans people and dangerous to women. Almost like he wanted to find a convenient out. Almost like that is the exact action you would do if you wanted to maintain a sense of self-righteousness while simultaneously saving face from getting owned by a junior streamer on your own stream that you arrogantly strode into and called them a crazy person only to have them mop the floor with you.
I mean, sure. To speak to that whole winning the argument or something, I don't know. My interpretation is different.
Sure.
Might be because, I came into that maybe on Destiny's side.
Yeah, probably.
I'm the one, or he's the one I'm used to. So that might be a fair point. But it's just the whole sexist trope thing. I might engage in it now. But it's like I'm trying to sit here and listen to everything you say. But when it comes to Destiny, I know he does interrupt people a lot, but that's because, he wants that to be reciprocated, as I understand it, that if he says something someone disagrees with, they interrupt him and vice versa. When it came to your debate with him, there was, he attempted to, but I feel like you both tried to interrupt each other a lot. But this whole sexist trope thing, I think now I didn't watch the content between you and Fnatic prior to your debate, but from watching these two debates, I just get the feeling that the comment talking too much might have been warranted. But as I say, I don't watch your content.
But you conveniently didn't do the research to find out if it was, huh?
Well, I mean, judging from the two things I did watch.
Yeah, damn, that kind of sucks. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird how that's always how it ends up with these things. Like, people come in here to stand Destiny or whatever, or defend Destiny, and then they never actually do the due diligence to find out if anything that was actually said was true. It's really funny. It's actually really, really funny. You do realize how bad that is, right? Like how bad that is to your own argument, that you're like, well, I'm just gonna assume in the favor of the person who I like more because I like them more and not actually look into it. It's really funny too, because in the Fnatic conversation, Fnatic was confused. Somebody else had been talking a whole lot and he got them confused with me. In the earlier segment, I had talked more, but in the segment that he got mad at me about, I had not been talking at all. In fact, I'd been keeping quite quiet. And that's why I said, hey, nice sexist trope, dude. The first time I try to talk on this topic, you're going to tell me I talk all the time? Yeah, and I do admit sometimes I'm a little bit long-winded, but my dude, every single panel I've been on, and I have been on like probably close to 100 panels in the last year in the panel circuit on Twitch, every single panel, no matter how much I talk or how little I talk, I always get accused of, oh my God, you won't stop blibber blabbering, you won't stop talking. And it's weird because when I talk to other femme presenting streamers, they have the same issue on every single panel that they go on, where they're usually the only woman. It's almost like this highly well-documented and heavily researched misconception that people overrate how long women talk and underrate how long men talk, that actually exists and that it's actually reflected, and that people are more or less just in denial because they don't want to be, they don't want to feel like they're a part of the problem.
Sure. No, I don't share the belief that necessarily women speak too much. It's just that, as I said, from the things I have seen, that's what I would argue, that it might be warranted. But
you haven't seen the original debate, so you wouldn't know. So you're just basing this off of pure feeling, right? Just to be clear.
Not pure feeling.
What are you basing it off of then?
Your discussion with Fnatic and Destiny.
Weird. So again, pure feeling. You actually haven't looked at the source material, and you're just alleging that because you felt that the other people were better in those conversations, then it must therefore be true that I talked too much in the previous conversations. To me, sounds like feels over reals.
I mean, I watched and listened to the debates, and that's what I'm basing it on. Not
you didn't watch, but you didn't watch where the originals were, where it would have actually been alleged, right?
No, but I mean,
like
I say, I'm basing it on the things I saw afterwards, where I can understand that maybe it did say it for a reason. But again,
yeah, it's weird how you would come down on their side and not on mine on that one, despite not actually doing the research necessary, not actually doing your due diligence.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Yeah, I think that's a fair allegation. I think that's a fair thing to say. I'm glad you can at least admit that that's the case.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's feeling. I feel like it's based on what I've seen.
That is literally feeling. You're saying I watched this other conversation in which I was already favorable to the other person, and then I'm going to, backwards extrapolate the fact that you probably did. You're literally saying, oh well, you probably deserved it. That's what your argument is ultimately boiling down to.
No.
Yes, it literally is. You're saying, well, yeah, it sounds like they were probably right, but I've not actually seen whether they were right. I'm just saying that they probably were because I think that you were having a spicy conversation then. Yeah.
My argument would be more that if it were to be said in one of these two debates I watched, then I said it would be warranted. Fair enough. It might have not been warranted in the prior discussion.
Yeah. Sounds like you're trying to weasel out of the fact that you didn't do your research and you're making an allegation based off of your feelings and not based off of reality. But yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay. So yeah, did you have other antics that you wanted to criticize me on or whatever?
Well, I guess not. It's just that when you argued about the plausible deniability, I guess, with Destiny, I guess it's an argument about intent of using these tropes, whether they are in the context used as tropes or, well, I mean, I guess they're tropes regardless, but if they're used weaponized or not in the context. I feel like arguing the whole male fragility and then also being on the stance that they are sexist or transphobic for using certain statements when it's not necessarily used to be sexist or transphobic.
I'm a little confused. Can you restate that?
Sure. I think so, at least. English is not my first language.
That's fine.
So...
That's fine. I understand. I just want to make sure I'm getting your point correct.
Sure. So my argument would be that I think maybe it's a bit hypocritical to say that they're fragile for not wanting to be sexist or transphobic when from their side they don't interpret their statements to be either of those things, but you sort of imply that they are.
No, I don't think so. I think that somebody can be fragile and also not think that they're fragile at the same time. Like they're just wrong. Like that's the thing. I think that if somebody says, hey, what you just said there, what you just said there was sexist, and somebody goes, what? How dare you call me sexist? Ah! And then they cry about it for an hour like Fnatic did, which was ancient history at this point, whatever. I've talked to Fnatic since, and I still have a lot of disagreements, but whatever. But when they do that, that's fragile. That's fragility. It's the fact that like women And femme-presenting people in our society are expected to take constant critique, constant feedback, constant being insulted, talked down to, talked over, all this shit. And then if you ever dare even say the slightest thing back that's like, hey, that's sexist, then people will just like these mask-presenting people usually will explode and just be so offended, and they'll act like you killed their first child when all you did was point out that they did something sexist, and because they never want to admit that they're wrong, and so they have to be offended by it. And yeah, Vermin brings up a good point in chat. Men's anger is seen as righteous, women's is seen as hysterical. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Well, absolutely. That notion is ridiculous.
What do you mean that notion is ridiculous? Oh, you agree with that notion? Yeah, that is true. Yeah. That is true in our society. Yeah. And that applies to online debate as well. In fact, I would say it probably applies very strongly here. Again, there's a reason why there's not so many, female streamers. Not because the female streamers don't start streaming. It's just because they stop streaming because they get so much bullshit constantly. They get harassed so frequently. They get unwanted attention and critique of unbelievable degrees that it drives them insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I understand that because, I have a particularly thick skin out of people that I know, but nonetheless, it still can be testing to get, thousands of unhinged comments calling you the dumbest bitch on the planet, even when all you said was, a pretty, cold take.
Well, sort of to bring up Destiny again, but I agree with what you're saying, but it's a point that he talked about. Do you know who No Bullshit is?
I know who No Bullshit is, yeah.
Yeah, well, they had an argument about the whole Lord of the Flies sort of argument with women not being able to do that because they're too catty and shit. But I mean, from there, the stance is, of course, that. Sorry, I kind of lost train of thought.
Yeah,
never mind.
But all I can say to that is that with regard to Destiny is one of the most cattiest drama people that I've ever seen. And anybody who's actually seen Destiny's content with a clear mind should be able to realize that. Most of his big content is fucking drama. That's about as catty as you can possibly be. Destiny constantly subtweets people on social media. He's constantly being catty. His entire did we not see the Bob 7 drama, which is literally just personal drama? It's literally the cattiest thing you can possibly imagine. And nobody will ever call him catty. Nobody will ever. They'll just be like, oh yeah, Destiny, he's really, he really stands by his principles and he just can't handle bullshit. That's what it is. That's why he goes and has these big personal conversations on stream. It's because he's just so devoted to his principles. And then a woman will be like, hey, this person was really horrible to me. It's like, wow, what a catty bitch, just trying to stir up drama. It's so exhausting. And the double standard is so blatantly obvious that it's blindingly obvious.
Wait, what are we talking about now?
What
are we talking about?
You mentioned women being too catty, and so I mentioned that Destiny is really super objectively catty in his content. Not objectively, but as close as you can get. It's pretty obvious he does a lot of that. And so I said that it's kind of silly that women get called catty all the time, but men do drama content. They stir drama. They get involved in personal stuff and out it on the air. And that's not called catty. That's called principles. You know what I mean? It's a huge double standard. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know if it has so much with principles to do with him outing Bob 7 or whatever. I think it's just drama.
Yeah. But, does anybody besides me right now call Destiny catty? Nah, he has a huge fan base of people who keep, gassing him up and saying, oh, you're doing the right thing, buddy.
Well, I don't think it does that often. It's just an event that it happened. To be fair,
really?
The whole Bob 7 thing was in defense, right? Because Bob 7 came out first with a bunch of allegations, didn't he?
That's not really how that works, though, right? Because allegations, if somebody's making allegations and those allegations are true, which, as I understand it, many were. I'm not going to, I don't even have the materials on hand to debate a specific drama. But the idea that this is a rare occurrence is no, that's just simply not true. There's drama with Bosch, drama with Hassan, drama with fucking Trihex, drama with Bob 7, drama with all of the fucking...
there are certain timelines in between all of these.
It's
things.
all of this. Well, yeah, but they take up a lot of stream time, a lot of the most common clips of all time. It's kind of been the thing for...
Well, it's not necessarily Destiny's fault that people adhere to drama.
Well, if he's purposely engaging in it and stirring it, like, I feel like that would be, yeah, that's like choosing that, you know?
Well, sure, but I mean, everyone's interested in drama.
Sure, yeah. But there's different ways to engage in it, yeah. And there's also different standards that people are held to, which is what we were talking about. Like, again, a woman who engages in drama in the exact same way as Destiny would not be treated with the same type of acceptance and back clapping that he is. It's just factually true.
Okay, but I think that's
like, can you imagine there ever being like a female Keemstar? It wouldn't happen. It just can't. There would be
I don't want another Keemstar.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it literally couldn't even happen. Like, no woman would be able to sustain a perpetual attack on their personality. And I'm sure Keemstar's a piece of a piece of shit as far as I'm concerned. But also, like, I'm sure he gets plenty of like personal attacks and stuff. It would be like 40 times that. Think about what happened in, like, I hate to bring up like the boogeyman of Gamergate, but like, do we all remember like what Anita Sarkeesian did to get harassed and death threats for like 3 years that have still not really stopped? Like, she put out a handful of videos that vaguely talked about feminism. Like, yeah, come on, this is obvious. Yeah, you exist as a woman online, you are automatically subjected to an unbelievable amount of harassment and hatred and death threats and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, it's just a massive double standard is what I'm saying.
Sure. I think in Anita Sarkeesian's case, I agree it was kind of a ridiculous attack from a lot of people. But I guess the perception was that there's this, I mean, the Gamergate people are very anti-feminist usually, which is sad. But I think the perception they had was this outside force coming into their hobby, being video games,
they were wrong
and criticizing the environment.
Yeah, they're wrong and stupid, like very stupid and very wrong.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of hysteria culture there about a lot of misinterpretation, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And also like people whipping themselves up into a fury because goddamn the WOMs. That's a thing. That's a big thing. Like, there's a lot of dudes out there. I'm sorry, but it's just true. There's just a lot of dudes out there who just really hate the idea that women can do anything. They really want them to be like these like submissive trad wives who make them food and then give them the sex and then shut the fuck up and never appear in their minds otherwise. It's unfortunately true. There's a lot of people like that.
Yeah. I personally don't engage with any person who seeks out women online to, I don't know, just be obnoxious, I guess.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, some of them are streamers too. So, yeah. So, yeah, do you have any...
culture...
What's that?
I was just the whole culture thing between No Bullshit and Destiny about how women are discouraged from engaging in certain fields and whatnot. I mean, that applies heavily to gaming.
Yeah, it applies to gaming and it applies to streaming. And this is something, again, I have a whole archive of videos that I've been grinding out for the last almost year now. Since I've started streaming, I've done thousands of hours of content, and a good chunk of those were devoted to having conversations with other femme-presenting streamers who deal with a lot of bullshit. Who deal with a lot of bullshit. And I mean, fuck, I can even think of a few like right offhand who are very public about it, who've straight up just stopped streaming either permanently or for long extended, for extended periods of time because of the type of harassment they get. And they weren't even big. And this even happened to me. Like, I don't even have to reach for somebody else. It just obviously seems biased if I'm telling my own story. But I mean, like, I'm like, what? Like right now, how many viewers do I have right now? Let's take a look. Hey, 249. Wow, that's actually based. Thank you all for being here. But yeah, 249 still, I'm a mid-sized streamer now, but when all this started, it was like under 100. So I'm like a tiny streamer, and I got thousands and thousands and thousands of comments about how I'm the worst person on the planet, how I'm harming feminism just because I disagreed with a popular streamer who called me on to argue about it. Like, come on, this is such an obvious double standard. Like, that there's just so much hatred that's directed towards people who like, and then you're told that like, if you're a woman who says anything spicy ever, you're told that you're like destroying all things good in the world, even though it's like, okay, well, I was, even if we assume, and I don't think this is the case. But even if we assume the take was bad, it's blown up to like this hyperbole that's just like, no, everyone on the like thousands of people on the internet are going to be telling you, trying to desperately to convince you that you're actually like killing women, and it's like actually really like mentally exhausting. And that ends up driving women out of the space. A lot of women out of the space. Because as it turns out,
how do I post links?
You know,
Dono won't let me on.
You know, doing a job becomes unfun when it becomes so exhausting because you're constantly having to try and put out fires that are just pure exaggeration or bullshit. You know? Drives a lot of people out.
I think the general male. I mean, I don't know if there's a big population within females that act like the general gaming population does, but in the end, I think people just need to maybe grow up a bit or teach each other better.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about that. I've talked about that a lot in the past. You know, being you know, a trans person in gaming, and also, you know, being a trans woman in gaming, there's this concept of trans misogyny that occurs, which is that like the intersection of being both trans and being perceived as or refused to be perceived as a woman can be pretty fucked up. I've had a lot of really bad experiences and this was before I was a streamer. Yeah, God, I can remember when I just played games casually, getting into lobbies, and like I remember a couple very clearly. In fact, somebody I have on here who I play games with a lot, Glooby, we became friends after a bunch of people on Overwatch, you know, sort of clocked me that I had like a weird voice, and then started talking about how they wanted to, you know, rape and kill me in a gas station because I was a faggot. And, you know, that's a pretty common experience. That's
I don't doubt you.
Pretty common experience for people to, you know.
I think it's a lot of outrage culture there as well about this whole competitive thing about trying to tilt each other, and you just go on the
but
most
that's like really
hyperboles.
fucked, right? That's like really, really fucked.
Yeah, I think it's a very. I mean, if you're gonna tilt each other, you should probably try to do it in other ways. Than
yeah, but I mean, like at that point, like. I mean, I get it. I understand like wanting to tilt people by like commenting at them, but at the end of the day, what type of a society produces people who believe that a video game is worth telling somebody that you're gonna like rape and kill them? Like, our society like basically doesn't talk about that most of the time. And like men, like a lot of men just grow up thinking that that's like perfectly fine, and they never even think about the fact that they're talking to a human, because like queer people and women are just subhuman to them. So it's just like, yeah, hey, here we go. I bet I could win this game of Overwatch, and they're in their brain. The calculation goes, yeah, it would be okay to potentially like traumatize a woman by telling her I want to kill her and rape her, that would be okay as long as I win my Overwatch game. And it doesn't happen like frequently the other way. Like, I promise you, I've been in a lot of places. Women don't do this to men online. This is like a one-way street. I mean, it's
this is gonna sound rare. Stupid. Yeah, I mean, it's rare. It does happen that there's.
I mean, of course, but it's very, very rare, like ridiculously rare. Because, and also,
point, though, I understand why, because like Destiny has argued before, of course you bite back. There's no reason not to. But I mean, in the end, I think the gaming community could probably use someone like Anita, and then the argument would be whether to be nicer about it or whatnot, or if there's like a more of a slap to it.
Or what if like all the good dudes and whatever who exist in gaming, which is a vast majority of the gaming culture, what if those people
the US Court of
just
Appeals
like said, no, we're not going to tolerate this. Like if all of those guys in gaming, all the like, because it is a majority of guys, if the majority of guys said, no, this is unacceptable, we will not allow like female gamers to be targeted and critiqued, and like this, we're going to stand up, we would have a better world. And they do have the majority in gaming. So like sorry. But
the tough thing about that, because I've sort of been in that first person view of, you know, defending my friends who I play with who happen to be girls or women. It's usually a futile attempt, because these people can usually not be reasoned with the ones that actually engage in this incredibly damaging behavior, because they're usually just there to trigger and troll.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you can also there's a value in somebody who isn't necessarily like at danger of being harmed by that type of rhetoric. Like people who are, it's like, you know the concept of like physically using privilege. Have you ever heard of that concept? It's like discussed in protest spaces. I don't know if you know anything about
Not really.
this. Okay. So
not definitively.
In protest spaces, there's a concept of putting white privilege like physically on the line. And what that means is that during protests, white people will be the front line of the protest and black people will be behind them. And the reason for that is that we know that the cops, we know that the cops are harsher to black people than white people. So if the white people in the front, it limits the cops, because then they can't get those pictures that all the right-wingers jerk off to of cops bashing in the skulls of black people. They get pictures of cops bashing in or not doing so of white people. You see what I mean? And that's a lot harder to sell. These things do exist. This exists online too. People who aren't at risk of being transphobically discriminated against or misogynistically discriminated against can stand up and say, no, fuck that, fuck you, and everyone in this fucking chat room should kick your stupid ass out of here. And sometimes there's nothing you can do, but when you can, why not do it? And also, why do people, like and this is true also, a lot of dudes in gamer spaces and also in politics spaces kind of just shrug their shoulders when somebody that they respect does engage in this kind of stuff. They just kind of go, yeah, well, that's just the way it is, whatever. Even though it's actually really bad and it can make life horrible for a lot of people. So it becomes enabled. It gets enabled by the biggest figures. And we see this, like, I mean, fuck, if you go watch, like, hell, if you go into big gaming streams, even people like Ninja, and you look at the way that they talk to other players and like the shit that they engage, it's really fucking bad. And it just gets like, whatever, shrugged. Yeah. It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
A lot of racism, a lot of like fucking sexism. It's pretty bad. Yeah.
I think a good example would probably be Nothing or Shroud, perhaps. I feel like they're generally cooler gamers, so to speak.
Yeah, and they do exist. I mean, fuck, there's a lot of fucking cool ass people online. There's a lot of really cool gamers. I mean, I can think off the top of my hand of a bunch of gamers who do really cool shit, like and don't engage in any of that bullshit. But there are a lot who do, and a lot of the times they get away with it for a really long time because nobody ever says anything because, you know, whatever, because it doesn't hurt them. And we gotta think about that shit. We have to think about being able to stand in solidarity with one another as opposed to just letting one another suffer for no reason. Especially when it's like, hey, yeah, I'm not harmed by this directly because I'm not whatever, but I'm not gonna just stand by while somebody else gets hurt by it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I personally, I don't really care what anyone on the internet says about me. There's no value to their statement, really.
I mean, that's true to a certain degree, but I mean, you also must admit that, like, you're probably at a lower risk, right? Like, I mean, you're probably at a much lower risk of being, like, stalked or, like, sexually harassed or you know.
Compared to women or trans people, absolutely.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, did you have anything else you wanted to bring up? We have a troll waiting in chat who wants to argue with me about Donald Trump, so we'll talk about that if you don't have anything else to bring up.
What, talk about the troll or talk about Donald Trump?
Oh, I don't know. Like, this person just wants to argue with me. I think their name is literally called Donald Trump the God, so we're going to find out if this is a meme.
Yeah, it's probably not worth your time. Yeah, but anyway, I appreciate the conversation.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thanks for coming on, and glad we were able to talk about it. All right.
Good night.
Yeah, bye. Thanks for coming on. Bye, Tojee.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Donald Trump the God. Is this you? Is this Donald Trump the God? Hello? Hello? You are muted if you are in here, if you can hear me. This is Donald Trump the God? Hello? You need to unmute your mic. Hello? 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 All right, dude. You got 5 seconds before I'm going to boot you out. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. Yeah, amazing. Well, when you figure it out, Gina, could you help this person figure it out? Could you help them figure out what the fuck is going on? Or Silent, thank you. Thank you if you're doing it. Hello? Oh, what's going on? Not much. Hold on, let's see what time it is. It's 5:07. We got an hour before I'm going to talk to the med student. So for those of you who don't know, we're going to be having a med student specializing in immunology. Yes, I do need to read donos, so I will be doing that. Hey, thank you so much.
I collected some of my favorite WSB bops that are safe to show
Oh,
on
amazing.
stream.
Here, let me do this. Yeah, I'm going to read the donos, and then we'll catch up. Maybe if I speak to them in the meatball voice. All right. So hold on a second. Let me go look. We'll do the bops later. In the meme hour, okay? When the hour of memes arrives. Let's take a look here. Okay. Here we go. It's funny, the double think. Democratizing the free market isn't possible, but lambast the actual economic democracy, libertarian socialism. True! There's only one set of losers, the rich. They have big houses, the best everything, the Ivy League degrees, but what they don't have is community. That's what we have. True, also. Why does it feel like everybody has more free time than I do? Everything I want to do sits on at work time. Is it isolation, FOMO, or something else? Realistically, it's probably that you work a lot of hours. That was the experience I had. When I stopped working as much as I did, like, cause I was working like 3 jobs at one point, I got a lot more free time, and it's amazing just how much it is. But yeah, how do I post links? Dono won't let me on YouTube. Well, just send it to me in site chat. I can usually see them in site chat. The U.S. Court of Appeals just approved the government can still expel unaccompanied children who come across the border. Oh, that's right. What?
Very quickly, I need to tell you. They said they were going to come back on Monday.
What?
Yeah, they told me that they were going to come back on Monday, so, like...
Why would they come back on Monday? They came in here and caused all this shit. Their name was Donald Trump the God.
They're actually C-Space, if you didn't know for a fact.
C-Space? Wait.
Yeah, that's the person
Oh my God, tell them to get in here. Holy shit, please.
Yeah, they left. They're not coming back right now. They'll come back on Monday.
What a coward. Oh my God.
He told me he'll be coming back on Monday. We'll wait till then. If he doesn't, we'll just ban him.
All right, Gina. All right. Apparently their brain's only on work days. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
All right.
Thanks.
All right. You have a good day. I'm going to be signing off now.
Oh, okay. Talk to you soon, Gina. Thanks for everything you do.
All right. Laters.
Bye. All right. Well, okay. That was interesting. That was oh my God. That was C-Space. I can't believe it. How did C-Space find their way over here? Jesus Christ. What did C-Space even want to argue with me about? I don't even remember. C-Space is some dude who debated Vosh during a Dark Souls 2 stream, and it was hilarious. Batcat Baby. They're very strange. Monday, whatever. We'll have some content for Monday. All right? Love Monday.
Batcat Baby.
Would you admit that you have some kind of bias towards women and femme-presenting people, by the way? I agree with your points. I don't know that that's a bias. I just think the world is biased towards women, so I don't need to be biased against women. Like, why? Yeah, why would I do that? Why would I side with people who are, like, I don't know. I don't know if that's the way. Maybe that's a bias. Maybe. It's just that I've lived my entire life and I've seen all the women in my life suffer like fuck. Like, is that a bias to just go, yeah, every woman I know has suffered horribly. I really wish we could fix this. I don't know. Oh my God. Baby. What a baby. What a baby. Who's that? Baby. 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 Thank you so much. Cat Tower with bat wings. Oh my God. It's so weird, Sathers. Yeah, it is. Baby licking head. Baby. Baby on cable. Baby next to Vosh. Baby. Look at those beautiful heterochromia eyes. So amazing. Baby next to alcohol. Aww. So many baby images. So many baby. Oh, wait. Some of these are repeats. Okay, cool. So good. Lick, lick. I am the night. All right. So, oh yeah, I didn't get to finish my sentence before. In a little bit, we will be having a med student who specializes in immunology coming on to give us a little presentation about the COVID-19 vaccination. So it's going to be the design is to be very practical so that you can use this information in your own lives and help spread good info. It's designed for you. So it's going to be super cool. And then after that, we're going to do some fun shit. Yeah? We're going to do some really fun shit because we're going to do the boogie shit after that. Yeah? But you know what? Is there anybody in chat who wants to debate me? Because I was feeling a debate and I need to fill 45 minutes. And 45 minutes isn't long enough to do boogie. Read this dono. Oh. All women are shorter than all men. Yo, what the fuck?
Read this dono on Monday.
Somniostatic, what the absolute fuck?
Sibilance.
Holy shit, and thank you so very much. Holy shit, that is incredibly, incredibly generous. Amazing. And thank you so much. I will read the comment on Monday if I remember, which I'll try to do. I am. Yeah, I know. It's true, Catherine. You've got me. The one thing I can't debate on. What's my hottest take? Nah. It's okay. It's all right. I don't want to debate with people who agree with me. Thank you. Thank you, Silent. You'll remind me. Remind me. I'll read it on Monday. Yeah. What would I do if I got stranded on planet B, 4546B from Subnautica? Oh, well, it would be awesome. I would probably die, but before I died, I would try to build a really, really cool house. The first thing I would do is I would build a habitat constructor. What's wrong with my mod rules, Max?
React to my dono? I was fixing a machine.
I did react to your dono, Adam, but I can react to it again. Let me double check. Which one? The U.S. Court of Appeals just approved the government can still expel unaccompanied children who come across the border. That is disgusting. We knew that would be the case. We knew that Biden is not going to be much better. But yeah. You don't agree that disagreeing with mods should be ban-worthy? Never leave the safe shallows. Oh, I would leave the safe shallows. I would leave the safe shallows and I would go over to the the forest. The forest area is so good. Also, if you build a, I wouldn't die. Yeah, disagreeing with mod decisions, not disagreeing with mods. Yeah. Okay, so in my latest game of Subnautica, I built it in a totally, yes, I did play the sequel. It's so good. It's so good. Do I think I can take a stalker in a fight? Probably. If I have the burning knife, yes. If I have the burning knife, absolutely. But yeah, I built a base in a weird area. I built it in like a valley right near the big drop off into the sea treader's path. Perfect spot. Really, really good spot. Tons of resources nearby. Once you get the prawn, you can mine all of the big things. Oh, it's so good. And you can slip down into the you can slip right down into the jelly forest without any risk, and you can get kyanite and stuff. Have I tried fighting any of the aggressive leviathans with a stasis rifle and knife? Yes, I have. I've also fought them with gas grenades and all kinds of stuff. What if you landed in the void? Well, then I would be dead. Best Leviathan. There is a right answer. I mean, I really like the Leviathans from the second game. The Reaper is super cool looking, but my favorite is the Spoiler. So I can't spoil that. Also, I really, really, really like the Leviathan from the one from the second game. The one that's God, the second ones are so good. But yeah, the spoiler one is the best one, obviously. The mommy reaper. That's all I'll say. Or the mommy leviathan is what I mean. Yeah. No, I don't like the worm. I like the bird. The bird one. It's called the Cathid or Cathiid or something. Mommy leviathan. Best one. No, it's not if you no. If you disagree with a mod decision. Yeah, a mod decision. If you get warned and then you come back and are really super salty about it, then you get further punishment. It's literally meant to just to make sure that the server doesn't blow apart. Because here's the thing, everybody gets salty and they'll fucking argue with a mod. If you get warned or banned or something, then take it through proper channels. You can appeal. Don't just fucking argue in a channel because you got in trouble. Just fucking take the L and chill. Yeah. So it's not Max. It's not that like if you disagree with a mod ever, you're just auto banned. It's just if you sit there and argue with them, you could get banned. No, that's totally great, Wolfgar. I've done that too. It would be a shame if you argued. Yeah. You missed an interesting debate about drama. You missed my new Wall Street update segment. 85 T Derek, it's too scary. The best non-Leviathan creature? Oh my god. The best non-Leviathan creature. Oh, squid sharks from Subnautica Below Zero. Squid sharks. Squid sharks. Oh, the Chelicerate? Cathid, yes, Chelicerate. Yeah, Chelicerate, that's the one. Sorry, I always say it wrong. Yeah, it's the squid shark. Squid shark, it's the best. Cuttlefish is cute, but hey, the cuttlefish in the second, but I love the Chelicerate. It looks so cool. And the undead Chelicerate, or the void Chelicerate, even cooler. Also, the cuttlefish is great, but the fish that's in the second one, that's the cuttlefish equivalent. Oh, the ambient clicking sounds of the crab squid? Not right now, but maybe. Do you want to debate if I have a small disagreement with me? Yeah, what's your disagreement, Kays? What's your disagreement? Yay, big boy, I'm happy to hear it. Yeah, if you want to have a short debate, I got 30 minutes before, approximately 30 minutes. It's not going to be a full call-in, but if somebody wants to debate me about something, I'm okay with it. I want to do Boogie after, because Boogie's going to take a while, okay? Boogie's going to take a little while, and it's going to be really fun, so I don't want to interrupt ourselves in between. I want to do, that makes sense, right? I promise. I promise, it makes sense. It does. Boogie's going to be really fun. The cuttlefish is the better companion? I don't know about that. Do I think markets are inherently capitalist? Depends on what you mean by market, but like the concept of trading things, absolutely not. It's like humans love trading things. Yes, if you want to subscribe to me, you'll get to a call-in stream. At 5K, I'm doing an actual call-in stream, and it's going to be really cool. So if you want to, yeah, it'll be cool. It'll be cool as fuck. The glow whale, I do like them. Yeah, Boogie 2988, also sometimes referred to as Boogie 1488. But we'll see. Well, I don't know. I will never debate you, Pen Nest. Sorry, it's just not going to happen. I won't. I don't believe in the conversation. Subnautica this, Subnautica that. Why are you not subbed to Demon Mama? True, Busy Bee. That was really good. No. An actual call-in stream. I promised a long time ago. Thank you very much.
Is it strange to see that the theorists like Marx, Proudhon, etc. usually are in poverty? If they write books, wouldn't they have been compensated?
You'd hope so, but not always. Not always, though.
Was watching Vosh's stream, and thanks to the amazing Max Sips, I'm here for the first time. You are awesome and based, and I look forward to tuning in regularly. Much love.
Hell yeah! Hey, welcome, new imp. Come get comfy, and thank you very, very much for the incredibly generous donation. I'm very happy to have you. Nuts wants to debate me? Wait. Okay, hold on a second. Somebody said they wanted to debate me on something small. Who wanted to debate me on something small? The echoes are a little weird. I know, it's kind of strange. 2. Oh, you were trying to at me, I see. Okay. K's. Oh, okay, let's talk. K's, come on, let's talk about electoralism. That'll be fun, okay? That'll be a fun one for the next 30 minutes while we wait for our guest, and then we do the boogie segment. And y'all are going to have fun in the boogie segment, I promise. I promise it's going to be fucking fun. Because I know a lot of dirt on boogie. True, trash candy. All right, come on in. Get in the waiting room. If you want to debate with me, K's, come in the waiting room on the Discord. Here you go. Discord's right here. Everyone should join it. No, it isn't. Babylon done left. I heard C-Space. Yeah, Somnio, C-Space is apparently going to come debate me on Monday. That's going to be a wild ride. I feel so conflicted with Boogie. His views are consistently bad, but he's also clearly struggled his whole life in a way I have to respect. We'll talk about that. Nah, Benjamin, that's not what they mean. Discord announcement? What Discord announcement? Oh, yeah, wait a minute. I forgot to tell everybody. Y'all, we reached 1,200 on our Discord. What the fuck? That is so awesome. That's so awesome.
Did y'all cover that Marjorie Taylor Greene neo-Nazi in Congress?
No, but we might. Wait a second. Did I miss the Cori Bush thing? Oh, fuck. Did I miss the Cori Bush thing? Fuck.
That guy from Vosh inspired me to sub. I have been a lurker for a couple weeks, but your content has been really on point. Keep it up.
Thank you so much, Nilano. So happy to have you. I will continue to deliver. I should wear the holy mackerel mask. Again, thank you so very, very much, Nilano. Really appreciate that. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. I can't do that. Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, the statement was stupid. Marjorie Taylor Greene is fucking just off the wall. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Did I miss a dono? I feel like there was a dono that I missed just now. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Daniel Lannister. Yeah. Space lasers. Oh, Jesus Christ. Da 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 bum 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 bum. That's the song. Denims is on Hippy Dippy. That's awesome. Oh, I promise you. Listen, I promise you, Nuts. Listen, I used to watch Boogie back in the day, unironically. Oof. Notebook sounds. All right, so here we go. Hey, here we go. All right, let's bring K's in. Hello, K's. Hello, K's. Greetings, can you hear me? I cannot hear you at the moment. You appear to be muted or on push to talk. K's.
I said that Cori Bush versus Green feud a little bit back. Cori moved on.
Hi, your mic is breaking up.
Said to her during the 6th, you should stop inciting BLM terror.
Nope, you're still breaking up. It sounds like the cable might be busted or something. Or maybe you're on Wi-Fi? Try reconnecting to the room real quick. Here. Disconnect from Discord. Reboot your Discord. Make sure you're on the newest version of Discord.
Okay.
And then reconnect. Okay. Oh yeah, I know. I wanted to find the manifesto thing. Holy shit, that thing is so wild. I'll get the guest up in a second. Let me debate you on why you need to be begging people for subs. Hit that motherfucking sub button. If we hit 5K, we are going so hard right now. We are desperately trying to hit 5K so that so that fucking Gayfesh can release our new song. And then so that Silent can do a face reveal so that I can do a viewer call-in stream. It's going to be the hypest shit. But we got to get subs. We got to find subs. New song. We're going to have a new song to play during the intro. New bop. It's going to be fucking based. You really want to call in? We'll do a call in eventually. Don't you worry. Yeah, I have to hit 5K or else you never get to hear the cool song. I won't even get to hear it. There are a lot of subs in the Pacific Ocean, so I've heard. Yeah, Kaboka. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much, Wolfgar. I really appreciate that. For this number, we're talking about YouTube subs, but site subs help me eat. So how many? I don't know, Posadas John. That's up to you. Yes, I am, Daniel Lannister. Yes, we are. Yeah. But not in the same way. We're doing it a little differently. But definitely using the feature. All right, let's see. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you're still breaking up a little bit. I don't know what's going on quite, but maybe if you go into your Discord settings, try and see if there is a thing that says automatically determine input sensitivity, and if that is on, turn that off and slide the input sensitivity, I think down is the way you're supposed to do it, so that it will pick up more sounds, because it sounds like it's like automatically filtering you out for some reason.
Okay. All right, they're done.
Okay, that's definitely better. You're quiet. Can you boost up while you're in that menu? Yeah, and also you'll have to pause my stream. Yeah, in that menu, try and up your input volume so that your mic picks it up more. Okay.
I don't see a setting for input volume, but is my voice Oh yeah, there it is. Is my voice coming in clearly now?
Yeah, it's much better. You're still a little quiet, but that should be okay. It should work. All right. So we got a bit of time while we're waiting for our interview. So hit me up with your debate or whatever you want to debate about.
Yeah, no problem. Just like, quite frankly, this is a small disagreement about like what you're talking about, like electoralism. I felt a little bit weird that when you stated that like I don't know the exact words, I don't remember the exact words, but like politics was like you're saying like these like politics or this like electoralism is not going to save you. I felt that felt weird because again from my standpoint, you know, engaging in politics isn't supposed to be something that's supposed to like I don't know save you. It seems really religious connotation.
Maybe. I'm pretty anti-religious, but like, oh, real quick, I just realized I forgot to ask you. What are your pronouns?
He, him.
She, her?
He, him.
Oh, he, him. Sorry. I just couldn't hear you there for a second. All right, there we go. Let me get that up on the screen real quick. Okay. So yeah, when I say that electoralism isn't going to save you, what I mean is that we're facing unprecedented challenges, and a lot of people are suffering economically right now, and electoralism is not going to fix that problem, unfortunately. It really, really isn't. It is not going to fix the fact that like, I mean, hell, there was even like I was just reading this and I have yet to do a segment on it, but there was a report that was done on how many people's lives would have been saved if there had been a solid federal eviction moratorium. And we're talking in the ballpark of like all nearly 200,000 lives could have been saved by just enacting a federal eviction moratorium mandate, that nobody could be evicted during the time of the coronavirus. I think that a lot of people don't realize how many people have actually died, how many people have lost their homes and then became homeless and then died on the street during this period of time. And a lot of it is because they are people who fell through the cracks. They are people who are lonely or don't have that many people in their lives anymore. And a lot of those people have just disappeared. And that is, to me, a great tragedy. So that's what I mean when I say that electoralism won't save you. And also, there's another part to it which I think reinforces this, which is that, like, we are looking at deadlines with regard to climate change. And climate change is going to affect every single person on this planet, but definitely every single person in America. You don't get like mass global economic or ecological devastation without that somehow impacting everybody's lives. And electoralism is not going to save us from that. It just simply will not. Not unless there is some unbelievable miracle that nobody could have predicted.
I do agree with you. I mean, obviously, all those things you listed are very, very tragic, and I totally agree with you. Like, a lot of devastating things are happening right now. But I think that, like, I think there's I think that there's like a both kind of thing where, like, you do work on the inside and the outside.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of, like, from the civil rights movement, like, I was actually mentioning in your chat, like, MLK and A. Phil Randolph both had engagement with JFK and Kennedy as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think, like, there's ways to do both from groups doing on the outside and then people working on the inside, because there are also Black congressional members trying to pass the civil rights movement while they're trying to push that along as well. And I don't want to, and that's what kind of bothered me about the whole, like, religious connotation, but yeah. And then, like, I think in a broader sense, in regards to a lot of the horrible tragedies that are happening right now,
mm-hmm.
and conservative and living in our conservative hell space right now. There was a really interesting interview that I watched recently between, like, Benjamin Dixon and, like, I think it's like Geerdados and non-Geerdados and something. And he mentioned these two books that I'm kind of going through right now, and I've watched interviews about it. The first one was called Dark Money by James Mayer. The other one was called Evil Geniuses by Kurt Anderson.
Okay.
And what these two sort of outline are, like, how did the right sort of accomplish what they did over, like, the, like, half century, and, like, how we got here to what we are today, where climate change is run amok, racial agitation and all that stuff, and it actually these two books go into really great amount of detail of, like, who the players are, what they were saying, and it made me sort of think about, like, how we on the left, however we want to define that, is, like, how we are engaging in politics, both on the inside and the outside. And one of the things that they mentioned in that interview was, like, engaging in institutions, not just like online spaces, but, like, journalism, media, education. Like, how, like, most of the economists we have today are mostly right wing.
Yeah.
Like that. And even in journalism, like, I think Anand mentioned that the Koch brothers have a journalism scholarship.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. Well, yeah. And then, and all those things, and we know about the Powell memo and how, like, and the rise of the think tanks.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that.
So, I mean, okay. So there's a couple of things that I would like, sort of, I guess, grapple with here. So the first off is that what you described before is not. Sorry, we're getting a little bit of an echo. But what you described here is not what generally, or at least what I understand, electoralism to be. Electoralism is it's an ism. It's not just an action. I regularly advocate for strategic voting, for if you have the means to participate in the electoral system and you have something you can leverage, go for it. I just do not believe in electoralism. I don't believe that the electoral system as it is currently structured functions fairly. And therefore, I don't believe that our energies are best spent advocating for trying to win via pure via taking faith in the electoral system. Are there times where we might be able to score a win? Absolutely. Just like there are times where the Redditors will be able to make a whole bunch of money off of a GameStop stock before the institution kicks in and stops them from getting the money that they rightfully deserve. That is much how I view our electoral system. Now, our electoral system is hostile to leftist ideas, like definitionally. Like there are limitations in certain places where you legally cannot run if you have ever participated as a member of like a communist party. Like it's literally just like 100% just like, yeah, this is against the law. You can't be anything other than what we want you to be. And that's really problematic. And how can you possibly reform that without going like deep undercover and ultimately compromising yourself? Well, that's really hard. Now, do I think there are some people who might be in a position to change things in their favor? Yeah, probably, like AOC and stuff like that. But they're limited, and those people is not everyone. Most people do not have the right life circumstances to become a politician, to run for office, or anything like that. And therefore, I think that for the average person who I'm talking to in my streams, I'm trying to give them political understanding and an advocate for how they can actually make political change in their lives that will have positive impact on them and on the future of humanity. I don't really think that electoralism is the way to do that, though I think there are some electoral victories that can be won, if that makes sense. I just don't think that we should try and build our political understanding around pure electoralism. And then to build off of that, sorry, this is a bit of a long response. I wanted to answer both the things that you brought up. The other part of that, in which you mentioned that, like, oh, well, the right used institutions to their favor. Yeah, that's what they can do. That they can do that. They're allowed to do that because these institutions are ultimately right wing. They're designed to allow for right wingers to be involved. They're designed to allow and like also keep in mind that right wingers already have the money. They have the money to offer a scholarship. Like it's like I can't do that. I'm not a Koch brother. I don't have a fortune from my grandfather who was a Nazi oil baron or something like that, or a Nazi sympathizing oil baron. You know what I mean? I don't have that. So I can't offer a journalist thing. Only they can do that. They are the only ones, because they are the status quo. They have the ability to perpetuate the status quo. We can't do that. We have to outthink that, which means we can't now there might be a time when some random billionaire, like class trader, like an Engels figure or a like a Somniostatic or a Sake Tanuki or whatever. You know what I mean? No, but I mean any of those people who are willing to donate and stuff like that, they might be able to help. But that's not like the average person can't do that. Our side is fighting against entrenched money. You know what I mean? Our side is fighting against the Koch brothers and against the Tucker Carlsons and the Rupert Murdochs, the people who have the entrenched money and their class interest is in maintaining that money at whatever cost. So we don't have that advantage. And what our advantage is, we have community, we have innovation, in my opinion, on our side. We can come up with creative solutions, but it's not as simple. And the fact of the matter is that it would be very convenient for right-wingers, for the current status quo, if every leftist spent their time blowing their life trying to get into office and failing. Think of how much of energies would be wasted only to find out that it is actually impossible for you to hold office. And keep in mind, this is the case with a lot of third-party candidates as well, not just leftists. I mean, the Green Party isn't exactly a leftist party. They're like not particularly socially progressive. They just have strong environmental issues, and they've been there. I often have said this, that the like Green Party is like probably one of the smartest like If it was a psyop, it's got to be a psyop, because it's like it's taken the efforts and the money of so many people and has never won a single election. And every single year, a ton of people put in their money and their effort and a ton of their time to campaigning via the electoral system for Green Party candidates, only to lose and not actually do anything. All that money just evaporated. And imagine if you were like, imagine if you're playing, like, imagine yourself as like, for a second, put yourself in the position of like a political, like a, you know, a strategy person. If you're playing, maybe you're playing a game of StarCraft 2. Wouldn't it be awesome if you sent a really like cheap unit, like an SCV? You know, are you familiar with StarCraft at all? Out of curiosity? Hello? You still there? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did we lose you? I think we lose you. Hello? We lost you. Okay, I brought you back in. Can you hear me?
Testing.
Okay, can hear you now. All right, excellent. Oh, it's volume.
Okay, yeah, I'm not familiar with StarCraft, but
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, whatever. You can think about it like football or any other thing you're familiar with. If you send a distraction that takes your opponent's energy and time away from where the actual game is being played, like, you know, football, say you fake them out, you do a fake pass and then you just run with it. You know what I mean? Bam, there you go. And that's what a lot of electoralism, or a pawn in chess, sacrificing your pawn to get a bigger card, to get a bigger piece. That is exactly what a lot of these things are. And I feel like people should realize that and recognize that we have to think bigger than just like following the rules by the book, because the rules by the book are designed by the people who are currently controlling it, and they have a vested interest in keeping themselves in power. Now, that doesn't mean that all elections are 100% rigged or anything like that, or that you should ignore voting altogether. Obviously, absolutely not. That's ridiculous. There are some votes that can be incredibly impactful, but throwing yourself into the electoral system, into being an electoralist and believing that the electoral system will fix everything, is exactly what your opponents want you to do. They literally want you to spend all of your time playing by their rules, dumping loads of money into these systems, and at the end of the day, they still win, and they get to make the laws, and you just wasted your money, and another leftist has blown their money on a meaningless campaign that didn't do anything. So that can suck.
Well, that does suck. I think when I was referencing those two books, it's more or less a when we have to think about how we combat the influence of the institution, it's much more the long-term, like, generational kind of thing, like, 50 years kind of thing.
Well, yeah, but
not to say. Well, hold on.
Sure.
Not to say that what you're saying is. I'm not saying you're wrong. You're right. These institutions are like they're really against a lot of leftist ideas, and so what we can learn about like what happened and why we live in the situation we live now is good to know, so that we can come up with a different way of doing things. But on the other hand, in the past where like the left almost solely relied on unions and the strength of unions, but when that went away, like the left was almost dead, pretty much Reagan until the Bush administration. And now that we've built ourselves back up again, we got to start thinking about how. I think we should think of ways to strengthen our communities, of course, like you said, but also ways we can gain more power as well. So my thing is like it's a both thing.
But if we're talking about how to gain power, the conversation about how to gain power is very different than like how to win an election, right? I think there are ways of gaining power, of leveraging power that don't involve votes at all. Or if they do involve votes, they're votes of members of another organization. I think it would be possible for us to start building organizations that fill the needs that society has, that actually deal with the material conditions, and that in and of itself generates power. Because if people are getting their help from you, and the state or the government or the Republicans aren't answering them, well, then you're the one who has you have the power. That is the power. The people are granting you the power because you're filling their needs. And there's a ton of examples of this. I've talked about like clinics. Like one of the things that is like the greatest example of this, in my opinion, was stuff that was done during the civil rights movement. There are a whole bunch of clinics all across this country that were founded by the Black Panthers. And by the way, they have up on their walls and in their locations all kinds of information about who the Black Panthers were and what they did. These clinics provide healthcare to people who otherwise wouldn't get healthcare. They save people's lives, and those people keep on ticking, and those people then push the country left. I think we need to do stuff like that. That is power, in my opinion.
Well, yeah. Just to interject, at that same time, what was the name? Black separatists, they're organized as well as too, helping Black people with drug addiction and helping families. If you know of Tamika Mallory, she has association with Farrakhan. And I know some lefties don't like that because obviously Farrakhan and his rhetoric is really toxic.
Farrakhan's an anti-Semite.
Yeah. I mean, and so, and I mean, I didn't say this, but I'm not, I'm a African American, Black male, but
sure.
But even though those obviously those efforts work, but there's also a ways that which the right decimated Black communities.
Yeah.
Even though a lot of them were strong, even the Black Panthers, they were strong. And then over time they still got decimated essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why I mentioned that it should be a both kind of thing, because we don't want to be decimated on one end.
Well, but the fact of the matter is that the decimation is occurring right now, and it needs to be stopped. But the fact of the matter is, how can you stop the active decimation of communities via the systems that are enacting that decimation? This is what people are going to see in the coming 4 years. Having Biden is definitely not nearly as bad, not even close to as bad as having Trump. But the cycles that have been put in place by our very, very right-wing government that are going to be, that are overarching and that don't change between presidents, those things are going to keep churning. Those communities are going to keep suffering. They're going to still have poisoned tap water. Right now, Black communities in America are dying of COVID, and those things have to be changed. And they can't necessarily, the system that you're talking about, the electoral system, is currently allowing those things to happen. And it's very hard to vote that system to stop.
As far as Black communities, we've always known that we have to combat those systems. It's not a new battle for us.
Right. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that
but we still, at the end of the day, we still fight hard to participate in it. The CBC passed the Jobs, things like Jobs and Justice Act in the House, to help Black people. When Ice-T had that little, contract with Black Americans,
I think that whole business.
Yeah, that nonsense. Yeah. And the House already passed that. The CBC endorsed it. I mean, they came up with it.
Right.
And they fought hard for it to get it passed in the House. And so I don't know if that's what you consider electoralism or not, but I think those kind of efforts are still important. At the same time, you and I and leftists everywhere, we build our communities, strengthen them hardcore like diamonds. And I think that was only my slight disagreement. Obviously, so looking at Black history, I see a both and kind of thing. Even though the struggle is long, it's hard, and in a lot of ways it's disappointing.
Right.
Because Trump got elected, and that hit all of us super hard.
100%. Yeah. Well, but I mean, again, I never have and don't advocate for abdicating yourself from the electoral system. I just don't believe in electoralism, and that's why. And I know that there's there appears to be some I don't know. Maybe we need a new term, because like it seems like there's a lot of confusion about the term electoralism. But my understanding of the term electoralism has always been like it's an ism. It's a belief state. It's saying that the way that you fix things is by going through the proper channels and playing nice in democracy and then voting. But I don't think that's the answer. I think that yes, there are times where we can vote, and if like for example, AOC is a great example of somebody who probably for one reason or another found the opportunity to be able to be a representative. She has that skill set, and if you have that skill set, I'll support you. I mean, Dylan Burns is somebody like that, right? Like Dylan Burns is somebody he's for a number of reasons, it's not just like chance, but I mean, he's in a position where his life has worked out in such a way that he can go into politics, the mainstream. That's awesome. I would love that. If people have the opportunity to do that, you got to go for it. But me and basically everyone I'm ever going to talk to are never going to find themselves in that position. Now, the people who do, of course, I'll support them. Absolutely. But I just don't think that, I just don't think.
Can I interject?
Yeah, go for it.
In regards to that, I'm going to reference the Benjamin Dixon interview I mentioned. One of the things that you can learn from the books that I mentioned is that a lot of the right-wingers support their, in air quotes, thinkers, people like you and Bosch. And so on the right, they're financially stable enough to keep themselves going for quite a long time. Obviously, there's like, the Rubin crap like that.
Yep.
And so... And obviously on the left it's harder because we're not like rich as well. But as long as people on the left, thinkers like you, we keep you guys afloat, and then give yourselves more views, that will inevitably bring people over, no matter what on the left spectrum they may land.
Well, I do appreciate that, and it is true, I won't be able to do advocacy, or I won't be able to put on a funny show that teaches people some cool stuff with lefty politics in it if I don't have the support. But the only thing is that's on that is just like the difference in availability is like, I mean, again, like the Koch brothers, or the Koch brother now, but the Koch brothers in the past, like they have so goddamn much money that most of us can't even fathom it. They can literally just hire an entire team of people to go find basically sock puppets like Steven Crowder, all these random people that they can just pop up out of the ground, and they can sustain them forever because it's all back channel. They have, I mean, how much money do you think Steven Crowder is making? And like Steven Crowder, and like when you have that type of money, you can do magic. Even though Steven Crowder's content is hot garbage, it's not even funny. It's just like it panders. They have the money to pander directly. They have the money to fucking hire social media managers who can make sure that you're getting every single drop out of the algorithm. They have the ability to own the airwaves. The same thing happened with Rush Limbaugh. I've talked about this with Rush Limbaugh as well. That like Rush Limbaugh is talent. He's a talent. Is a talented broadcaster. Not a broadcaster anymore now, but he was an incredibly talented broadcaster. It might be hard for them to find talent again to fill his shoes, but the damage is already done. He spent a lifetime being his pockets filled with money from every Republican and right-wing oligarch, just so much money running ads for them. Like, just he dominated the airwaves in America because the money was already there, so when if there's money that comes in, and if there's, as we go into the future, if there's a bunch of Reddit billionaires or Reddit millionaires who have lefty leanings, they need to support this shit. Like, otherwise it'll never change. Like, absolutely. And, but like at the end of the day, like I have to figure out how to advocate for us to be able to make wins, even if the angels never, even if the angel investors never come, even if the class traders, even if we never get an Engels, even if we never get a billionaire lefty who secretly fills the pockets of thousands of lefty channels to teach people the facts about reality and to entertain them. And I mean, it is sad because we had some of those, like PBS isn't exactly like a leftist organization or anything, but it certainly had some lefty values, and it provided education to a lot of people, and PBS is dead. PBS has been choked out by, slow and steady defunding and deregulation and just death by 1,000 cuts, which the right can afford to do.
I wouldn't say they're dead yet, but I mean, they do still some good work, like Frontline, the PBS News Hour. I wouldn't say they're dead yet.
Yeah, I mean, but
I still have hope for them, but yeah, compared to everybody else, yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think like the whole like some of the lefty infighting, like the whole force of vote thing doesn't help.
Nah.
But whatever, like yeah, it's
yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things. I think it's complicated, but I assure you that like I'm just a political edutainment streamer, and I do have a lot of ambition, and I do have a lot of drive. I'm very serious to make a good show and make my arguments good, make sense to people, and really outdo the competition to the best of my ability. But I'm only one, and you know, hopefully some of us together collectively will come up with some really crazy good ideas for how to, like, you know, find exploits in the system and make victories with that. But yeah, it's tough. And for now, like, I mean, I think that there's like, I think this streaming thing is for me, I genuinely believe that streaming is like a hugely important opportunity. I think streaming is the new radio. It's easily accessible. It's you know, comparatively cheap to start up streaming, and lots and lots of young people listen to it while, like, all the time. Like, people go to work, and I know this from my own audience as well, that people go to work, they listen to me in the background while they're doing shit at work, just like I used to listen to radio when I was younger while I was doing shit in the yard with my dad or whatever. You know, a lot of people do. I mean, that's the value of radio, and I think streaming is like that. I think streaming has the potential to be something that's like, wow, we can really learn a lot, and like it can be really good, but we have to push it there, and that's a complicated challenge. But I have some ideas I have some tricks up my sleeve, and we'll see. Who knows, some other streamers might have some tricks up their sleeves as well. Who knows? You know, I would love to. I've thought about this, like, quite literally. I'm not at this point yet, but I would love to get my show on the radio somehow, even if it was like an off hours thing. Who cares? Like, wouldn't that be cool to get even more like people who may not have internet access into being able to listen into the show? I think that'd be cool as hell, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hey, thank you so much for coming on. I am going to have a quick chat about the vaccine. But Kays, it was really, really wonderful talking with you. So I really appreciate you coming in and picking my brain and shooting me some challenging questions, because that'd be you know, I live for this kind of stuff. So thank you.
Yeah, you know, it got me thinking. Yeah, because like my mom just recently got awarded for some of her work in racial justice, and
that's,
you know,
amazing.
kind of made me think about you know, what political engagement might be. Yeah, just those kind of questions just appeared in my mind.
Yeah, and I think there are. I am very much a believer in a diversity of tactics. There are all kinds of ways. Everybody's different, and everybody has a different skill set. And you'd be surprised what types of skill sets can come in handy. And it's more about what we're actually trying to accomplish, in my opinion. So yeah, thanks for coming on.
Awesome. Yeah.
Bye.
Okay. Yep. Bye. Yep.
That was a great conversation. That was a fantastic conversation. Woo! I loved that. That was awesome. What a good conversation. So good. So much bing, 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 bing. You gotta get me onto radio. Yeah, I want to get on the radio. I would love that. I would love that. Oh my God. Now, we are about to have Britt on. Sorry, we're going to have Britt on, and we're going to talk about a real quick presentation on the vaccine. So stay put. I got to go to the bathroom, and I got to grab myself another soda. We're going to do the vaccine presentation so you all can be informed when your anti-vax grandparents or whatever are arguing with you. You'll be able to go, bam! And then we're going to do boogie, because that's going to be really fun. So I will be right back. Give me just a second. I'm going to put on, guess what? You all get to have the music. Ready? We're going to play music while I'm gone so you can listen. Enjoy the song. I'll be right back.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Ooh. Look at that. See, now you got to have nice music while I went to the restroom and I got myself a new soda. Let's get this set right up. You found the answer to the life, the universe, and everything from based Richard Wolff. 21-second clip. All right, we can do a quick 21-second clip. What kind of vibe do you want your Lil anthem to be? I'm thinking of something like Bad Religion. Ooh, Damn, I mean, I love me some strong ass bloomer metal, you know? I mean, but I don't know. I don't know Bad Religion all that well. I'd have to sit down and talk with you. I mean, I will say, god damn, that, I'd have to think about it a little bit. Yeah, damn, that's so exciting. Hey, Ambam, thank you so much. Demon, Bo Beeman, Banana Fan, Fofeeman, Me, My, Mo, Meeman, Demon, Mama, Bobama, Banana Fan, Fofama, Me, My, Mo, Mama, yeah, true. I had 2 donations while I was gone. Let me read them. Let me find them. They might have been YouTube ones. Okay, let me check the YouTube ones real quick. What kind of vibe would you want for a death metal banger? Oh, God. I'd have to fucking sit here and go through it. Listen. Oh, God. I love the Doom soundtrack so much. That's what I first think of when I think of this stuff. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Let me just, hold on. Let me just get this all figured out. Hold on, real quick. Oh, God, I have so many things open. Here we go. Okay, let's do this first. Okay, so this is the first thing that I was requesting.
Socialism is when the government does stuff. And it's more socialism, the more stuff it does. And if it does a real lot of stuff,
I love mathcore so much.
Communism.
I love mathcore. Oh, that's going to copyright. Oh, no, it won't. It's too short. That's a good one. This is awesome. He knows Marxism. Thank you very much. And let me check real quick. I didn't see his take on it. I'm free. Adam Flores, I'm so happy for you to be free. And Captain Gwendolyn, this is for the quality GME content. You are very, very welcome. You sent that Cory Bush versus Green feud dono a bit back. Cory moved offices. Green said to her during the 6, you should stop inciting BLM terror. Holy shit. Yeah, we can talk about that a bit later. We'll definitely get into that. That'll probably be in the Mimi stuff we do a bit later. All right, let's get Britt in here. One minute. Give me 1 second to get this all set up. Kaboka, I didn't know. All right, let's do this. Here we go. 55 seconds and counting.
Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Let me just close your stream out here right now. Yeah, I can hear you.
Ah, your voice is so clean and crisp. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks. I stole one of my friend's headsets for this.
Amazing. Let me get your. Okay, so first off, Britt is okay to list, I'm guessing.
Yeah, Britt's okay. I'm just. Hi, my name's Britt. She/her pronouns. I prefer not to say my university, but I am a junior in university. Okay.
Yes, I have independently, y'all have to take my word for it, I've independently verified that Britt does indeed have the credentials that she claims to have. So don't worry, you'll have to trust me. I did my journalistic intent, but I'm not exposing people's private information, okay?
No FX.
Yeah, I'd prefer a bunch of Nazis not like contact my university and be like, she's doing all these things.
Yeah, that would be, let's avoid that, yeah?
Yeah,
So why don't you give everybody what you're studying, why you're here, and what you're like interested in, okay? Give the chat the info.
Yeah, totally. Hi, my name's Britt. I'm studying biochemistry right now. I'm a pre-med hopeful, all that stuff. And I have been like extra focused on the mRNA vaccine, partially because it's super cool. I mean, like this has been like a theoretical thing for like decades now, and all my classes this like last quarter and this quarter were like, oh my God, it's happening. So I'm just super excited about it, and I've been hearing a lot of people like even like progressive like pro science liberals kind of like express some doubts, so I kind of wanted to like clear some stuff up because it's been a lot more widespread, especially with all of the like weird anti-science stuff going on.
Yeah, it's been very, very difficult for people to be able to sift through, even people who are relatively informed. It's become increasingly difficult for people to sift through misinformation and even just like doubtful information. It's become incredibly hard in this era of mass disinfo. So first off, do you want to give people the basics of what the mRNA vaccine is, and like what if it's going by any other terms in the media, or if other people might refer to it as something else?
Yeah, totally. So I mean, it's the COVID vaccine, mRNA vaccine, all that stuff. So there's mRNA vaccines are a totally new type of vaccines. So we had a couple more previously. So the goal of vaccines is to produce an immune response. So your body's like, hey, this is how we respond to this disease. So we used to do this like forever ago with like live attenuated vaccines, and we still do that sometimes. So it's basically like I put some keywords in here to engage the young audience. They cuck the disease until it's too beta to compete against your immune system. So basically, they really severely weaken it. So there's some issues with that though. Like sometimes something always can go wrong, especially if it's still alive. Because the big issue with like viruses and other things that you can inoculate against pathogens in general is that they mutate, because everything mutates. Whenever something reproduces, it mutates. Stuff mutates all the time. So there's that. There's inactivated vaccines, which are just like dead things, which sometimes is an issue because you might not get an appropriate immune response. And then there's a relatively newer one. So they're like subunit polysaccharide recombinant and conjugate vaccines. Basically, you chop up the thing into the parts that matter, and then you inject that into a person, and then their body's like, wow, cool. So what mRNA vaccines are, what like specifies it is mRNA stands for messenger RNA. So basically what it is you're injecting a person with the information for their body to produce the what we call antigens. So antigens are just the scary stuff your immune system reacts to. So
it's the X-wings of the body. They're the little battleships. They go and they go.
Yeah, it's like, and there's a lot of kind of fear mongering with this part specifically. So I want to get specifically into what RNA is and what mRNA is. So it stands for messenger RNA. So I'm assuming most people have heard of DNA, but just a refresher, it's the genetic code you have. What RNA is just kind of like cheap, shitty copies of DNA that you use, and like your cells transport it out, and it's used basically as a template to create proteins. Proteins are like responsible for everything. I mean, like hemoglobin's a good example, and in this case, the coronavirus spike protein, which is the one we always target. It's a little spike that comes off of the coronavirus.
Or this plunger, right? Sometimes it looks like a plunger, or is that something different?
It definitely looks like a plunger. I think it's like commonly referred to as a spike protein, but both of it works. What's important about it is that it's how it attaches to your cells. So like it can't like get into your cells if it can't attach. So if you find something to bind to that spike protein, then you're good to go. You're good. So what the mRNA vaccine basically does is it basically gives some of your cells the material, like the instructions to create this spike protein. Then you have it on top of your cells. Your immune system's like, hey, that's sus. Takes it out, and you're immune, basically. And what's really cool about this is that, what's really cool about this is that it is relatively easy to produce compared to other vaccines, which is kind of why we got this so quickly, is because like you know, we have this thing called CRISPR where we can just like chop up DNA in any way we like. So it's been a really cool thing to see. Yeah, that's the basics of it.
And yeah, so that's really an awesome rundown. I am, believe it or not, I actually studied bio for a while. So like I remember some of this stuff. And if any of you have taken like high school bio out there, you'll know mRNA or RNA as, you know, when the zipper unzips the DNA and then it prints out a copy and then the proteins go like this and then it builds a protein. That's the stuff with the zipper and then it copies and the little stringy comes out like this. That's what it is. Right?
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's really cool. So
yeah.
Look,
so,
people are remembering it from high school. See, this is serving as a two-parter. Yeah, the zipper goes down, and out the other end it prints out a single strand, and then from the single strand it builds the protein. It's cool as hell.
High school bio is actually important. Newsflash.
Yeah, as it turns out.
I hear so many people complain about it, but then stuff like this happens where it's very, very necessary to know about it.
Yeah. Oh, another thing I wanted to mention. Some people in chat, this is just a little like interesting tidbit, but when Britt was mentioning the like live culture types, you may have seen like some of your relatives, probably your older relatives, may have a scar on their arm. And like a little scar on their arm. And that is often from the smallpox vaccine, which was for a very long time done by a live culture, correct? Where they would make a small incision and they would just plop in a little bit of the bacteria. And it's kind of nasty to think about because we don't even think about it that way, but they would basically plop in some bacteria into the spot and then put a Band-Aid over it and your body would fight it off and you'd be fine.
Yeah, actually, cool story about the smallpox vaccine is originally derived from cowpox, which was a really similar variant of smallpox that was just like a lot less severe. And so that's kind of like the first example of attenuated, vaccines and stuff like that. Super terrible ethics with that experiment though, because he gave it to the guy gave it to his kid. It's actually where the term vaccine comes from. I need to stop nerding out about this.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So yeah. So what we have is the new COVID vaccine is a really cool, advanced and lower risk and cheaper to produce type of vaccine that previous to now had mostly been theoretical, but now appears to be working, which is very, very exciting. Not just and correct me if I'm wrong here, not just because it's going to help us fight off COVID, but also because it opens doors for us to become immune to other types of diseases, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. It's also like pretty quick to produce. Like one of the main barriers to this was like how we deliver it. Another really important thing about mRNA vaccines is that I've been hearing people just through the grapevine of like, my family members coming to and being like, my friend on Facebook said this. So mRNA is recycled in your body like all the time because you're constantly producing it, which makes this a really like it's very low risk because it's going to get recycled. Anyhow, I have to emphasize this a lot. It does not change your DNA. I've heard that so many times, unless you are the HIV virus and have reverse transcriptase, which you don't, I promise you, it's not going to change your DNA. That was one of the weirder ones I heard.
I think, and again, this comes from my my experience with right-wing conspiracy family members. There was a lot of paranoia about basically like sci-fi like sci-fi portrayals of like, I don't even know, like nano machines that like are gonna go into your body and like replace your DNA with like cuck DNA instead. And people just don't realize, like, first of all, that's like, so we really can't do that. Like we're really struggling with that sort of thing. And like, secondly, like doing that would be unbelievably expensive and difficult. But that is the mindset that a lot of people have. They think that there's like, that like, I don't know, fucking Bill Gates is going to inject you with the femboyination virus that's going to go and replace all your DNA with femboy DNA or something like that.
I mean, it's the gay agenda.
Yeah, it's the gay agenda in a syringe. You inject it and bam, instantly. Just they rewrite everything. Yeah, it's a little bit it is a deep-seated paranoia. It's been around for a long time, long before this type of vaccine was even possible. So, you know, you have to, one of the best ways to ward off conspiracy theory is factual information. So being able to tell people, no, it doesn't rewrite your DNA. All it does is, you know, it allows your body to identify the spikes and stop them in advance. Bam, there they go. And all of a sudden they're like, oh, maybe you're right. You know what I mean? Yeah. So
I mean, like, with everything, I have to specify this with, I'm not a doctor. This is not medical advice. This is just information that I have gotten onto through a lot of research and stuff. I mean, like, there's dangers with everything, but this is like a really low risk that, like, I have like the data for like the Pfizer vaccine as of like January 15th, like 21 people out of like nearly 2 million had any sort of anaphylaxis, which is like the more dangerous allergic reaction, and none of them died. And I really have to specify because there's been a lot of fear mongering about like, you know, people dying while getting this stuff from, you know, they got the vaccine and then like 3 weeks later they died, and people associate correlation with causation. So I have some sources on this, but the WHO basically said that they did a big study on this because, you know, a lot of people were bringing this up, and most reported deaths that were like in any way linked to the COVID vaccine were 75 plus, and they were terminally ill and are, quote, in line with expected all-cause mortality rates and cause of death for that age range.
So the people who had the worst complications are people who are likely to have complications from nearly any medical procedure.
Yeah, and also it's not really, like, it was more that it was just lightly correlated. Like, you got the vaccine and then you died, but these people will also, I don't want to be crass, but people in this, like, range die just in general. Like, it doesn't really matter what,
it's a high-risk group.
Yeah, it's a high-risk group that's, like, this isn't, like, a risk to these people. It's just, it's easy to find, like, a correlation when you have, like, a family member who has, like, you know, stage 4 cancer, and then they get the COVID vaccine and they die, and, you know, they obviously, like, you know, when you're in a state of grief, you'll try to find a reason for it, and some people blame the COVID vaccine, which isn't really apt at that.
Yeah, you know? And we see this happen all the time. I mean, this was a huge part of what happened with the with autism, right? And the vaccine and the immunizations thing is this like sort of heavily ideologically driven conflation of not even correlation, but correlation and causation, and then expanded out and exaggerated and pushed through the grapevine and telephoned. Yeah, it's not that, like, you know, there has to be, if you're going to say that something is like killing people, then you have to have evidence of that thing, because again, in a high risk group, a lot of things could kill you. A lot of things could make you know, you sick, but you have to make sure that it's actually that thing. Yeah, I know there's been like crazy disinfo. There's been videos on Facebook, especially like totally like unmarked videos, no actual information, just saying this is my aunt 2 minutes after she got the COVID vaccine, and they're like having a seizure or something. It's terribly manipulative and dangerous.
When I get into like any sort of argument like that, I always try, like, at least a tactic that works well for me when, like, especially when you're like debating scientific fact, is always to rely on like empirical data, because it's very, very unlikely that all of these different like competing scientists, like, I work with scientists all the time, they can be catty bitches and try to tear each other down all the time. Like, it's like how you get clout. They're not going to all like collaborate to have this mass conspiracy theory where they construct a narrative. So it's incredibly unlikely to have a bunch of people do a bunch of separate studies and for it all to come to the same conclusion, and for it to be just fake. Which is kind of how I, like, you know, I'll cite a study and then say, like, it doesn't make sense for like these groups to collaborate in any way that isn't just like pure science. This is not saying that like science has never been fallible. Like, I'm hoping to become a gynecologist someday, so I'm very well aware of how science has been misused.
But I think people mistake like how science gets misused, and they're looking for, again, a lot of the times these conspiracies fixate on like secret cabals, when in reality it's much more mundane, it's much more boring. Something like you know, one that I talk about very frequently, an example of like the mishandling of science is how because of the pre-existing discrimination against trans people, a very small group of scientists' word was taken as law because it was the only research that was allowed to be done on trans people at all. And so that being the only thing that can be based off meant that all following research had to tie into this pre-existing research, which creates a long cycle. And that is, again, that's boring. There's no secret cabal doing it. You know what I mean? It's just one dude who happens to be the only one who's ever published a study on it. And then, you know, somebody has to cite something for something else, and so it gets reused whether it's appropriate or not. And that's the sort of thing that happens, not like these sort of like, yes, all of the secret Democrat medical experts are secretly putting gay frog DNA into the mRNA like vaccine. Like that sort of thing just is not like, it's fantasy, but it can be appealing for people because it's intriguing and exciting, and it sounds like an action movie. Yeah.
It also feels better, I think. Like, I think a lot of people, like, stuff just happens sometimes, and it sucks a lot, and it makes you feel, like, super crappy. Like, you know, when you have a family member who just comes down with a disease, like, you want to find a reason, you want to find a way to fix it, you want to find, like, an enemy to target when it comes to this stuff. And we see that it's especially rampant. Like, I was reading up on the 1918 pandemic because I have no life. And like there were anti-maskers in the 1918 pandemic. There was like a lot of them.
Yeah.
And like a lot of their conspiracy theories are very similar to how they are now. And I think it's just like they don't like to think that there's just something that's indiscriminate and like it's not like, as much as it sounds religious, it's not like a work of God. Like it's not some divine judgment. It's not something with a purpose. It's just meaningless and hurts people.
Yeah. And I mean, it is one of those things where I think, again, with my history growing up in an extremist church, there is big elements of that because acts of chaos, acts of injustice shine poorly on the idea that there is an all-knowing, completely good God that's controlling every single aspect of life. And when you encounter something like a disease that burns through a population, that doesn't play well. You know, it doesn't match well with that narrative. It's hard to resolve the fact that like a God that's supposedly good could allow a disease that burns through a population indiscriminately. Yeah. So.
It's a lot easier to think that all scientists are like satanic, like, I don't know, Jew, Democrat, socialists, who are all out to get you instead of like sometimes mutations happen. I do want to hit a couple other points because I just want to let the chat know about why they should get the vaccine, because I've also heard like, you know, people being like, I'm fine, I'm, you know, 19 or whatever, which, like, you know, I get it, I'm 19, I feel like I'm gonna live forever also, it's super cool. I'm immortal, so like obviously I'd never consider this. That's a joke. But it's very important for everyone to get the vaccine when it's available for them as soon as they can. The big issue is that like if you just let a disease infect a bunch of people, like, you know, like it just burns through a population. Normally diseases don't just like go away, especially like you know, coronaviruses like as like a group are very variant in it, but we've already seen like, you know, significant mutations in like strains. And the issue with this is that if it mutates, our vaccines might not be useful. So it's not just about like protecting yourself, it's also about protecting other people, and especially other people who might not be able to get a vaccine. Like I have a lot of older family members who have to go off their medications or, you know, other stuff like that and just have a really bad time in order to get this vaccine. And there's plenty of people who can't even do that to get the vaccine. They just have to rely on like herd immunity, which is why it's like so vital that absolutely as many people as we can at least get the vaccine as long as it's, you know, safe for you to get it.
Yeah, and here's where I would say, I am not even a med student or anything, but what we have a fact of is that we don't get through plagues without vaccines unless it's the Black Plague and then everybody dies, and that's really bad and we don't want everybody to die. But do you all remember, like, even those of you who like to stay in your house, do you remember being able to like go grab a beer with a friend? Do you remember being able to like drive to the next state over or get a cheap train ticket over to the next state over and see your family? Like, do you remember being able to eat pizza with a friend and play like D&D at your local game store? Like, that shit is not coming back until we fucking get ourselves vaccinated. So that should like motivate us to like move forward. And if it means you got to make a call to your doctor and find out when you got to take the vaccine, that's a small price to pay to be able to like literally breathe outside again. And it would be really, really nice if we could stop having Americans die. So that's my plea to all of you.
Yeah, I like Americans not dying, especially like there's a certain level of culpability that's kind of like lent to diseases, at least that I've noticed in like populations, like, oh, you should have been careful to not get this disease. But like when it comes to like the virus that causes COVID-19 and even other things like this, it's often just chance. Like, you can have just the perfect storm of the worst circumstances and you get this disease, and it really sucks. And it's just kind of a roll of the dice about what's going on. Whereas like the coronavirus vaccine, I always have to like edge this in there, is pretty like not an issue. Like, I mean, again, like, only I have to always hammer on this statistic. The Pfizer data was like 21 people out of like 2 million had any sort of anaphylaxis and no one died.
Yeah.
So like, it's very, very relatively light. Again, not a medical expert, but I think I have to like just let everyone know there is a strong possibility you might have flu-like symptoms, especially if you're older. This is normal. You don't have the disease. Flu-like symptoms are produced by your immune system responding to things.
Yeah, you get
like
that even when you get a flu vaccine. I got that after the day after I got my flu vaccine.
Or like, your arm just hurts.
Yeah.
Like, it's a reaction to your immune system, and especially with this, since it's relatively new, like when there's more like testing and stuff like that, and we've had longer to develop vaccines, especially for this, we normally can like mitigate some of those responses, but sometimes you just kind of got to take the L. It should only last like a day.
Yeah.
At least most cases do.
Yep.
But yeah.
And it's a very small price to pay in order to help move us past this absolutely horrific and incredibly depressing chapter. And you know what? Listen, not to really, really fucking grease the wheels here, but you know what we can do when COVID is over? We can do a Demon Mama meetup. What? That
sounds rad.
Isn't that gonna be fucking rad? Wouldn't you want to do that? Well, guess what? It's not fucking happening until COVID's gone. So you all better fucking get vaccinated.
I mean, like, I live relatively close to Seattle without specifying where I live. So I feel like it would be exactly in range. So I would be down.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. We'll do something cool. It'll be like everybody will be really, it'll be really weird because nobody has been outside in like forever. We'll all just be like, hi. Oh
just
yeah, wait
no
a minute. We can like approach within 5 feet of one another. What is that thing that's moving on the bottom half of your face? Oh right, we have mouths that aren't necessarily have to be covered by masks all the time. Yeah, it's gonna be fucking weird.
Holes in your face. Oh, that's a nose.
Oh, that's your nose.
What?
Everyone's gonna be offended at first because it's gonna be like, oh my god, wait a minute. Oh wait, we don't have to be offended when somebody's nose is out of their mask anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. True.
Yeah,
how do I emote IRL? Yeah, everyone's gonna be like, literally, everyone's gonna be like, Pepe laugh, Omega lol. I mean, wait a minute, shit, I'm not in chat anymore. Yeah.
Why do people happy?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all I have for like my little presentation. You have like my references if you want to share them anywhere or anything.
Yeah, I plan on doing a little, probably going to do it this weekend. I'm going to turn on my camera and I'm going to record a little like chatless rundown of what we talked about and do a TikTok so we can get, some of the TikTokers some of this good information because
the Zoomers.
Yeah, the Zoomers. Listen, the Zoomers are the future, so we got to take good care of them Zoomers. Yeah. Protect the Zoomers at all costs.
I do have one final meme because I have the study that I whip out literally every time people challenge me on this. Masks work. There's a meta study by the University of Washington. You have my thing, but I have it in my document.
Please post that in our Praxis resources, and we will pin that. Yeah.
It's so good because it's like it's small for a meta study, but for those who don't know, meta studies are studies on studies. So you collect a bunch of different studies and you look at them and you're like, wow, this is what they all say, or this is what they don't say. So they're very, very good for gaining scientific consensus, and it's such a big dick move to pull this out. It's like, oh, well, your study has like 20 people in it, mine has 20,000.
Yeah, it's awesome. And those are the types of things where you can give people a lot of information, and it's very hard for them to pick holes in those sorts of things. Now, some people are always you won't always be able to convince your conspiracy theory uncle. However, you might be able to vaccinate the rest of your family to this type of information. A huge part of preventing the spread of disinformation is being the first one, just being the first one to get the information out, in the first place. So, are you cool with taking a couple questions from chat?
Oh yeah, totally.
Okay, so first question.
Again, not medical expert, just gotta specify, I am an undergrad biochemistry student.
Okay, that's fine. I heard the vaccines, this is from Gaylord. I heard the vaccines still work pretty well on new strains. Can you say what you've heard about that, if you have any info?
Yeah, so it still works really well on new strains, which is really, really, really good news. My worry is because we've seen so many mutations recently and also a lot of infections, we don't know how long that's gonna last. Like, how diseases kind of stay in circulation is like, what if we get one that suddenly is like just more prone to mutations? An example of this is the HIV virus. The HIV virus is like, it mutates so much, like just insane amounts, which is why we can't like get a vaccine for it out, like at least not very well. We have treatments, we have antivirals and stuff like that. So I'm very, very happy to say that we do not have any strains of COVID that are resistant to the vaccine. I gotta say a big yet on that, because since we've seen so many recently and because of the rates of like COVID spikes recently, just get vaccines.
Yeah, the sooner the better. Unfortunately, I know a lot of that is out of our hands because that's in the hands of the government at the moment, but until then, please stay safe, because the sooner and the better that we do, the faster this all can be over, which would be a giant relief. So we had a question from Lawboy named Troy. Are you aware of any differences between the different vaccines being produced by the different companies?
So I'm not aware of any specific differences. I think that they were just so a lot of like mRNA vaccines, they are targeting the same thing, which is the spike protein, from what I know. So I think the mechanism is relatively similar. The what was kind of the key thing in developing the vaccines is like the carriers, because specific complicated biochemical reasons, stuff doesn't always travel in your blood well, stuff doesn't always go into your cells well, especially like bigger molecules. So a lot of it's like trying to figure out a way to transport it and make sure it gets into your cells, because cells are very good gatekeepers and will keep out stuff that it doesn't want. So from what I know, they're very, very similar. They're all the same type of vaccine, and they're all like the same like genome, from what I understand, for lack of a better term. Yeah.
So they're similar. They're similar enough that it's it's mostly going to be like what the mRNA is being like squirted into you with. It's like a liquid, slightly different liquid or something along those lines, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the same thing, from what I understand. The CDC and WHO have very good information on the specificities if you really want to read a massive paper with a bunch of jargon in it.
Yeah, well, I'll be able to, we can post the documents and stuff for people who are going to be engaging in like debate, but this, so we can do that. We'll post that later. Another question, if it's true, does the immunity after catching COVID not last very long, but the vaccine actually does? Is that true? And is there a reason for that you know of?
Okay, so this is kind of my conjecture, I'm not super positive on this. From what I've heard, there's like specific reasons for it, because there's certain things that are in common when it comes to viruses, because all coronaviruses, everything mutates a lot. Like, that's just a thing that happens. It just depends on the nature of the mutation for how it's going to affect like immunity when it comes to a virus. So it depends on like the type of, so when you respond to a disease, you don't always respond to the same part of the disease, right? So like, for instance, your body could be like, I think that this protein is annoying in the antigen, so I'm going to respond to this, which might not be common for all strains of the coronavirus. But something we do know that's in common for a lot of them is the spike protein, which is why we targeted that specific antigen.
So your body is only so smart, and like if it's fighting a vaccine on it, if it's fighting a virus on its own, it might say, your body, this is like really simplifying it, but it might conclude that like, oh, it's actually the ball part of the virus we got to worry about instead of the spikes, because your body can't figure that stuff out all the time. But we can choose to teach the body with the vaccine how to target the spikes, and then it succeeds.
Yeah. Again, the CDC has great information on like the specificities of like who should and shouldn't. Everyone should get the vaccine regardless of whether or not you've been infected, is what I've heard so far. This is a little bit unsubstantiated because I haven't done a bunch of reading on it, but from what I know, that's the case.
Okay, excellent. So what do you have any information on the sort of likelihood of a vaccine not working due to out mutations, or like could this create a new pandemic in and of itself?
Yeah, so there have been a lot of fears. Shout out to Jeff Holiday. He has a great video on the natures of like pandemics and stuff like that.
Okay.
I found it really informative.
Cool.
He has a recent video on it if you want to look more into the topic. I can't say like the exact likelihood. I just don't like, I'm a D&D player, love D&D. Even if there's only a 5% chance of something, if there's only a 5% chance of me rolling a nat 1, I do not like those chances.
Yeah.
It's better to be safe than sorry when it comes to this stuff, and there have been like floated concerns of this becoming a seasonal thing because of how much it's like already mutated.
Like the flu.
Yeah, like the flu, and we really don't want COVID to be the flu.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't want the flu to be the flu, honestly.
Yeah, we've been trying to get that down as well, and that's been a struggle.
Yeah, and polio too. Polio's almost extinct, but it made a comeback because a lot of complicated reasons.
Yeah, there was it's real. That is a very complicated story indeed.
Yeah.
So Kabibble has a link to send you about perhaps that apparently like estrogen favorably protects you against, or gives you a slightly higher chance of being immune to the disease. I can send you that afterwards. I don't expect you to look over something on stream.
Yeah, that sounds rad. I'd love to read that.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people. I have heard of this before this was brought up here. I don't know if it's actually true, but I think it has something, if I recall correctly, it has something to do with the types of how the virus binds to your cells, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. So then we have another question. Is there a chance that in the future there will be like broader antiviral vaccines that could protect us of future, or that could perhaps protect us from future iterations of the virus?
Yeah. So that's really exciting about mRNA vaccines, is that because they're so malleable almost, like we don't have to figure out the exact way to like attenuate the virus or the exact like antigens necessarily, and like how exactly to like chop up a pathogen to get specific antigens.
That's awesome.
This is a lot more easy to develop, so there's a massive possibility. There's these things actually called basically there's certain conserved elements to a lot of different viruses or bacteria or whatever that you can target and then have vaccines targeted to those. So that's some really cool like new possibilities.
Really
I also
exciting.
have to stress, that this is not as new as it sounds, because it's still a developing field of research. This is the first mRNA vaccine that we've had. It's not new. It's not like entirely new. Like, we've known about this kind of thing. We've been studying this kind of thing for decades. We just haven't really had I would say, the scientific willpower to go after this specifically.
Yeah, and there's a whole other conversation we can get into about how research money is distributed there, but yeah. Yeah. So one last question we have, which is, and maybe you won't be able to answer this. I don't know how many debates you've had with them, but do you think that in conversations with anti-maxers, have you found that bringing up data helps? It seems that if some people are like this person, Joyless Llama, says that they've found that if people are far gone to be anti-maskers, that they usually just ignore data outright.
So it kind of, what the approach that I found really useful is kind of, it's almost like a bait and switch thing of like, I debate a lot of anti-maskers.
Okay.
Because I have no self-control and I go into YouTube comment sections. But
God's work. God's
if
work.
You see, yeah, it's such a drain on my mental capacity. But what I've found really useful in convincing people is almost agreeing with them on some like basic things.
Okay.
So if they say like if they make the argument, for instance, like masks are permeable, and you're like, yeah, masks are permeable, but it's still, you know, blocking stuff. Like you'd prefer to be behind a fence when like someone's like, I don't know, like throwing spears at you compared to like not being behind any sort of thing. Like it's permeable, there's chances of the virus getting through, but it's nice to have a level of decreased access. And also I think that the argument, as much as it's like reiterated time and time again, a lot of anti-maskers haven't heard it, at least that I've seen, is the argument that it's not to protect you, it's to protect others.
Yeah, I like
it's
that
one of those, it's the same as the vaccine. It's not necessarily to protect you, it's to protect others. That I found really, really useful in debating anti-maskers. Also, just bringing up, normally it's like they read one cherry-picked study on like info.liberty.gun or whatever.
Yeah.
And
ooh,
like
the
it's
dot
like
gun. Ooh, that's such a good ending.
Oh yeah. I read this one thing because I also debate people on Twitter, and there was someone talking about Antifa starting the fires, and they linked me a thing, and I went to the thing, and it, you know, some like .gun or whatever, and I looked at their sources, and they cut out the like negation of the thing, so instead of like not anyone can set fires, it would be anyone can set fires or something like that.
Oh my god.
It was very funny.
That's so manipulative. It's so like
yeah.
blatant.
So normally what's really important is to ask them like for their study, and then to look at it, and then to be like, this looks compelling, except I think that this thing's been misleading. And it's also, as much as it's awful and it feels terrible, it's very important to like handle them with kid gloves, because oftentimes that's kind of the mindset we're going at when people are scared, because it's normally a fear response that's kind of provoking this. Now don't waste all of your time debating anti-maskers. Only masochists like me do that, but it's still, you know, if you want to like get in it with your like friends and family or coworkers or whatever, there's kind of these basic steps you can bring up. Also, you'll get the link to the study, but that meta study is very important because it's so massive and it's so wide reaching and it's so concrete. It's not like some cherry picked data you got off of some .gun website or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's from an actual like accredited medical institution.
Yeah, and here's the thing, everyone. If you're going to be debating with individual anti-maskers or anti-maskers in your family, chances are my style of dealing with anti-maskers on this show is not what you're looking for, because when I'm dealing with anti-maskers on this show, I am performing for an audience. I'm not trying to convince that individual anti-masker. I'm trying to show everyone else that the anti-masker is full of shit so that no other people become anti-maskers, and so that people who might be lurking in the audience but aren't necessarily being insulted might move away from their viewpoints. But if you're talking to an individual, you got to put those kitty gloves on and try to convince them to put their goddamn mask on.
It's also fun to watch.
Yeah. Of course, yes. But one last question from 85D2D Derek. What applications does this mRNA technology have beyond just vaccines, or is this mostly just a vaccine thing?
So, kind of like the basis of this is like in CRISPR. I would highly recommend anyone who's curious look up what CRISPR is. It's like gene editing stuff. So there's a massive array of gene therapies. We're kind of getting into lots of cool new research on that stuff, which is just super rad. So like the basis of the research, which is in like, gene editing and being able to build these like organic molecules, has like a large impact also. I've heard, this is just a thing that I've heard theories of, just, around the circles I hang out in, but stuff like, you need a lot of different proteins for things. Sometimes you don't have the gene to encode that protein. Being able to, have the mRNA artificially introduced can give you that protein, which can be very, very useful for some people who have genetic disabilities that, have a very specific issue.
Yeah, awesome. And there is one last question. This one's a little bit of a light one from Cash McCrash. Do you like the movie Gattaca? How do you feel about that movie? Do you like it? Have you seen it?
Oh gosh, I love it. It stresses me out so much.
Oh, because it's just like kind of off the wall, like, or because it's
it stresses
dystopia.
Me out. It's dystopia, and also like, I mean, like as someone who works in like, I worked in a lab for this general area of science, and as someone who has some physical issues that are genetic, I'm always like, what if we get to that stage? I don't want to be discriminated against kind of mindset, which it's not really a likely thing in the near future, but it's a very cool movie though. And also it's cool that it's anti-eugenics. I like that.
Yeah, it is.
I'm pretty anti-eugenics myself.
Likewise,
I think it's cringe.
Yeah. I think eugenics is, to say the least, extremely cringe and very unpog.
Yeah,
to
very
say the least.
blue-pilled.
Yeah, it's you don't want that shit. But yeah, no, I think that I think if we can get a society that functions a little bit better on its core, we might not be so scared of advancing technology. Because I think right now, and I talked about this in a debate recently where, what type of society are we that we're afraid of the ability to automate things that we don't like doing generally? What type of society are we in where we figure out how to cure diseases that can kill us on a genetic level, and we're scared that it will be used to like ruin our lives? Like, that's terrible. Like, what type of society do we have? Hopefully we can get to a place where we aren't so scared of technology advancing.
Yeah, I noticed sorry, I noticed, like, especially like obviously I live in the general area around Seattle, nowhere specific. There's not a lot of black people here, but the few people of color that I've interacted with have, in my opinion, very justifiable concerns about a lot of medical technology.
Yep.
If you're ever curious, read up on, I mean, a ton of things, but specifically this thing called a partial hysterectomy that was performed in the 1960s on mostly black women in these things called teaching hospitals. People of color, black women specifically, were experimented on a lot and used as like training subjects for, when these med students graduate to white people. Terrible, terrible stuff. I totally get why there might be an anti-medicine sort of vibe there. But I heard you talking about this earlier. The Black Panther Party actually very much advanced this very cool. So I'm very in favor of science communication. I think it's incredibly important.
Yep. Me too.
And the Black Panther Party did a ton of stuff in science communication. Like, they were teaching, I'm gonna say AFAB, assigned female at birth, for those at home. People with cervixes specifically, which includes trans women. I gotta specify that for people. Cervical cancer can happen to trans women. It's not often, but it happens. And it taught, like, these people how to do their own pap smears. And like a ton of other stuff. Like, I don't recommend DIYing your medical tests, but it's stuff like that where they understand the basic mechanics and have a way of, performing medicine that is reliable and not dangerous. That I think is very, very important.
Yeah, it's actually really amazing. And the history of the Black Panthers, and actually in this area as well, is how involved they got in providing independent of the state medical services is really fascinating, especially for someone like me who's a bit of the leaning on the anarchist philosophy side of things. It's super interesting to me. And yeah, it is a simple fact of reality that right now, in this country and in other countries like the UK, it is very, very common for trans people to DIY their own treatment. And while thankfully HRT is not the most dangerous thing in the world, it can be for certain people. So it's much better to be able to be informed and to be able to safely clear that stuff than to just go into it blind.
I'm really happy to find like a lot of other people like myself, not to boast for too much, but I want to go into gynecology specifically so I can be an advocate, because it's a very cis white male dominated profession.
Yes, it is.
Which I think is kind of cringe, because there's sometimes people who have uteruses, vaginas, whatever, that aren't cis and white.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. And hopefully that will be something that we see change in the future. And I'm really happy to know that that you're passionate about that kind of thing, because it is, at the end of the day, it is individuals acting in these great systems that make the changes. So that's amazing. Awesome. So Britt, thank you so much for coming on and for giving us your presentation. It was super, super informative, incredibly awesome. And you have done a good here. I know that your research will not go in vain. And it's been very informative for me, and I'm quite sure it's been very informative to the audience. Is there anything else you wanted to say or plug or anything like that before you go?
Masks are cool.
True, they are cool. Yes, indeed.
That's it. I don't have any major social media, so.
Yeah. Well, no worries. I believe you're on our Discord, so hopefully you'll chill about, and there may be more opportunities for us to talk in the future. So thank you so much.
Super cool. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much for having me. This was super fun.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming on. It was amazing, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
All right, you too.
Bye.
Goodbye.
What a great conversation. What an incredible conversation, right? Was that not an awesome conversation? Yeah, it was pretty good, huh? Yeah, that was good. Well, guess what? I am quite sure that masks have been regularized in our society. So if you want to wear a mask, I'm sure nobody's going to bother you about it. Yeah? Yeah, it was extremely pog conversation. What did I tell you? I told you this was going to be as informative as fuck. And I'm actually surprised we still have 181 viewers. Thank you all for being here. Now we're going to do some fucking drama shit. But first, I think I have a debate. I think there's another person who wants to debate with me right now. Let me double check. Nick is ready? Okay, you're going to bring them in? Okay, let me get in there. We guess we got another debate. Let's do it. Let's do another debate, and then we'll do the drama. Look at this. What a day. What a day, huh? Hold on one second. All right, let's jump in here and let's do this. Hello, hello, hello.
Hi.
Hi. Is this Nick?
Hi, Nick. Yeah, it's Nick. Hi, Demon Mama. Nice to talk to you.
Hey.
I'm just gonna jump out right now. You guys have a good debate.
Thank you very much. What are your pronouns, Nick?
I mean, I'm cis, so it doesn't matter.
So, do you want me to just put any all, or do you use she, her, or he, him?
He, him. That's fine.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right.
I believe your pronouns are she, her.
That's correct. Yep.
And if I call you ma'am, you won't be pissed?
No, I won't. Although,
okay.
No, I won't be pissed. All right. So what's up? What's up, Nick? What do you got for me tonight? I heard you had some discussion topics.
Well, discussion topics in a way that, okay, first of all, I want to get out of the way that your book is mirrored, and that might be a dumb meme, but
my book is mirrored?
Yeah, the book behind you, or I don't know if it's a book or a poster or something behind you.
Oh yeah, mirrored. It is. It's a protest sign, and it says unionize Amazon, tax Bezos.
Oh, okay, that's awesome.
It was from when I went to a picket in the before times.
Ah, I got you.
Just a little bit of shameless virtue signaling, that's all,
It's okay. Everyone's got a little bit of virtue signal in them. A little history, I guess.
Yeah.
I just specifically I wanted to talk about human-centered capitalism.
Okay.
And I know that you're not a big proponent of capitalism at all.
I am not.
I know a lot of leftists are not as well. I seem to find myself agreeing with Marxist historical material like materialism and like all the stuff that like lefties talk about. But I'm in a super rural area and community, and I do talk to a lot of the people I'm with. I do have a lot of conversations, but like it's so hard to talk to anyone and like have any kind of progressive change. Trying to talk about like anything having to do with socialism or like progressivism or anything. So I was born and raised conservative, and I live in conservative areas and stuff. So like, I've been always interested in politics, and when Andrew Yang came up, I liked that it was capitalism, but like centered around humans. And I started reading a lot into like socialism and communism and actually Marx himself a little bit. And I just can you maybe explain to me like maybe why I shouldn't be a human-centered capitalist if I do find myself agreeing with Marx? Or
yeah, I mean, I think there's a pretty I think actually this is a kind of simple argument for me, which is that capitalism. Okay, so when we're talking about societal issues are largely caused by systems. It's very hard to look at one random person and say, okay, can I extrapolate out this single person's experience in life into, making sense of an entire country of people with highly diverse existences? No, you might be able to pick up some like commonalities, like, certain things. You might be able to find some, advice that you could give that individual, but it's very hard to understand a system without analyzing the system as a whole. And when you start to analyze a system as a whole, you realize that there are mechanics of societal systems. There are mechanics of economies. And capitalism is a system that by its nature, by its structure, does not center humans. And so it's very hard in my mind to come up with a capitalism that actually centers humans, because you can call it that, you can say that it'll do that, but the mechanics of how capitalism actually operates just never will. It's like, I don't know, it's like trying to drive your car in the water. You know what I mean? The car is designed to do a certain thing, and then when you get it in the water, all of a sudden it's not able to do that thing. And likewise, capitalism is designed to do a very specific thing, and you can't force it to do that other thing because it's not designed for that. And I guess like when you sort of step back from all of the intense political argument, whatever, I just think that socialism and eventually communism, hopefully anarchistic communism, is a much, much better system, in just about every single way for what we're actually trying to accomplish. Like, I guess for some people who really want to live in like an age of like robber barons and oil people, like capitalism works really great for that. And it does. Capitalism does do certain things very, very well. It's just that it's not going to do the things, it's not going to do human-centric things very frequently, or when it does, it's going to be with a very, very specific bent to it. Like, for example, you might get some billionaires who do lots of nice things in the same way that you might get a king that does lots of nice things. There's a statement that like conservatives like to do a lot, which is and I heard this all the time growing up. You've probably heard this before, but people say that like the best type of government is a perfectly benevolent dictator or something like that. But it's like, but you never get those. Because when that guy dies, his son takes over, and his son might be a jackoff. You've probably heard some, Republican or conservative relatives say something like that.
Actually, I find most conservative, and I, from what I remember from your background, I believe you grew up Mormon, right?
I grew up evangelical Christian. Yeah, Protestant. Yeah.
Oh, Protestant? Oh, oh, really? Yeah. Interesting. I thought, never mind. But still, I grew up. Really? I grew up evangelical. Sorry, I'm not going to shift it too far, but
no, it's good.
I grew up evangelical as well, and I'm finding now that a lot Baptists, to be specific, like fundamental independent Baptists, like like they hate the trans, they hate the gays. They're like, it's pretty. Even though I still call myself somewhat conservative, but not outwardly progressive. Anyhow. I find that these people don't really like government at all. Their favorite kind of government is actually no government. because
they say that, but they say that, and then they go ham on people like Donald Trump, and then they fly Blue Lives Matter flags, and it's really funny to me because it's like again, I mean, this is like, my whole family has always been like super, they love the military, they love the police. And it's like, wait, but that is government. The police and the military are government. So they say, oh yeah, I'm kind of a small government person, except for, you know, we should fund the police a ton and we should fund the military a ton. It's just an aesthetic. You know, there's no actual substance to that claim in my experience a lot of time. I don't think they really hate the government. They say they do, but they just hate the government when it does stuff they don't like. And like, I mean, maybe it's a difference in like who we grew up around, but I find it it's very rare for me to find actual small government people. The ones who usually are, like, they kind of tend to self-isolate. They tend to kind of go like buy a farm in the middle of nowhere and then actually become independent. And those are the real small government people. Most of the other people are just like, no, I don't like, when they say small government, they mean I don't want to give welfare to black people. And they don't, but they're perfectly fine like dumping millions of dollars into the police or keeping up the keeping up the military industrial complex.
I have a question though
Sure.
about that, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I live in a very red state,
Mhm.
like probably the reddest state.
Sure.
Mike Pence is crashing on at a couch here right now.
Oh, like wait, like Illinois or like
Indiana.
Oh, Indiana. Okay, yeah.
And I feel like so I guess I really called you because I wanted to talk, like, how can I call myself progressive. I want progress to happen in my rural community.
Yeah.
But I don't know how to, like, there's no real way to talk to these people, because at the end of the day, what it comes down to is they don't like government at all. Like, they don't care for the government.
Well, okay. So there's a
Or
couple...
they start talking about like socialism, because like I grew up in a post-Soviet household or whatever.
Yeah, that's a lot of Americans. Yeah, so
Yeah.
a lot of people have huge problems with that. I mean, okay, so it's really hard. So like, when it comes to, we're kind of talking about a couple of different topics here. When you're talking about like reaching people in rural America, it can be pretty tough, honestly. And I say this having spent most of my life living in rural areas. It can be really, really tough because, of course, a lot of people are constantly reinforced by their social environment. Like, you know, they might be going to church every week where they're getting a dose of bias confirming religious messaging or whatever. There's a lot of that happens a lot. I tend to think that in rural areas, one of the best ways to like make positive change is to empower the people who already exist there, who are already like biased towards progressivism. So for example, a lot of
any type of progress, like
Yeah.
whatever the bent of progress. Yeah, because that's okay. So in my mind, it's like out here, like we're making trade-offs, right? We're not talking about trans rights. We're not talking about gay rights. We're not really even talking about abortion. We're just trying to get like democratic workplaces established, or
that could
something
be a thing.
to that effect, right?
But I mean,
You know what I mean?
also, there is room for other types of like social progressivism. Like for example, like a great example is like in a lot of states, there have been like very, very small charities that have sprung up and managed to find a huge, like a big political and advocacy presence by pure passion. So like, say you have a small state and you're the only like pro-trans advocacy group around or pro-gay advocacy group around. Well, guess what? Every single gay person and every single trans person in the state is going to find you. And they're going to be willing, like a lot of them are going to be willing to fight with you as long as you treat them well and you're actually doing what you say you do.
Is it possible to detach, like, I guess I know the answer, but is it possible to detach like LGBTQ like issues from like all types of other issues? Because I just know that these people will never be okay with, like, you know, it's almost like trying to talk to like a single issue voter in a way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're always, and I just like they're all like so someone like a single issue voter like only votes against abortion, but like they might only vote like or then it'll be abortion, or it'll be gay people, or it'll be like the education system being okay with gay people. You know?
Yeah. I think that it should be done at your own peril, so to say, because and I think there's a lot of historical examples of this. I think, first of all, humans are really bad at like gauging numbers. It might seem like trans people are really, really small, like a percentage of the population. But if that percentage of the population is united in its goal, a lot of changes can happen. And like 3% or 5% of a population in a state is actually pretty huge, especially if you're going to be appealing directly to them. So that's a risk. I think that what you're sort of talking about, sort of like a class reductionist approach. It sounds like a little bit, and those things they can be really dangerous because, and I don't believe that like it's a wise choice to do so. But there might be times where you have no other choice, and it could be.
If I do it in a way I'm sorry. If I do it in a way in a way that's like positive populism, right? Or I'm not talking. I don't have to be talking about bashing the gays or
right.
You
I
know,
should hope not.
Well, yeah. Oh man, I won't. I would never. Yeah. I have come full circle compared to so many people I grew up with and knew.
Yeah.
And talked to. Even though I'm still learning, honestly, I feel like a lot of people who are conservative are still learning. A lot of
for sure, yeah.
A lot of the everything that goes on.
Yeah. I mean, it's difficult. It is really hard, and like I think there are some things that like I don't know if there's an easy answer. I do think that it's like okay, so there's this sort of thing is a double-edged sword. So and let me explain this, like from the perspective of somebody who belongs to one of those minority groups and grew up in a really, really rural area and a really super Christian area. Like if you're gonna need allies no matter what. You're not gonna be able to do this shit alone. And the thing is, like, for people who are for people who belong to minority groups, whether it's gender or sexual or skin color or race, whatever you want to talk about, like they're in rural areas, they're often in survival mode, and they're going to be looking for organizations that they can trust or not trust. And a lot of them are not going to trust organizations that aren't even willing to like say like, hey, we believe in this. And we believe that you're like,
really, I really find that like, that's like people really falling for like the oldest trick in the capitalist book, is that when corporations or like when organizations like put these kinds of show of like, oh, you know, they put their flag out for the right days and whatnot. I feel like people just buy that hook, line, and sinker.
Well, real quick question: Are you gay?
No.
Okay. Are you black?
No.
Okay, and you're cis. You said at the beginning, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you ever know what it feels like to go to a place. And for the first time in your life, to see like a nurse wearing wearing a pin that has like a rainbow flag that says "You are valid," and just knowing like this weight off your shoulder that, oh my God, thank God I don't have to think about whether this person's going to be discriminating against me based on my sexuality, or I don't have to hide my language. I don't have to lie about whether I'm straight or gay. This is a huge deal. Like, and I know that it is possible for corporations to co-opt this, you know, and just plaster a pride flag on stuff. But I think it's very hard for people who've never been in that position to have done that. Like, I remember the first time I ever came to this state. Like, I live in Washington, and the first time I ever went to Capitol Hill, the historically gay neighborhood, and I saw rainbows painted on the streets. Every single store in that neighborhood has a sign on it that says, "We do not tolerate bigots. You are welcome here regardless of your sex, your sexual orientation, your skin color, and your religion." Every single store has a sign like that, and it is an unbelievable feeling of safety and relief to see that. So while yes, maybe some of those stores are shitty, the fact of the matter is that they have together, for all of their other flaws and all of their, you know, they're still capitalists, their stores and stuff, for all of their other flaws, they have made it clear that is not socially acceptable anymore. And it's incredibly, incredibly safe. It's incredibly nice. Not just nice, but it's incredibly powerful, and people remember that. People who've been treated bad by the system on the basis of who they are will not forget that. And yeah, I do think it's possible for it to be maliciously used, but it's also just a simple fact of reality. And I could say this as somebody who's tried to survive. When I'm looking through the phone book, and I see a doctor that lists that they're LGBT friendly, I'm gonna fucking call that doctor first, because I don't want to deal with a risk gambling on somebody who isn't willing to say they're LGBT friendly. Yeah, maybe they might still be a piece of shit, but if they're not willing to say that, then why the fuck would I even try? And the fact of the matter is, again, like, unless you really don't care about those marginalized people, you need those marginalized people. Like, marginalized people make up a huge amount of the people that we're, you know, trying to help. Even if each individual minority isn't the majority of the country, there is still a huge amount of people. And like, for example, unions in America were largely, many of them were defeated by capitalists exploiting the fact that they were very racist, and they wouldn't allow black people or Asian people into their membership, and that meant that they didn't have solidarity. They couldn't get the whole workplace on their side, and that you need that to be able to fight. I very much believe in an intersectional leftism. I don't think that leftism is leftism unless it's intersectional, because you cannot build solidarity with people who will ultimately turn around and kill you because, or not even kill you, but restrict your rights. Some of them will kill you because of who you are. You can't.
Wait, but yeah. Do you think that do you really think it's a majority of conservative Christians that you grew up with that would kill you? Because these are people you know. I'm not going to talk to you about people you don't know. You know what I mean? And sorry if that's
like,
personal,
would they kill me with their own hands? No. Would they let me die? Yes. Fuck yes. Almost all of them have and will. The number of people in my family who just literally said nothing and even helped my dad when he disowned me from the family, and all of them in solidarity with him just stopped talking because you know, it was easier to just let the weirdo queer disappear out of the family than it was to cause any waves with the fucking asshole. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, silence can be violence, and it is true. Like, most of my family just let me disappear.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get. Okay. I guess.
Yeah.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I understand what you say.
Yeah. So it's a big problem, because I think that while I don't think that like every conservative in America is like literally a racist, like personally, and like would kill a black person on sight, there are all kinds of varying degrees of racism among like conservative circles in America, and it ranges from would not say anything to would join in, and that is concerning, because you don't really have that same problem on like the other side as much. There is still racism, there is still discrimination, but not even close to the same degree. Like, your average Democrat, the reason why they're a Democrat is, like, for the average Democrat, that is because they're really actually personally grossed out by like racism and stuff, and so they're like, like, I don't want to be a part of that. Like, they might even be conservative like fiscally, but they're alienated by the fact that the Republican Party in America and the messaging of the conservative factions in America has become so far right wing that it's disgusting and sickening. You know, like, there's so many people who are alienated by American conservatism, and it's one of American conservatism's biggest weaknesses, honestly. But yeah. Yes.
Do you see? Okay. Sorry to shift the conversation.
That's fine.
Do you see maybe a splintering of like the conservatism based on like church, even, like, because I feel like, because I went to church recently.
Sure.
For Sunday school, and I had to walk out because it was literally like, you know, the Democrats and their LGBTQ agenda and their snowflakes, and it was literally just kind of saying buzzwords.
Yeah.
And I know that some branches of Christianity will never be able to like merge or accept like progressive ideals and like you know what I mean? Like, there are just some sects of Christianity, like, you know, there's like 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 there's like kind of the cool center, kind of more center Christians. Do you think like there'll be like a big split down the middle from like?
I mean, I don't know about on religion. Like, this is really complicated because, in my experience, like, religions tend to, God, it's really hard to say. Like, okay, so
God, right?
yeah. I mean, it's really tough. Like, I don't think we're going to see a religious, like standard religious schism right now. I think that what we're likely to see in the Republican Party and in the conservative side of America is a split along the lines of like more or less the Trump Q cult and the establishment. That appears to be what's happening. And I don't know how that's going to play out. I don't know.
Yeah, I know you can't see the future. You don't have a crystal ball. But...
Yeah, Vermin brings up something here, which is something that I've shared. Vermin says, my mom started going to online service because the priest stopped going to online service because the priest kept telling them to vote for Trump. She, for real, almost denounced her lifelong Catholicism over it. So here's another, and I have a similar experience, which is that, believe it or not, a few years ago, I went to a Catholic mass on Christmas because I was like, you know what? I'm not Catholic. I've never experienced like a proper Catholic mass. And it was actually
me neither.
Yeah, it was actually a breathtaking experience until one of the cardinals who was there went up and started talking about gay marriage perverting the like natural way of God's intention. And like there were a lot of people there for that Christmas service, and this was a Christmas service, so it's not supposed to be like a super political one. It's supposed to be as welcoming as possible, and they still went up there and started talking about that, and it was like we literally just left. And like, again, I was there as an atheist with the goal of like a cultural experience. I was just like, you know what?
Yeah,
fuck
just
this
want
shit.
normal kind of Christmas, right? Just like a
Yeah,
normal,
like I wanted to go there and give them the benefit of the doubt.
Mother Mary, whatever.
Yeah, I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt and enjoy their art and partake in their religious culture, and they can't.
Have a little
can't.
cracker, hang out.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do. You're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to go up and do. What's it called? The sacrament or whatever. The I can't remember what it's called. I can't. I'm blanking. I can't. The Eucharist. You're not supposed to do Eucharist. Yeah, you're not supposed to do the Eucharist. And
they don't have that in the pews.
No.
My church had those had our like cracker in the pews.
No. Catholics, you go up and you get it. The priest has to put it in your mouth.
Yeah, they put it on your mouth. Yeah.
It's quite rather. It's quite strange. But yeah, anyway, the whole thing was I was like, you're not supposed to do it if you're not a Catholic or whatever. But like the thing is like. It is really bad. So the fact of the matter is that I think that the religious right in America is indeed it's going through a transformation where all of the like non-Trump, non-QAnon people are slowly being pressured out of the spaces, and that is concerning. Because I think it's leading to more religious extremism as they press out the lesser, like they force out the lesser extremists in their midst. Now it's possible that there might be some like, chill churches and stuff that pop up, but like those people are by their definition not the extremists, so they're not likely to make a whole lot of noise about it. Now it's possible some people do crack the other way, but no, I think the church largely by and large, just like they always have, I think that the religious groups are going to be seizing on the extremism, on the further
they'll always
zealotry.
Dog whistle to their base.
Yeah,
kind of.
Yeah, and I mean, keep in mind that churches have for a long time been especially traditionally white churches have been the vehicles for propagating racism, for propagating anti-scientific thought, for propagating anti-psychology, all of these things, because they're so because so many churches are so structured as like powerful culty, they're able to disseminate information in a very specific way where it's also endorsed by God, so it's all just accepted and comes in together. And I think that's very dangerous. It's the dogmatism that I talk about on here relatively frequently. I am concerned about. I mean, I think it's been a problem. The religious right in America is a malignant force. I don't know. It's very hard right now to tell what's actually going to happen with it, especially because like Trump has just disappeared. So I don't know.
with Trump gone, it's with Trump gone, people are just dumping him like yesterday's news and just looking for the next, strong daddy to like.
But the thing is, the next strong daddy might be a fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene, who literally believes that Jews fired lasers from space. Yeah, like, I mean, but seriously, and this is the concern. Like, it's really bad. Like, and so like, there is a certain degree
but the thing is that conservatives don't agree with her because of that narrative. They agree with her because people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and all these other Republicans make everyone feel like really bad to be like they're they invoked such a persecution complex onto like Christian people or like other like non-progressive people, right? And that persecution complex, they get a dose of that every Sunday.
Absolutely. Oh, 100%. Like, I mean, that was I've talked about this before too. Like, the war on Christmas thing is very much a cornerstone of the religious right, even between Catholics and Protestants. It doesn't matter. That's uniting because they need to feel like they're being persecuted even when they're in charge. But I mean, this is where it's like, it depends on what your goal is. For me, I will never live in one of these rural places ever again, like, unless something really drastic changes, because I realize that, like, me as an individual trying to, like,
your quality of life is just not
the religious don't view gay marriage
not
as a political issue. They view it as religious.
So what do we do? What are we gonna just bust all the trans and gay people out of Indiana and all the other red states to the blue states? Like, what are we supposed to do?
It's a tough question, because I think that, like, a lot of people do that already. Like myself, a lot of trans people just find any way they possibly can to get money and go somewhere where it's safe for them. And that is the really sad state of our country. And this is why I do think it's actually ridiculously important that we pay attention to intersectional issues and that we fight these things. And it might even mean that we have to, like, I don't know what's going to happen in the coming years. It's very possible that a lot of these people who got on the Trump cult are going to get scooped up by, like, traditional religious cults that also tie into, like, they bring in, like, the atheism, or they bring in, like, the QAnon and the Donald Trump stuff. We might have to go back and kind of learn some of these tactics from fucking American atheists who were able to make strides against the overwhelming power of the religious right, just because these churches are so goddamn good at propagating horrible stuff. But it is difficult, because how do you make a change to a space where every single person who doesn't match a very, very specific type of demographic, aka white, cis, straight, openly, and how do you, like, everybody else is trying to flee that place, how do you build a base of support? How do you emancipate people from that without breaking the churches? And I don't know. That is a tough question. For many individuals, they just conclude it's not worth it, and they go to where they can be safe because they only have one life to live. And that is a huge problem for a lot of rural America, is that, like, rural America people are desperately trying to flee, because if not, your life is horrible. And so I don't know, maybe it is possible for places to start building. I mean, I do know this happens, by the way, like I lived in West Virginia for a while, and I lived near I lived in the college town in West Virginia. Morgantown is where I lived in the past. This was many years ago. And there were like Morgantown is like a local haven for trans and gay people. Like, I mean, they're fucking everywhere in Morgantown because there's a university there, and it's a tiny oasis where they all hide out, and then they slowly raise money for each other and then leave the state. But I do think it is possible for like little oases like that to arrive, and then people to band together and start making advocacy outwards. And that can happen, that can happen, but it's really got to be a strategic analysis. If you're in a rural area and you think it would be possible for you to start making changes, that's great, but there's and there might be some really cool shit you can do. Probably there might already be some people doing that there. Probably with your university, there's probably gay, GSA is what they used to be. I think a lot of them have rebranded to like LGBTQ centers, but like GSA was like Gay Straight Alliance in the past. Those sorts of organizations exist on most campuses, and they do good advocacy work, and sometimes they're the only advocacy in the entire state, and so there's a lot of solidarity to be found there. The problem that I have with not like trying to avoid intersectionality in these discussions is that it's really fucking hard to organize against like capital when the main thing that you need against capital is solidarity, and you can't have solidarity because some of the people of your group hate on a basic level other members of or other potential members of the group. It makes that damn fucking hard to build any sort of solidarity, and solidarity is literally the core of lefty or even capitalistic reform. You need to have solidarity. You have to have a workplace that damn near, if not every single member, ideally every single member, but if not a vast majority of members of that workplace would need to be able to be together to do a strike or to unionize. And if you can't have that, it ain't gonna work. You're not going to be able to get those goals, and the American labor movement is proof of that. Whilst there were some wins, a lot of unions failed because they could not overcome their own discrimination, their own prejudice, and it left them vulnerable. And then they collapsed because capital was able to exploit that vulnerability better than they could. So you see where that's the problem?
Yeah, I kind of see what you mean, is that like if you going up against capitalism, you got to have basically all of your checks basically checked. You got to have the gays, like you got to have trans people, trans people, black people, like immigrants, like illegal. You got to have I just think that there has to be a way that I hope maybe you could maybe do like a easy like just 101 for like people who are like conservative and like evangelical or Protestant, whatever, that are coming out of it and just like, I don't know, like being when you're taught your whole life that trans people are trans because they have like a mental deficiency or they're like mentally inadequate, or or you still don't even know, are gay people born gay, or did God make them, or did they choose to, there's so many and so I guess that there's like not a lot of like resources for like people who are conservative and do kind of want to branch out. I'm sure maybe the chat is maybe saying people who are, but there's not, and so like when you don't know much about a subject, you don't really care for it, and then you try to move on to the next subject that everyone kind of has an interest in. Like I know in my workplace specifically, like it's pretty, even though I live in one of the most progressive areas in Indiana, it's still like you can't talk about like a lot of politics at work, like you can't. But the easiest things to talk about aren't like gay issues and like black issues, even though those are things to talk about. It's about it's economic issues, because that's something that no matter what other like problems you're having, everyone's having money issues. And I had a really great conversation with you. I did not come prepared to talk about like anything Andrew Yang or math related. That's so fine. I'm so sorry about that.
It's totally fine. I think that there might be room for a different type of rhetoric that basically frames solidarity and as an economic issue. Like I think there's room for, if you're talking about politics and economy, to tie in and say like, yeah, well, that's why workers got to take care of each other, even if they're different, even if your coworker is a Democrat, you got to look out for them, because at the end of the day, it's us versus people who want to exploit us, and that might be room where you can start planting those seeds of the concept of solidarity, of the concept of class solidarity, that it says no, like I don't care if you're black or gay, like we're on the same side of things, like and that might open people's mind to being able to rethink things. Also, like there are a lot of people who haven't bought in all the way, and all they really need is like an argument that appeals to them to understand why they shouldn't hate gay people, because I think there are a lot of conservatives who don't really want to do that, and who like, but they just have never really met somebody, or they think they've never met somebody who's gay, or they think they've never met somebody who's trans, and so they kind of just assume the default position, and they might just need a little bit of like a kick in the right direction, and that can start opening their mind to other political issues. Because again, it's very, very hard to unite on economic issues when there's like there's like a
bunch of stuff,
a giant like shadow hanging over the conversation of, oh yeah, like it's cool that we can both fight for the paycheck, but is this guy gonna lynch me? Like that's a really huge risk, and like most minorities are not going to take that risk because it makes sense, obviously, you know what I mean? Like you're not gonna, you might, yeah, sure, it'd be great to get a regular paycheck, but like I'm not going to risk it. I'm not going to risk like coalition building with somebody who might, you know, turn around the next day and vote for me to be kicked out of the workplace because of my skin color.
Right. Or make it their own political agenda to be against you or whatever.
Yeah, it's hard,
I understand
but it's definitely difficult. Like, I just think that like, I think we have to like, we do have to evolve our rhetoric, but I think we also have to take, like pretty strong aim at the propaganda machines of the right. Which is hard to do, but we're kind of in a good place to do that. Rush Limbaugh
with Fox
ain't
News
doing so
viewership being down. And all that.
Well, but OAN and Newsmax is up. Yeah, but I think that like I've talked about this in the past. I haven't talked about this in a while, but in the past I used to talk about how like if you have a pipe that's spewing sewage all over the place, you probably shouldn't really like worry about cleaning the walls until you plug the pipe.
Stop the gap.
Yeah, you gotta stop that
radio
pipe.
in the early 2000s for sure. That's exactly what that was.
Oh,
just garbage,
yes.
garbage,
Endless.
and all of the people and I think, but see, most of that wasn't. Maybe it was. Maybe I just don't. Maybe I'm a lot younger and don't really remember. But I feel like most of that wasn't really against just like LGBT people, just for the sake of it being LGBT.
Definitely was.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm thinking more like Sean Hannity in like 2006, 2000, like more like 2008 when Obama got like, because once Obama got elected, it all really came back full circle to like Islamophobia and like being like socialism and all that garbage. But no, you're 100% right that if we can't start mopping up until we plug the gap. But so like you say, plug the gap, but what does that mean? We're gonna have to end all churches? We're gonna have to make sure all churches are taxed?
Well, maybe. I mean, I think that, well, God, this is hard. I mean, it's definitely something I'm thinking about, because it's like, I'm finding it becoming more and more relevant, for me to like go back 10 years to when I was thinking a lot about like atheism and how to combat like extremist religion, because if I'm honest, I believe we're dealing with an extremist religion, even if it doesn't look like it. Like, American republicanism is a national religion. It is very much like it's a secularized religious movement that worships the American state, and at this point, I don't know,
American way.
Yeah, the American way or whatever, and it's very difficult to deal with, and that's a tough thing to struggle against. Like, it's not something that I think it's taken a lot of people by surprise, because I think there was this idea that like, oh yeah, like, thank God, the like super crazy religious like Westboro Baptist types are like on the way out. But now there's that exact same tactics are being used, but around Donald Trump and QAnon, and around like American real Americanism and Make America Great Again. Like, this is the same movement. It's the same tactics, the same manipulation, the same constant repetition of dogma. Yeah, and so it is difficult. I do think that like when it comes to economic issues, one thing that is I would imagine would be very, very effective to talk about in rural conservative areas is, you know, you don't necessarily have to bring up socialism or communism or capitalism even at all.
Oh my God, no, scare words.
Yeah, scare words. But you can talk about stuff like communities and mutual aid and communities working together and connecting with other communities to protect themselves when the state has failed them, which it has. And I think there's room to talk about that, to say, hey, like, look, like, the federal government never came and helped you when you were dealing with the opioid crisis. The federal government never came and helped you when you were dealing with COVID. We got to take care of ourselves. We got to work together and like do this where the federal government failed. And that's a, you know, you could talk about uniting with your community, but uniting with your community can also be a springboard to say, hey, but that means everybody in our community. I mean, you can't force out somebody just because you don't like the color of their skin. We got to stick together. We are all on the same team here. We all live in fucking rural Indiana, right?
Yeah, we're all
Who cares?
getting fucked.
Yeah, exactly. So like, I think that message can be done, but it has to be done with the knowledge that that like the people who need to be convinced are the people who are actively harboring like some level of racism in themselves, and you can't expect like rural black folks or rural trans folks to play nice in order to win those people over. Those people need to come to you and not the other way around.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
But I think I would really like I do talk to a lot of people way more than I probably should in churches and stuff.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. But like I don't know. I just feel like these people would much rather would sooner die than like, you know, accept gay culture or whatever, just because of how long, right, that garbage of information has been flowing down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even
I mean, there's there's a very good chance that they will, and they might die as a result of their refusal to work with others. And people like that, you have to eventually just say nope, and cut the string, because it's like you can't. And I've said this. I don't know how much you watch of my content. If you've seen it before, but I've said this many times before. A lot of times, a lot of people think that the Republicans and the Democrats are like struggling against each other, and the Republicans are holding back the Democrats. No, the Republicans are holding back. The American like far right is holding back every other possible worldview imaginable. It's like a stone wrapped around the neck of humanity. Not only is it holding back lefty ideologies, it's even holding back other potential slightly right-leaning ones.
Moving its center.
They want to bring us back to like a religious monarchy. Like, I'm serious. Like, this is something that is very common to believe. And like anti-democracy is just rampant among these circles.
Sorry, I would argue that they don't want a religious theocracy. They will never say that out loud.
They won't say it out loud.
It's always the persecution complex is what draws in the views.
But they won't say that they want a religious
whatever.
A religious monarchy, but they will pop out and they will say, oh, I wouldn't vote for somebody if they're a Muslim. I wouldn't. And so at the end of the day, it's like, oh, so you're only going to vote for a Christian. You want to give when the Christian's in power, you want to give that Christian as much power as possible. You want to ban Muslims from immigrating to the country. You basically do want you do want a religious monarchy. They just won't say it that way because that sounds bad, and they know it sounds bad. It's this stupid dog whistling, mask wearing bullshit that the right always does that drives me nuts, because you can never have an honest conversation with fucking right wingers. I know. But unfortunately, it's so uncommon, and yeah, it is sad. And unfortunately, like, I do think, like, again, I'm all about the bloomer fuel as much as I possibly can, but it is an unfortunate fact that, like, one of the reasons why, like, I personally fight so hard against indoctrination and dogmatic worldviews and highly zealous religious worldviews is because they are tragic. They pull people in, and it's incredibly difficult to get them out. Some people never get out. Some people live their lives in agony under these churches, believing that it's going to bring them salvation. And they could even have religious beliefs that are more healthy, but they don't, because they're pulled into this highly manipulative structure. And those things are really hard to deal with. And that's kind of why we have to prevent them from having power however we can. Because I know that, like, I mean, I watched the church, the cult that I grew up in, I watched them grow in power. I watched them pull more people in. I watched them build a radio station and start putting out propaganda on the airwaves. I watched them literally protest businesses out of town that they didn't want there. Like a porn shop opened up in one of the towns, like totally innocuous, just a porn shop. And they literally blockaded it for days until the people closed it down because they were scared for their lives. Like, this is the type of stuff that, like, you have to stop it from ever getting there, because once it has a foothold, it is so toxic and it's so hard to get rid of. And it is hard because sometimes you have to, like, it's the thing that, like, again, like, I don't have a family because of this stuff. Like, I mean, I do. I have my own little family of choice, but I don't have big Christmases or you know, an uncles and aunts to talk to because I got disowned for being trans. Damn, like, fuck. You know what I mean?
Like,
yeah.
And like, what's sad to think about is, like, your story is definitely, like, super sad, but, like, how many more people that were in your exact situation kind of just said, no, I couldn't do it, and, you know, kind of
didn't live the way they wanted to?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a lot of fucking people. And I talk, that's a little bit of a different issue. I talk about how, like, the numbers and percentages of gay people in our society and trans people in our society is, like, way off because people lie all the time.
Is this the trans question? Is this?
Yeah, it really
is. There more?
Yeah, there's way more. Oh, I promise you. I would be willing to bet my life. The statistics are so suppressed. It is so painful to be trans in this society that many people won't even think about whether they are, even if they're demonstrating. And I know this as somebody who literally, I at one point detransitioned despite being the most trans person that's ever trans in the world. Like, I still thought that I wasn't valid, and the pain was so great that it pushed me to say, no, it's not worth it. I would burn up everything. And of course, at the end of the day, it was worth it, of course, but the cost was unbelievable. And it is true. Like, there is a lot of people, especially, and this is especially true, this is more true even than for trans people, but for gay people, there are most people, like, as far as we can actually find out, like, the Kinsey scale exists for a reason. Most people are a little bit gay, and that shows in history as well. It's just that, no, it's much easier if you're, like, a little gay and you'd really kind of, you know, maybe there's this boy you'd really like to ask out, but you can't because, because it's like, well, fuck, like, my family will probably be mad at me. Whatever, I'll just date a girl. Even though I really love that boy, it's not worth the pain. I'll just go try and find a girl. Like, that's sad. It's lost human potential. It's lost, it's stories that will never be written. And it is unfortunately very common. So I think the numbers are different than people think they are. I think there's a lot of evidence of that. And my personal experiences, I know a lot of people who are extremely closeted, and those people don't show up on statistics. I know a lot of them, know a whole lot of people who are super closeted, and they don't ever show up on a statistic because they're not ever going to tell anybody, even though it pains them. So I don't know. I find, yeah, it's tough. It is a really tough place we find ourselves in, and I guess I just hope that we can educate enough people that as time goes on, these institutions, these religious institutions, these religious advocacy groups, that, you know, that they lose their power, that we're able to maneuver in such a way that we cut off their ability to keep recruiting. And some people will never be able to be right. Yeah.
As long as there are huge like homeschool places that publish conservative Republican dogma, like a Becca out of Florida.
Yeah.
Like there's and like all the other millions of them. Like the thing is that their book sales have went up. All these like it's called a Becca. It's out of Pensacola, Florida. They have some of the most a Becca. They have some of the most whitewashed conservative, and I grew up using that textbook in a private school.
Yeah.
And so like their sales went astronomically through the roof. I was talking to friends who worked there, and they're during the pandemic, and they're like, we can't keep up with all the people calling, all the demand and stuff.
Yeah.
So to think that we're just gonna hope and pray that we can educate in a smarter way.
Oh, no. I don't believe we're going to hope and pray. I mean, I'm right here, every single day I'm fucking grinding for this shit, doing what I can do. I happen to have, some communication skill and the ability to make an entertaining show and teach people some stuff. That's what I'm aiming for. But like, I think there's many different ways to do this that I don't even know that aren't in my skill set. It is the grind for solidarity, as Navarric has said in the chat. Yeah, the grind for solidarity goes on. I don't think it's a matter of just hoping and praying. We need to make our actions do that. And
Well, then I hope you do set out like a couple of videos that'll just
Absolutely.
like really easy debunks for things like if someone searches into YouTube like, are gay people born gay? It's like quick, like they're so or like people just need better resources that are like well done and are like a really and I appreciate your content and all the stuff that you do. Actually, I was originally a Destiny viewer, switched to Vosh after the Kenosha, and then
fair.
And then I started watching Destiny again after that a little bit.
Damn.
I watched your guys' argument. I didn't really care for it. I thought
fair enough.
Destiny was dumb and all that nonsense.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, no, I'm glad that we've managed to bring you over here to this cozy little hellish cavern of imps. We're happy to have you for sure. I mean, it's I have a lot of plans for what I want to do in the future, and that's definitely something I want to do. In fact, I have a sort of back burner of topics where I want to do like debunks. They take a lot. They take a lot of effort and research. I've done a couple of them. I mean, I have my the topics that come up are varied. I've done my one on the Proud Boys. I did my one about Antifa that I think is like that debate with Rob Noor where I went in Antifa. That was meant to be like a primer. People can watch and it's entertaining, and I get out all of the points that I wanted to. So I think it's a really good intro. But I would like to do more like in the future, some sort of like bread tubey type of videos that do this. The thing is, there are a lot of videos that exist. Unfortunately, one of the problems that happens is that you get siloed off. I might make a video about knowing things about here's some facts about trans people or whatever. Here's some stuff so you don't have to worry so much, but nobody will ever see it. It will be algorithmed off. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure. Do you know who Phil Vischer is by any chance?
No, I don't.
The creator of VeggieTales. Have you ever heard of VeggieTales?
Yeah, I know Of course, I know VeggieTales. Yeah, I didn't realize that was his name, but yeah.
Yeah, he actually does a lot of, well, not a lot. He's done a couple like really like one really good one on like should Christians like vote? How should Christians vote? I would highly recommend like if you're gonna do anything to like talk about like evangelical Christianity, like please educate yourself a little bit, because I know Vosh is totally uneducated. I know you're not Vosh or whatever, but like I just cringe so hard anytime he talks about anything having to do with Christianity or like.
Have you seen any
like
of my stuff
evangelicalism
about Christianity? I don't know if you have. I have a number of videos on this. I have a really old video that I probably need to do a once over on with my new camera and everything. But it's called The God Industry. And then
I've seen it.
Yeah. And then I also have one recently that's called The Cult We Grew Up In, and that was a conversation with Gayfesh talking about specifically the cult that I grew up in, and some of my problems with it. But yeah, I guess I would love to do some more structured content on that. But yeah, like as far as like.
If you want a hint, man, go for just buy an Abeka book and go through buy an Abeka history book, and you can.
Yeah, can you later? Will you DM me the link to that website and we'll take a look? That might be a really fun thing to do on stream, and also might be very productive.
That would.
Yeah.
That would be really dope. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, because with regard to knowledge about Christianity, I'm like pretty fucking informed. Like it's again, I was literally planning on, when I was younger, I was planning on becoming like a teacher, a religious teacher, because I've read the Bible through cover to cover like 3 times in my life in pure study. Like I've done a lot of this. I've even written, like I have a whole folder of documents from like my like more loud atheist era where I wrote entire essays about this sort of stuff. I just haven't done it in years because I burnt out on it. It's so exhausting. But yeah, no, not a theologian. I was wanted to become like a pastor or whatever. But that was pre-transition.
Like a youth pastor?
Yeah, like that. Well, I mean, that was the path in my church, was like you started as a youth pastor and then you went from there. And then it didn't sit well with me, and I slowly grew very disenchanted with the church structure because I realized there was a lot of manipulation, and if you were the type that asked questions, you would not move up and stuff like that. The typical cult stuff.
I learned that pretty early too.
Yeah. It's especially in the more extreme churches. That's absolutely true. They will filter out anybody who has an actual genuine interest in questioning the texts, and then you are sort of slowly alienated and choked out because you're supposed to take the teachings and repeat the teachings, not question them and try to come to understanding. That's not how these religions work.
Sorry if I could just hit you this sentence and then one other really quick topic if I could.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I consider myself a Christian, but like in the most Christ of senses, or it's like I'm basically a humanist, but you have Christ as an example for a pretty decent person.
Yeah.
And I tried to like talk to people in my church about that, and it was like no, not for you, buddy. And so
wait, you mean like not being church centric, like being like more independent?
Yeah, catch this, too. Like evangelicals telling them to be more Jesus centered than church centered. Yeah, I got
the resistance is surprising, even in the churches that are supposedly built on that as their premise. As it turns out, it's really inconvenient for like centralizing money and funds and power to tell people to like think for themselves. And yeah, that's really tough. It is hard. I do think there's like room for that sort of thing. I mean, that's what happened to me. But what ended up happening in my case was that like, as I studied the Bible more on my own, as I took my own notes, as I came to my own conclusions, I started to feel like the church was less and less necessary for my personal relationship for God.
Yeah.
And when I disagreed with like actions that they took, when I felt like they were being self-enriching, it always felt like, that was the moment that like really started to break me, was like it was like I had started to question my faith a little bit. And then I went back home with I went to my dad's place, and we went to this giant Calvary Chapel, which is the church I grew up in, mega church. And I looked around, and with the information that I'd gained from being in school for film, I realized that there was millions of dollars of camera equipment being used to advertise like their like charity. And I was just like, wait a minute, how is this like line up with like the idea that you're supposed to, when you pray in the closet, when you you should your work should speak for themselves, you shouldn't need to self-aggrandize, and yet you're spending millions of dollars just to make sure that you can broadcast your show in HD and talk about how you're definitely gonna take the tithes and give them to the poor.
I got one for you.
Yeah,
I got one for you. My college, right, they spent thousands and thousands of dollars to put palm trees on their campus.
Yeah, this place brought fucking snow in to fucking urban Florida. They put snow in so they could have a Jesus Christmas festival where you could snowboard, and like it was just like, yeah, this is all for the glory of God. It's like,
oh my gosh, yeah. Or like,
that was like the black pill moment for when I was like, to steal a little joke there, my black pill religion moment, when I realized I wanted nothing more to do with the church, was when I saw that. And that actually really quickly started to get me out. Like that was where I started to fall out of Christianity. I had already had a lot of critiques of the church, but I was still kind of like, generous towards like churches have their purpose and stuff like that. But then when I saw that, I was just like, oh, wait a minute, this is all just a grift. Like, this is all just so selective, and they fixate on certain scriptures that allow them to grow their church population. They then it becomes political, and there's internal politics, and they're buying schools, and they're buying bookstores. And, yeah, it's fucked. Yeah. So
yeah. Sorry to bring up any trauma. About that.
No. I'm very comfortable talking about this stuff at this point in my life.
Tremendous then.
Yeah. There are certain things, but usually I keep those things off stream. So yeah, things that bother me particularly bad. But yeah, not much.
You harbor your demons, huh?
What's
Mama?
that?
You harbor your demons.
Yeah. Well, no, I keep them under control. Keep them under the crack of the whip, the mental whip, so to say. Those demons. So I make the rules around here. Now, I mean, I will say that like there have been times where I've pushed myself over the limit with that stuff. I mean, I watched a sermon by one of the pastors I learned under when I was younger, and that actually fucked me up. Like, I had to take like a break from like thinking about it for like a day, because it actually fucked with me. It was very valuable to do nonetheless, and I would probably do it again. But like it blindsided me. So sometimes it does. But right now this isn't bothering me. Yeah. So.
Well, I felt the same way when I watched Coco, because I really stopped thinking about the afterlife, and oh my god, that movie just fucks you up, dog. Like,
I've heard it's really good. Yeah.
Have you? You didn't see it?
Not yet. No, it's on my list. Wow. I have this giant media list.
Okay, you replied to me on Twitter once, so maybe it's worth just put it a little higher than whatever you have it on right now. Just bump it up one.
All right, I'll do that. Yeah, I have to make a master. I have like 4 different media lists. I need to just make a master media list. I've been doing all this housekeeping. I should probably do that soon. I'll definitely do that though. Yeah, I got to see it. I've heard so much good stuff about it, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess last little meme, and I'll let you go,
please,
because I feel like I've taken a lot of your time.
No, it's been a great conversation. Don't worry about
it. Thank you. I hope you'll invite me on again to talk.
Of course.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, one last meme for you. Sure. Why does demonmama.com go to conure.gg?
It better not.
It does. I swear to God, it does.
Hold on a second. Let me test this. Nope, it doesn't on mine. I think I know what it is. Okay, you need to clear your cookies. You still there?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you need to clear your cookies. I don't know why it is, but there is, for some reason, I think Conyers website cookie, like at one point in time, overrode mine. And if you haven't cleared your cache since then, I don't think it's cleared the cookie.
Oh wow!
That's, it's
I thought
really,
there was
really
some
weird.
Deep lore here about how you are connected through Conure to Vosh, and there's a whole underground leftist system that people don't know about.
Oh no, I'm rather openly and directly connected to Vosh. I mean, Vermin, who you might know as Hyena, is like literally watching right now. So like. But I met Vosh in person, and like we live, like in the same region of the world, and I don't really like. There's no secret underground connection. I was an OG Vosh chatter, and I was kind of like, wow, streaming seems fun, but like I'm like living in this like shitty place, and so when I moved, I was like, maybe I should try my hand at streaming, and then I went to a meetup, and I was like, hey. Vosh, what do you think? Should I try streaming? And Vosh was like, yeah, you should try streaming. And I was like, all right, I'm going to try streaming then. And then I did. And here we are. It turned out pretty well. So, yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad you do stream. You're definitely one of my favorite streamers to listen to at night.
Damn,
like when I'm playing Switch or whatever. Yeah. It's so like, it's just really great because I do want to learn more about like, trans and gay issues, and it's nice to hear that because you do talk about that a lot, and I respect and I understand that it's very important. Intersectionality.
Thank you, Kays. And thank you very much. Those
Great
like really, really
nice
kind feedback. I would like to do more. Honestly, like the flurry of the last few months with how much news has been coming out, I actually haven't talked about like trans and gay issues as much as I'd like to. I've done a couple of little things, but it's just been there's been so much wild shit going on that I've been like kind of on the treadmill of like the Trump thing, then the fucking coup, and then the inauguration.
Do you think that's ever gonna stop though?
Yeah,
because there's always
yeah,
something
for sure.
in the news, man. There's always something that's
Nah,
gonna be
nah.
able to get clicks and grabs. You think once you'll know once it dries up, and then you can go to your kind of other content?
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's a certain amount of it that already kind of is. Well, okay, no, I can't say that. January's been insane. Just totally off the wall. No, I think it will. And the reason why I say that is because like that's been the case like at multiple points. There have been I've been streaming for almost a year now, and I have watched the communities go through like droughts and gluts of content, and it will absolutely happen again. Also, I remember politics from before the Trump era, and there were giant dry spells where nobody had anything to talk about, and it was like you had to dig down. But don't worry, I got a lot of stuff planned for that. I have a whole document of stuff that I'm going to do, because when there's not news to cover, there's a lot of other stuff to be learning. History mama, local politics. We got some drama mama that might happen in the future. We got all kinds of stuff. But the history one is one that I'm really looking at. It's just those are the most work of any segment that I've ever done besides the Wall Street one. The Wall Street segment I did recently was like, holy.
Yeah, your GameStop segment. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was gonna say I watched it. I thought it was good. I think you put a lot.
You.
I can tell you put a lot of time into that.
I did. It was a pretty concentrated. It was like 4 solid hours of reading and taking really deep notes, in addition to just like being aware of a lot of these things over the course of like years. You know, because I learned about investing a long time ago, and like I've taken a number of econ courses, and I also I used to do like a small amount of investing on the side. I did some crypto stuff way back in the day. That crypto like Bitcoin, not cryptocurrency, not crypto Nazi. But yeah,
which is what I get called a lot.
That's unfortunate.
Yang.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't think I actually think I'm quite favorable to a lot of. I know a lot of like Yang Gang folks. I don't think they're crypto Nazis. I think there are some big vulnerabilities in Yang's policies for UBI, but I don't think he's like a crypto Nazi or anything like that at all. But yeah. Yeah, I'm really glad to hear you like the content. I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of stuff. There will absolutely be periods where like there's no news, and those periods are like, in my opinion, that's where the true skill of streamers is tested, because it's real easy to like. It's not always easy. In fact, it can be pretty hard, but it's much easier to do like news where you're like re-reporting or commentating on news. It's a lot harder to make content that is interesting when there's not like a giant spectacle happening. But I've weathered it in the past to get to this point, and I know that I'll be able to do it in the future. And in fact, in the future, I have even more resources than I did before, so I'll be able to, put some really cool stuff up there. But yeah, I don't know. This year, though, I don't know. We're going to see. 2021 is setting up to be quite the wild year. I don't know what's going to happen this year, so we'll see. Maybe this year will be lots of news, but we'll see. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. Like I've been watching you for about like maybe 5 months.
Oh, damn. Well, long time viewer. Well, very happy to have you, and thanks for watching for as long as you have. I hope you've enjoyed the slow but steady increase in quality.
Yeah, I always liked the little song in the beginning, though. I've always thought that jingle got me right away. The dun 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 dun.
Yeah, I've been playing the remix a lot. I'm gonna be building like over time. This is a project I am working on. Again, I have like 20 things on the back burner. I am going to be doing a cycle of songs in the beginning. So you'll hear the original version of the theme, the remix. There's gonna be the new one that's coming out when I hit 5K that Gayfesh is doing. Nice. And if we get other ones, we'll put more. I've also been looking into I don't know if it's going to be able to happen, but I've been really looking into maybe licensing a couple of key songs, then just like going and sending emails to artists and being like, hey, can I buy a license to play your song on my stream, because I'd really love to, and that would be really cool, but we'll have to see. So
yeah, hit the local bands up. See.
Yeah, exactly. There's a ton of them. Yeah. So Yeah. Cool. Well, hey, any other memes you wanted to hit me with before you go? We'll do some boogie coverage after this.
No. I'll be watching stream though.
Sick.
And I'll be back. I'll have a little document for next time so we can talk.
Hey, no problem. Yeah, anytime you want to talk about something, just hit me up and I'll try to make it happen if I can. I can't make promises because, you know, people want to talk about stuff, but I'll do my best because this was a real good conversation. I really enjoyed talking with you, Nick.
Wow, thank you so much, to you, Mom. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night.
Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of your stream.
Absolutely.
Make good content.
Yeah, thank you so much, and have a wonderful night yourself. Bye for now.
You too. Bye.
What a pleasant... Wow, today was the day of fucking based-ass conversations. What the hell? Cool music video that... Yeah, afterwards. That isn't copyright? Yeah, Khabib will send it to me. I'll watch it afterwards. Yeah. So... Here's what we gotta do. We gotta talk about Boogie. We got some fucking fun ass shit to do. Are you ready? Are you fucking ready? Are you people ready? It's gonna be so stupid. This is the popcorn, okay? You all have been here for all of the healthy food, and now it's time for the candy coated popcorn. Boogie 2988. We're driving into the absolute well of drama and bullshit, and we're just gonna go fucking wild. But first, I need to pee. I really need to go to the bathroom. So I am going to, in honor of the really nice conversation and in honor of the request by Nick. I will message you about that later, Adam. Don't worry. I will message you about that later. I have to plan out my schedule for the week. I'm going to play the original theme, not the remix, the incredible, amazing, original Gayfesh song. So let's listen while I rush to the bathroom real quick. Hold on. Here you go. another's timing. It's really good. Look at that. Gayfesh's amazing music. And guess what? We get a new one at 5K subs. We got to get 5K YouTube subs. That's why we're pushing hard. Yeah. Favorite D&D demon? I always played in homebrew. Good job, everybody. Really good job, everybody. Seriously. So we got to talk about Boogie 2988. How many people in chat, if you know who Boogie 2988 is, please put, yeah, D&D. I know. I'm excited. Not available Friday? That's fine. We'll make it work out, Adam. Let's talk about it. If you know Boogie 2988, please put a cringe in chat. Put a cringe in chat if you know who Boogie 2988 is. True. Wow. Okay, so we know a lot of people. Yeah, he's also known as Francis. Wow. Now, you guys got a combo on the question. Holy shit. A fucking 21 combo on a question. That is so beautiful. Oh my God. All right. I'm so excited to do this. This is going to be so much fucking fun. This is going to be so fucking stupid. Yeah, no, we got it. It's good. I don't know what's up. Here, let me get you. All right. Boogie 2988. Let's start at the very beginning, okay? Let's start at the beginning. I bet you know who this is. Let me just get you the video. Ready? Here we go. Ready? I'm going to show you a video. Here we go. Ready?
No computer catcher.
Are you guys still here?
Yeah.
I thought you guys were leaving.
No.
You know I'm raiding. I'm not going to be able to talk to you guys.
Yeah. You still have pizza in the fridge.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine. What's with the camera?
Social experiment, man. Don't worry about it.
Where's my Mountain Dew?
What are you talking about, man?
No, where's my Mountain Dew? I keep it in the microwave.
I know you have.
Do you see my glass? I'm raiding in here, and I don't have any Mountain Dew.
Like I saw some Mountain Lightning earlier.
Where did you hide the Mountain Dew? Where did you hide it?
Vermin.
We're getting ready to go!
It's like there's some Faygo in the fridge, man.
I don't want any fucking Faygo! You cure the Faygo! You look like I'm thirsty for Faygo! Are you thirsty for Faygo?
Yeah.
Are you thirsty? It's delicious! It's delicious! I don't want Faygo! I want a Mountain Dew! I want my goddamn Mountain Dew! I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find my goddamn Mountain Dew. Yeah, did you drink my Mountain Dew? Did you drink my Mountain Dew? Let me smell your breath. Let me smell your breath. Oh, you Mountain Dew drinking bitch. Drinking out my Mountain Dew.
Let me smell your breath.
Francis.
I can't afford Mountain Dew. Okay? The economy's rough right now. Obama, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna find my Mountain Dew. I'm gonna find my Mountain Dew. Who drank my motherfucking Mountain Dew? You sons of bitches! Oh, you sons of bitches! You sons of bitches! I will hunt you to the edge of the earth! I want my goddamn Mountain Dew!
Cake.
It's actually pretty good. That'll do. You motherfucker.
This is Francis, a character played by a man who goes by Boogie2988. Now, at the time of this video in 2012, nobody knew that Francis was a character, or at least nobody knew for sure that Francis was a character. Francis is an incredibly angry gamer. His original video was ranting about World of Warcraft, and then he later made a video that went viral, like old school YouTube viral, where he talked about Diablo 3, wait, what was it called? Error 37? Error 37? What? There's 37 of them? That sort of thing. And he would rage about it, you know what I mean? And his whole thing was he would get really fucking mad about all kinds of stuff. He's done a million Francis videos. Oh yeah, there's that one too. Don't worry, I'm not assuming anymore, Benjamin. Yeah, it's impressive. Impressive, isn't it? Yep. So, classic gamer rage, making fun of that. Now, again, viral fame. Like, guy actually went full viral. And from there, the saga... Yes, Jessica Metal, we'll get there. Now, the saga of Boogie2988 has basically never ended since that moment. For the last 9 years or so, or 10 years, Boogie2988 has been all over the internet, and he's gone through periods of popularity, but he's always been there. I mean, he commented on Gamergate at one point. That was a whole thing. And Boogie2988 got a reputation for being the peak enlightened centrist, okay? Like, peak enlightened centrist. Like, he would literally call himself the fence sitter Boogie or fence sitter Francis as a joke, because he would because he was such a centrist. Like, I mean, he took a centrist position on Gamergate. You know what I mean? Yeah, there was the H3H3 thing, which was another moment where the H3H3 one is where he got the nickname Boogie1488. The nickname Boogie1488 became his recent moniker over the last few years after he's had a number of really fucking bad takes. I mean, he said that, like, gay people should have maybe waited, and we would have had gay marriage without as much pain. He said similar things about he didn't, deny the Holocaust, but he kind of said that, maybe there was a peaceful answer and didn't have to be so... Anyway, bad. Bad takes. Really bad takes. And historically, Boogie2988 has never really... he has never really taken criticism well. Let's put it that way. Basically, whenever he gets criticized, he talks about, people hate me because I'm in the middle. He literally will do these giant posts where he's just like, stuck in the middle with you. It's poor me. I'm getting crucified on both sides. Always, both sides hate me because I'm so enlightened centrist. I'm so enlightened and I can see both sides, and so they both hate me because I don't just go along with them stupidly. And he's done this many, many times, and he's had many cycles because, new people come on the internet, etc., etc. It was very stupid take. It was very stupid. And of course, things get more complicated as time goes on, like really more complicated. So one of Boogie's big things is that even though his character Francis his character Francis is a rager, like super, super mad. We just saw it. Let me smell your breath. Let me smell your breath. Boogie, Steven, the person who he is, the person he actually is, he always sold himself as a, wait, no way, Max, that's impossible. Wait, for real? Holy shit, you weren't kidding! Oh my god! YouTube chat! What the fuck? 162x heart combo. Oh my God. Incredible though. I took a snapshot of it. Oh my God. YouTube chat. Holy shit. Hold on. I don't even know how to show you. Look over in YouTube. Hold on, let me show you. Here, I'll put it up on the screen. Look, I just took a picture here. Oh my God, YouTube chat. What the absolute fuck? Hey, thank you. Thank you, Vader C. Thank you so much.
162 combo on chat. Let's go. Oh.
They are a little more lax, but that's okay. Look. Look. Streamlabs confirmed it. Streamlabs. Impressive. God damn. Ivy Evans, you broke it. Oh. Wow. No, the pole. The pole will break it. No, don't combo. No, the pole. Oof. 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 All right. Focus, everyone. Great job, YouTube chat. I'm very, very proud of you. But we got to keep talking about Boogie because I want to talk about Boogie. We got a lot to go through, okay? Listen. All right, listen. So let me show you. Let me see if I can find you an example of like Boogie's non-Francis content. Let's take a look. We'll go back to like the golden era, okay? Ready? You wanna see like, actually, hold on. I think I got the perfect video. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. This is the real deal, I believe. Here we go.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen of YouTube? Boogie988 coming at you live once again.
Okay, now this is a sad story, okay? But true, White. True though. Hey, good to see you, White. All right. Let's watch this video together, okay? You guys can practice your combos if you want to. Yeah, our highest is an 86. It's amazing. Much love to you. All right, so this is kind of a sad video, but this is really emblematic of the type of content that, yeah, this is about. There's some abuse that goes on here, but it's not like the worst thing ever. But this is like emblematic of the type of content that he would do on his channel when he wasn't in character as Francis. We'll get into all this.
The power of the internet. You may not know me as Boogie988. You may know me as my character Francis, who gets really angry all the time and breaks stuff, but that's okay. I'm just glad you know me at all.
I don't think this is a real
lot of
song.
people have asked me to draw my life story, and it's kind of sad, but I'd like to do that for you now. I grew up in the southwestern part of Virginia in a small town called St. Paul, and it only had about 1,000 people in it, and it was part of the coal mining belt here in America, and of course my dad mined coal. It was a very hard job, which made him very sad. And my mother was a teacher, but she was always very sad. And not only was she sad, but she was pretty angry about her life and everything that had happened up till then. We had a medium-sized family. I was the youngest and the smallest, and my brother Brian, he was the oldest. He was pretty cool. My sister Carla, she was kind of crazy, actually, and eventually she ran away, and my brother went off to college, which left me alone at the age of 9 with my crazy, angry, depressed family, which really kind of sucked. So my dad was almost always at work, and that left me alone with my mother, who was always sad all the time, and sometimes she'd get really angry and she'd scream at me, and that happened almost every day, and sometimes she'd hit me, and that happened every day too.
So because there's a wide peepo combo going on, we're going to stop watching this particular video, but you get the idea. You see, he presents a very sensitive and you know, pitiable, and wow, 60 fucking 1. That is so good. I am so proud of you all. 71. Oh my God. It finally broke. The very inappropriate time for wide peepo, but nonetheless, very, very impressive. 71 combo. Impressive. I am very impressed. That's pretty good, because seeing as how they can do doubles in YouTube chat, can't do those on the website. So that's pretty goddamn good. I gotta say, that's pretty good. I'm very proud of all of the imps right now. I don't know why it broke. Probably there was a space in there or something. That's not a new record. The record is 86. Impressive, right? All right, everybody. All right, everybody. Hey, Dan, I hope you had a great stream today. When this chat gets bigger, we will get a 100. Absolutely, we will. It was a wide peepo. It's a wide peepo. Oh, I see. Extra wide. It was the extra wide that did it. God damn it. Broke it. So, also, I think Boogie has another one here called, what's it called? Oh my god. Oh boy. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's called like Fat Guy Falls into Water. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Oh no, the music, I have to, oh wait, it's, okay, it's fine. I won't get hit. Good sploosh. I have to say, very good sploosh. Absolutely good sploosh. So this was another one of his videos. This video, by the way, I want you to just take a look. 38 million views posted in 2011. He still has 4.26 million subscribers, by the way. But yeah, this is like old school YouTube god tier. 38 million. Yeah, absurd. Yeah, it was wild times, okay? Wild. So, but again, Francis is the angry character. Boogie is himself a very sympathetic, kind. He presents himself as like the cuddly bear of the internet. But as it turns out, you just can't really believe everything that you see on the internet, unfortunately. Was it just the haters that got to him? Hard to say. There was an absolute glut of disinformation about this person. But let me show you why. Before I give you everything that we're going to talk about, I want to show you why we're talking about Boogie today. Because I'm sure you've gotten this far relatively transfixed by the spectacle that is Francis and that is Boogie. But there's a reason we're talking about Boogie today. Is there a sort of sympathy that centrists emit that seemed like a different type of insincere? Yeah, I think there is. Yeah. Look. The halting of retail investments today proves there is no free market. They do not want you to lift yourself up. Capitalism is wage slavery, and they don't want to stop owning you. Fuck the fence. I am done with that shit. Eat the rich. Which is pretty wild, coming from a guy who previously supported Gamergate, who talked about, you know, like downplayed gay rights issues, who, you know, didn't, I wouldn't say he engaged in Holocaust denialism, but he certainly was very flippant with his statements about World War II and the Holocaust. Is this positive coverage of Boogie or a negative one? More like cautionary. No, this isn't a Drama Mama segment, though maybe it should have been. This is just a fun drama segment. Is this a bait and switch? It's just coverage in general. Listen, Boogie is too complicated to fully understand, okay? The tale of the Boogie. Much coverage, exactly. He could be a Nosball or Tanky rather than an actual lefty. We'll find out. This is a unique segment, okay? It's Boogie lore, because I used to be a big fan. Believe it or not, I was a big fan of Boogie. As you can understand, as you can imagine from like his story, there was a lot that resonated with me. In fact, the first time I ever saw his Draw My Life, I cried because it reminded me of a lot of things that I dealt with. But over time, Boogie became more and more of a complicated figure. And it wasn't just stuff like being charitable to Gamergate that did it. It was the fact that instead of just being charitable to Gamergate, he was actually spurring a lot of it on 4chan. And then things got even weirder because he somewhere between Chris Chan and Wings of Redemption, more like between Wings of Redemption and Keemstar. Yeah, he stalked Anita at a panel. Lot of weird stuff, okay? But it got even weirder. So a big part of the lore of this character was that he had a wife who loved him very, very much. And in fact, she took care of him because, as you can tell, Boogie is a very big guy. Boogie is in fact like severely disabled. Like not only is he really like morbidly obese, but also he has lymphedema, which is like it's when fluid fills your legs and it makes it hard to ever lose the weight because you can't exercise easily without hurting yourself or with pain. So hey, good night, virtual guy. So Boogie's wife did a lot for him. Yeah. Yeah, did a lot for him, and she was a huge part of the lore of the character. And there were like he would always talk about my wife, my partner is doing all this stuff, and he had a little dog, and they got a new house, and there was this whole parasocial element of watching him grow his channel and all of this stuff. Boogie frequented the same game stores I did in 2012 to 2013. He was a total piece of shit then. He treated his wife like shit at MTG tournaments, and she would cook for him during the tournament. Yes, that's true, Nibiru. Yes. But it gets even weirder, okay? So again, let's just follow up on what's happening right now. Short version, I used to be a centrist that tried to be kind to both the left and the right in America. I got bullied by the alt-right for years. Extremists on the right made me move further away from that and letting my left and libertarian flag fly. Eat the rich. He has a lymphedema, I think it's called. Lymphedema, yes. Yes, that is true. About 2 years ago, I noticed that the people that made a hobby out of bullying me online were often alt-right trash. Lefties bully me sometimes too, but the left bullies me for being wrong or hurtful. The right bullies me for how I look and for not being mean like them. And that is true. That is true. Of course. However, Boogie is more complicated than just being able to, being able to just say this and say that. And there's a couple of fucking reasons. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I just saw a new tweet from him, which is really interesting. There was some conspiracism about Boogie's divorce, about his wife dating a black dude. The memes are still out there. Yes, there are a lot of weird memes. And as it turns out, quite suddenly, a bit ago, Boogie announced that he was separating from his wife. And he kept saying, oh, it's on friendly terms. It's this, it's that, on his YouTube channel. But meanwhile, on his Twitch, he was saying a lot of other things. in fact, on his Twitch, things were very, very strange. And in fact, when people would criticize him on Twitch, there were multiple occasions in which he threatened to kill himself over various disagreements, sometimes with other content creators, and none of this would ever, or would very rarely leave Twitch to YouTube. So he had this massive following on YouTube that had a completely different perception of who he was than who he was on Twitch. And eventually, people obviously caught on to it. And this resulted in the strangest chapter in Boogie 2988's life, in which, oh yeah, I mean, he did. There were ones like that. Yes, he made very strange suicide threats. This was very weird manipulation of his audience, and even weirder was the strange relationship he had with his wife. His wife, who had no internet presence, basically the only story that anybody was getting was his side of the story, which is you know, which was basically that, oh, like, she's been taking care of me a long time, we're parting on good, you know, on good grounds. But as it turns out, like, they probably weren't on good grounds. Yeah, they probably weren't. And in fact, the more that happened, the more that came out, to the degree that, like, it was discovered that, like, not only was he not on good terms with his, like, wife, he may have actually abused her at multiple points. And oh yeah, he would do this. He would go on stream and he would call his wife on stream in front of all of his followers on Twitch, and much of this again would never reach the YouTube audience, which continued to consume his heartwarming and positive content. But then things started to get really fucking weird. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, because guess what? It's still up, actually. Some of these videos are still up. So we're going to watch something, and warning, it's really fucking weird, okay? Like, really fucking weird, okay? We're going to watch it. So just pretend that this is a horror movie, because thankfully it's all a YouTube video and you can't be hurt by it. But it's definitely very weird. This video was posted by Boogie in 2018 called Boogie2988/Francis Loses His Mind. Let's watch.
Boogie!
Jesse!
Get out of there,
Jesse, no! Leave me be! Go!
I'm not leaving, Boogie!
Nope, not till I read this book.
Oh, is right.
What's up? Ladies and gentlemen of YouTube, Boogie2988, coming at you live. And that little...
This is written all over here is, I'm a psychopath, 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 I'm a psychopath. And this was a response to a Reddit thread of people who were members of his Twitch chat who were saying, hey, this guy's lying to you. This guy is not telling you the truth. And this was the beginning of a series of very strange videos in which it appears... This is not props, are they? These are props. Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, these are props. Looks like a mediocre found footage movie. Well, let's keep going.
Room. This is what I wanted to see. This is where I wanted to be.
Damn.
This is what I wanted to read. He was hiding it from me the whole time. Does it look familiar?
So as you can see, well, this is not just a Francis skit. This is called Boogie2988/Francis Loses His Mind. Francis is Boogie. Boogie is Francis. Francis loses his mind. Boogie loses his mind. Boogie loses his Francis. Francis loses his Boogie. Nobody really knows completely, big boy. There is evidence of potentially both, but it's never been fully confirmed. And remember, this video came out as a response to members of his community saying that, like, hey, it's pretty weird that you keep threatening us with suicide if we don't give you donations. Which did happen, or it was at least heavily implied. Let's keep going, okay?
Exactly the way I pictured it when I wrote it. This is almost word for word the script I gave Jesse in 2016. I am upset. I am disappointed. I'm not mad about the novel. I'm mad that Jesse's a friend. I just wish you would apologize. I just wish you...
I think this was slightly referring to another drama that was going on at the time. Some creative differences with another creator named Jesse, who created that book. That is not immediately relevant. Yeah. You're pretty sure that video was shot at one of the sets? Yeah. Jesse was the character who McJuggernuggets played? Oh, okay. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I don't remember that specific part.
Be a friend. I wish you'd just be a better friend.
Oh, wait, was Jesse is the other character that he does, right? Yeah. There's another... Wait, is that the other character? I don't know. See, fuck it. That's not relevant at the moment. It's not relevant at the
What do you think I should do in the comment section below? Drop a like on this video if you enjoy it. I'll talk to you in the morning. Thanks for watching. I love you very much. And I'll speak with you again soon.
And so now you can see... Oh, it's kind of hard to see this. But this is... You now see he's wearing the Francis outfit.
What the?
And now he's talking the Francis voice.
We're actually here. Well, whoever decorated this place knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I know, xanderhal, but I'm gonna explain what's going on. Yeah, I'm gonna explain. Don't worry. We're just watching this because of the spectacle and to get the idea of what we're talking about. But thank you, Zan. I appreciate that.
Hey guys, what's up? It's me, Francis. And I want to be honest with you. I don't think Boogie's doing so good. Holy I wrote this. What the Shut up! Shut up! I don't need you here. No, I disagree. I disagree. I think you assaulted his mother about 10 minutes ago. Things are getting a little out of hand. It's just a prank. It's just a prank. What kind of prank is this? What kind of prank is this, okay? Read the writing on the wall! Read the writing on the wall! No. I'm in control. I've got this. I'm in complete control. Me and Jesse are friends. What kind of friend lies to you about a book? What kind of friend cuts you out of everything? What kind of friend edits you to look like a lunatic in his videos, huh? It's not like we have a lot of friends, man. Some of them are gonna suck, right? Beggars can't be choosers. But you know what a beggar can do? A beggar can do without it. The beggar would be better off. A beggar would be better off. Listen, okay, listen. This is not the first time I've had to clean up
this is why I said
mess,
just
but it
treat it
better
like a
be
horror
the last,
movie, okay? Can't hurt you.
I got this taken care of. Are you gonna trust me? I'm not gonna trust you for anything, okay? You're the one who's destroyed everything, okay? You're the one who's ruined my YouTube career. You're the one who takes over on Twitter and makes me tweet all of this awful. You're the one who takes over on the live streams and makes me say these things that ruins my career. Character.
Remember that line right there.
Assassination. Are you familiar with that term? Because you are the gunman. You are the gunman.
Yes, he did.
Pulled the
he did have
trigger.
surgery to replace his teeth.
You got
yes.
it wrong. I agree. One of us is a piece of but that ain't me, buddy. You don't know. You're a character. You're a character. You're a thought. You are a distant bubble, okay? I created you. I dreamt you up one day, and just as easily, I can make you go away. Do you understand that? Do you have any understanding of what this actually is? Oh, you know what happens when we die. You know where we came from, okay? What is this? Oh, you know whether or not it's a simulation or whether or not there's a God, huh? You're in fucking charge? You're in some level of control? Is that what you're trying to tell me? You know what the is going on? Little mister, I tweet stupid and I blame it on my disease. Little mister, I say stupid on the stream and I blame it on my disease, okay? I'm not the disease. You are. You're the disease. Well, I got a plan. I don't know if you're going.
Everybody in chat, will you fucking ride with me? Do I ever take you down a rabbit hole that isn't worth it at the end? Just ride with me. Watch the video and we'll talk. I promise. Just get comfy, imps, and watch, okay? Listen, I promise. It's gonna make sense. Okay, don't worry. If you don't like this, like, keep in mind, this is a YouTube dude. We're watching a bit of but it, just watch. Listen, if you can't handle it, don't watch something you can't handle, obviously. But let's go.
Like the plan.
Zoom.
But it's going to help clear up this little mess you made up here in Jersey. And then maybe we can start working on a YouTube channel when we get back at home. All right? But for now, you're going to have to trust me. I don't trust you, dude. I've never trusted you. You are the most untrustworthy person on the planet. Do you understand that? You're an actual sociopath. You're an actual psychopath. You are the reason she left, okay? And you know that. Yeah, Boogie, I'm why she left. I'm also the only reason you found her to begin with, okay? Okay, you win. You win. You're in charge. What do we do? All right, well, take a look to your left, okay? I packed you a little bit of lunch. What is... Jesus Christ. I'm not eating this. You're not supposed to eat it, idiot. That's for later. Okay, all right. How do I know I can trust you? You don't have to trust me, buddy, okay? I got a friend you can talk to. Well, look right there. She's here. I'm sorry, I know you don't like being on camera. How have you been? Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to know you're happy. I miss her too. I know you're tired of hearing it, but I'm really sorry. Come on, she's here. Is there anything you want to say? Well, what do you want me to say? I don't know what I'm supposed to say to her. Well, she's an actress to me. She's
Get ready, chat.
She just pretend, right? You tell me I'm a character, she's a character, right? That's my sister, I guess. That's how you wrote it, right? I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to say to you. I mean, things are still going along pretty good. I've been doing a lot of videos. Boogie brought me back. I'm doing Fridays with Francis every Friday. New Francis video, though. I don't know, but you know, life just kind of kept going on. Oh. I wish you would talk right now. I wish you would say something right now. You know? Couldn't you talk? Can't you talk? Huh? I built you. I put you together. You got a mouth. So you're gonna talk? Are you gonna talk? Are you gonna talk? Talk! You know, you're the reason I left. What? What? I said you're why I left. Shut the up. Nobody asked you. Well, here we are. A collaboration you guys have been waiting on since 2016. Francis versus Psycho Kid. Francis and the Psycho Family. Francis and the Psycho Room. Is that what you guys wanted to see? You wanted to watch us go crazy? As you wish. You wanted to watch Boogie become a psychopath. That's what we call him every day. On your little Reddits. He's been waiting for him to it up. Waiting for him to destroy it all. Waiting for him to gain the weight back. Waiting for him to lose his mind. Well, I got some bad news for you. He's been...
We'll get there. We'll get there, Kaboka. We'll explain this.
Crazy the whole time. You know what? I can't say I blame you for leaving. Kind of wish I'd get the out of here too. I don't mean this room. I mean away from David, away from that house, away from YouTube, away from it all. I'm stuck here with him. Why, excuse me, miss. May I have this dance? Oh, you know how to Fortnite dance? You want to floss? You want to learn to floss? Huh? Is that what you want to do, huh? Hey, Merry Christmas. Guess what you got? We're going to Disneyland. Oh, you got Just Dance. Gonna be okay. Got yourself Just Dance. Gonna be okay. Go yourself. Happy Easter. Here's your bowl of carrots. It's another Thanksgiving.
Sure, xanderhal, in a minute.
Ruined by you. It's another Easter. Ruined by you. I really loved you. I really did. And I know you really loved me. Well, I know you loved him. I know you hated me. You hated all of it, didn't you? You hated YouTube. You hated the fame. You hated the fans. You hated the trips. You hated the conferences. You hated the other YouTubers bogarting my time. When I met you, I was a 600-pound man on disability. All right? Look at me now. Look at me now. And you know what? You're the one who did that. You're the one who did that. You're the one that came into our life.
This is where it starts to get really weird, okay? All right? Just bear with me because I'll explain how messy. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Zan, afterwards we can talk about that. We'll go into the big depth in a second. Let me just finish this video and I'll get to my point and then we can talk about it more. Don't worry.
When we had given up, when we had given up hope, we'd given up on ourselves, we'd given up on our career, we'd given up on our job, and you took us out of that bed where we were ready to die, and you helped us work every single day. You helped us develop me, not just Boogie as a person, not just me as a character, but you taught us how to live when we were ready to die. And everything we have, we owe to you. Does that make you feel good? Does that make you feel superior? Does that make you feel loved? Because it's made me hate you. And after all that, you took it away. Take a look at me now.
In a minute, Gina. In a minute, everyone. Relax.
'Cause I'm just an empty space. There's nothing left here to remind me. Just a memory of your face. So take a look at me now. Wow! 'Cause I'll be standing tall. And you coming back to me is against all odds. But that's what I gotta face.
Welcome, Melanie. We're in a very wild rabbit hole.
I've held on long enough. I gotta say goodbye. Why is it so hard? Is this what you guys want to see? You want to see crazy? I can show you crazy.
Hey, no worries. See you later, Agender.
Hey, if I can't move a shit town and that big
Destroy boomer, destroy wife. Oh, Brittaniq, you walked into a very strange chapter of the internet.
It doesn't help. Doesn't make it feel any less painful. Just miserable as I've ever been. Hey, buddy, you gotta calm down, okay? All right, this is actual crazy, all right? They're gonna think you're threatening somebody. They're gonna think you're hurting somebody, okay? It's styrofoam. Someone would have to be an idiot to think it. No, that's the thing is, that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with actual idiots, okay? That's the thing. You're dealing with actual psychopaths. That's who watches your content. Not all of them. Most of them are pretty normal. Most of them are pretty healthy. Most of them have a brain.
You might not be wrong,
in their
Davis
head,
Bird. Thank you very much.
but some of them don't. And they'll use any excuse to kick you while you're down. And they don't need a lot of reasons, because you've already gave them plenty. So how do we get out of this? How do we fix this? How do we fix this? I told you, Boogie. Time to eat your lunch. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. That's the only way out. Can I talk to you off camera? Yeah. Hi guys. What's up? We're Francis. Ugh. Are you sure this is gonna work? I don't know. I mean, I'm about as sure of it as I am anything. Which is to say, not at all. You know? I hope it works. But no, we're gonna get killed on this one, buddy. That'd be so bad. Depends on who you're asking. If you're asking me? Nope. And if it doesn't work? Hey, whether it works or not, it's content. There's one thing I'm sure of. They're gonna love it. Cock-a-doodle-doo! Jesse, wake up! We're waiting for you! I may as well read it again. Dedication. This book is dedicated to my family and my best friend, Ella. None of this would have been possible without them. Should have said Francis. Special thanks to Evan Weiss, Mike Brown, Cole, Jebediah Schultz, and the Kickstarter Juggies, and not Boogie for some fucking reason. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. It's a pretty good book.
All right. So now you've gone for the very strange ride into a skit that happened to coincide with a whole bunch of IRL drama, a whole bunch of accusations and concern from his community, and using a whole bunch of real people and seemingly real events. And yet it is no doubt a skit. There is no actual, as far as we can tell, you know, real. Yeah, it's over. It's over. Relax. It's on YouTube. It can't. No one's gonna die. It's on YouTube. It's not live leak. Okay. It is weird. He did beat up an effigy of a character that is based off of his wife, and did rant about actual things he talked about repeatedly as being issues. He did weirdly talk about all kinds of real things he dealt with and mix that with his character Francis and mix that into a storyline of a show that he was doing at the same time that really fucked up drama was happening, while he was unironically trying to tell his audience that it was their fault that he was being bad And also he claimed this was done for therapy. Yeah. So let's just put it this way. Did we go over the IRL drama already? A little bit, but the problem is with the IRL drama that not all of it is clear. And it is very weird how much of this directly correlates to things that he's actually doing about. And notice in the video, he literally says, like, oh, these idiots are going to take it for real. They're so fucking stupid. He's literally like insulting his own fans and saying that they're too stupid to understand what's actually going on. And Boogie, I should say, this is going to tie into a weird place that Silent will probably appreciate if Silent is here. I don't know if Silent is, but Silent, if you're here, you'll probably appreciate this, I'm sure. But Boogie was a big fan of wrestling, you know? Wrestling. In wrestling, there's a concept called kayfabe, which is where you're supposed to be in character anytime you're in public so that there's no doubts about whether you're a character or not. And as you can see, with a character like Boogie / Francis, yeah, is this kayfabe? Is this reality? Does Boogie even know at this point what it is anymore? And well, this is a problem, interestingly, that wrestlers dealt with as well. Wrestlers in kayfabe would oftentimes, after a long enough time, a lot of the problems that they were dealing with on set would expand out into their life. And, interestingly, things that they did in character could impact their real life. Like, for example, the Iron Sheik broke kayfabe. And as a result, broke kayfabe in a really silly way and then was fired for it. And his life went down the gutter. Why are we talking about Boogie? Because Boogie recently left the right or left the center. And I want to talk about Boogie because a lot of people, kayfabe? I don't know. I think it's kayfabe. I don't know. Whatever. Fact of the matter is, Boogie. Well, let's not jump the gun here, everyone. My goodness. My goodness. Jeez, everybody's been fucking jumping the gun in this segment. My goodness. At least, hey, yeah. Leaving the right or whatever. Seems we can't entirely know his entire situation. Maybe either he is throwing some red herrings or completely genuine. Couldn't tell so far, and we did not think that some of this thus far. How certain are we if he was genuine besides the video? Well, that's really fucking hard to sort, right? Because there were fucking people online. He was giving different perspectives on his Twitter or on his Twitch versus what he would say on his YouTube. There was a bunch of factual things in his real life that were like, what the fuck? And then there were other things that seemed to be true. Like, for example, his wedding photos definitely seemed to be true. Now, keep in mind, the character in this skit that he is beating up, the effigy of, is in the skit, in the universe of the skit, his sister. But his sister in the Francis skits is actually his wife. The person who plays his sister in the fake universe, in the Francis universe, is his wife IRL. And that is real. That is true. And his wife did divorce him. And in this video, he's beating up an effigy of his sister, who is his wife, and he's talking about issues that have to do with his wife. Really fucking messy, yeah, right? No, I don't think it is, Neverek. I don't think it is, and that's the thing. Maybe it could be, but nobody knows what's actually true with him, and that's the thing. Now, of course, there's a parasocial element of this as well. A lot of his fans became really obsessed with his weight loss because he made his weight loss a huge part of the parasocial elements of his stream. He talked about his weight loss all the time. He would do vlogs where he updated people on his weight loss attempts. It's extremely personal. And people, of course, I know, right, Vermin? This gets really fucking weird. This is why I'm saying it's fucking weird. He would weigh in all the time on his personal struggles. And they were obviously, this is obviously, some of this is true. I mean, for example, people actually acted on the things that he talked about on stream. Other streamers, a fitness streamer, in fact, literally lived with him, went out and stayed with him for like weeks to help him build a fitness yoga routine that he could do at his weight so that he could actually exercise. Right? So, like, people actually took him seriously and did this. And then, yeah, literally, it was a Diamond Daryl Page or something like that, a like hardcore yoga guy who helps people helps people lose weight and stuff. And so they came in to help him with that. And his fans were a huge part of his life. He was like, again, tons of parasocial elements. And then this shit starts happening and the story starts to get murkier and it becomes harder and harder to tell what's actually true and what's not true. And all of this is in the context of people actually trying to apply scrutiny to him. And all of a sudden, the waters get even muddier. So it became very difficult to tell what was true and what was false. And he wrote on that to seemingly pressure people from actually looking into his life at all or finding out anything about the situation. Yeah, but we don't need to armchair psychologize, you know? Yeah, it's really, really hard to tell what's actually happening here, but it is very weird. So this is why it's not parasocial to be inspired from someone improving their life. No, it isn't. But it was much more than that. It was much more than that, Nuts. It wasn't just people being inspired by him. It was people, who were, following his vlogs. They were living his life with him. They were people who believed themselves to be fans. They were attached to the real person, Steven, who may not even be real. We don't even know. Yeah, Diamond Dallas Page. That's who I was talking about. Yeah, Diamond Dallas Page. Yep. And people were very attached to him. And it's understandable to a degree, right? I mean, he was constantly telling people in his videos, this is the real me. Oh, I feel with this. A lot of the stuff in his Draw My Life are verifiably false. Yeah, that has turned out that some, I don't even know. I don't even know how you prove that. But as it turns out, there's a lot of questions about what is actually true about his life. Did he recently pull a gun on someone? Yes, he pulled a gun on a stalker. Yeah, he did pull a gun on a stalker. In fact, it's right here. You can see that discussed right here. It's pictured right here. Over here, above my head, you can see him holding a gun on somebody. Yeah, well, again, remember, I very, very, very much, wait, how is it verified? How is what verified? You mean like the gun thing? Oh, there was like police reports for that one. Yeah, there was police reports and a video for that one. Yeah, so his history? Nobody knows. Some people don't think it's happened. Some people think it was real. Other people just took him at face value. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit that there. But yeah, he could be lying all the time. Yeah, Virgil Texas Mike behavior. But yeah, it's kind of fucked up. And this is why, at the end of the day, please be careful celebrating Boogie 2988 leaving the right. And honestly, there's a lot of people who don't really work with Boogie anymore. And you can kind of see why. Because I don't even know if Steven Williams, aka Boogie 2988, aka Francis, actually knows who he really is anymore. It's really hard to tell. And it's really hard to tell how much of it has just been made up the entire time. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It becomes impossible to tell. What is it about with people named Steven? Listen, I can't answer that question. It's a wild, wild story. And of course, there's so much more. Well, if Zan is still, Zan, if you still want to come on and tell us about more stuff, we can dive into the details. But like, I hadn't planned on going deep into the details. I wanted to show you the general arc, and I wanted to show why I don't think people should be like happily clapping Boogie as a like comrade Boogie and all that, even though it's cool, and I'm sure he's gonna beef up some stock. If there's one thing that's sure about Boogie, is that he is incapable of not filming damn near everything in his life and constantly trying to get the audience on his side, always. And that's the thing, because there are a lot of times where things that don't have to do with the character were avoided being apologized for, where statements were blamed on the other character, or where he would blame that on, oh, you know, even in the video he talks about, oh, that was you do the mean things on Twitch. That's a reference, mind you, to people saying that he was horrible to them. People saying he was horrible to them in Twitch chat, that he would talk about being suicidal in the name of drumming up donations. And he was criticized pretty heartily for that. And then he puts that in a skit to make it seem like those people are in the wrong. The people who said that's weird. So you can see how strange this is, right? Where even if it is all fake, even if it's completely fake, it's really fucking weird. It's really fucking parasocial. And it's really fucking manipulative. Even if it is fake. Really weird, huh? Yeah, it sounds like he's trying to use his character to manipulate IRL people. And remember, keep in mind that he doesn't just, like, I mean, he went on interviews and talked about politics as himself, and then tries to play it off like, oh, well, that's just a character. That's just a character, you know? So yeah, the thing is, Lonnie, it's not that I'm not impugning you for saying like comrade Boogie, like personally or anything. I'm not saying that at all. I know it's fun. Don't worry. Oh yeah, Down the Rabbit Hole does some great videos. But yeah, I'm not saying anybody, like, you can joke about the stuff like that. Of course, but just again, what I'm doing is I'm cautioning people, like, to be careful about unironically standing Boogie 2988, because Boogie 2988 is somebody whose history on the internet is completely off the rails. And the fact of the matter is that at the end of the day, like him or hate him, this guy granted a lot of credence to movements like Gamergate, and a lot of people who saw him as a centrist saw his blessing of Gamergate as, hey, that means this is legit. He's a centrist. If the centrist agrees with me, then Gamergate must be okay. So do you see where this can be really problematic? Where even if it's all fake, he used his character, or maybe himself, you'll never know the answer to that question, to influence political things that had really bad impacts on other people. Do you think that Anita Sarkeesian or Zoe Quinn or any of the countless people who've been harassed by Gamergate, if any of those people, do you think they care whether it was a character or not, or whether it was kayfabe or not? Because I don't care. And that's why I worry about Boogie 2988 talking on politics again and being characteristically very extreme, playing the victim, that he always does. I am bullied by everyone, but I'm bullied more by the right. And so, you know, I'm going to go to the left, eat the rich, buy GameStop stock, which he's probably invested in himself. It's not a matter of if Gamergate 2 will happen, it's when Gamergate 2 will happen, unfortunately. Hate to say it. But, yeah. Kind of weird, yeah. Boogie is a disnosable... What? Sorry, what was that, Nuts? I'm sorry, Nuts. What? Disnosable? Sorry. I don't know what you were trying to say there. It's just a character, Pepe. Like, imagine 15 years of supposed Pepe posting. And also, keep in mind, diagnosable. I mean, I don't know about that. But here's the thing. Remember, a lot of this, is like, he didn't, like, it's hard to believe that this was all a plan. This was all a, you know, a character thing when he didn't know he was, you know, when he was viral. Oh, I saw a new tweet from him that was just like, it was just like, oof. Like, I mean, let's see. Boogie2988, if you're as wealthy as you say you are, why do you have a PayPal link in your link tree? Same reason as any creator. In case someone wealthier wants to throw money at me, in case someone enjoys my content and wants to send like $1 saying they do. Never happens, but who knows? Might get lucky and some new millionaire yeets me a mortgage payment. No matter how much money I have, if someone wants to give me more and has it to give, I'll gladly take it and do some good with it. Or cocaine with it. Do you see what I'm talking about with this very strange way of like, the YouTube chat? Why is the YouTube chat on fire? Oh, okay, it's literally on fire. Oh, I see. Hello. Do you see what I mean? And he's like hawking crypto stuff. Political correctness is the manifestation of low self-esteem. Thoughts? Yeah. Again, Boogie, my dude. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Somniostatic. Yeah. I don't know why, but let's see. YouTube, I'm proud of you for putting the fires in the chat. Good job. Look at all these fires. It's very warm in here. No, don't let your strength fade. Don't let your strength fade. Look at all those fire combos. Incredible. Very warm in here. Yeah, I mean, and again, notice that like in this post, he's like, nobody ever donates. Look, he's like, nobody ever donates to me. Sniff, sniff. See you later, Cash. Have a good night. Yeah, it wasn't me. It was Somnio Francis. Yeah, exactly, Adam. Yeah, very weird. What is Gamergate? Oh, okay, I can explain Gamergate. Gamergate, yeah, I think that's a fair conclusion. Vouch the Stampede. Yeah, I think that it's understandable that a lot of people would conclude that. Yeah. Yeah, you like that? Ooh, xanderhal? Yeah. Let me explain Gamergate real quick, and then I'll bring Xan on, okay? Gamergate was an event in which a bunch of 4chaners freaked out like really hardcore about this random game developer's personal drama with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend had a big following and basically wrote a thing called the Zoe post, okay? The Zoe post was basically an allegation against his ex, Zoe Quinn, by a person named Aaron Gioni. Aaron basically said, Zoe's a piece of shit. She slept around to get support for her game. She was abusive, etc., etc. And then 4chan got a hold of it, and then Reddit got a hold of it, and then it was really super toxic, and so Reddit killed the thread, and that created a panic because people said they're trying to hide the story. And a couple of main personalities jumped on board. Oh, Zoe does these days? Sorry, I haven't updated on Zoe for a very long time. It's called the Streisand effect. Yeah, thank you for letting me know that, Ziltoid. I didn't know Zoe goes by they, them. That's cool as fuck. But Zoe ended up being the subject of a lot of critique, and a bunch of big YouTube accounts, including Boogie2988 and the Internet Aristocrat and Sargon of Akkad and Ethan Ralph of the Kill Stream, and later Milo Yiannopoulos, all of those people jumped on board alleging a conspiracy theory by SJWs in the gaming industry to launder their politically correct video games, and it spun out of control. And a lot of people were brought in because, at the time, people had memories of the enthusiast press of gaming being corrupt because they were. Because, like, but not in the way they thought. You see, the press was bought by giant corporations that would literally send strippers to parties so that they would, in the future favorably review their games. And anyway, this exploded and became just so massive. A bunch of people's careers were launched off of it. Sargon of Akkad was launched off of it. Bearing, arguably even Shoe on Head. You could argue the Shoe on Head was launched out of it. A bunch of the skeptics jumped onto this anti-SJW stuff during Gamergate. And Chris Raygun, I mean, Shoe had a pretty big following, but yes, did blow up from it. A lot of people did. Ethan Ralph definitely did. Milo Yiannopoulos was already successful in his own right, but jumped in to turn it right-wing and succeeded, by the way. Even more right-wing than it already was. It was already pretty right-wing. But a lot of people got duped in and thought, hey, this is like a big uprising about ethics and journalism. And in reality, that's not true. That was just a convenient excuse. It was the shield they could put on the front. Oh, Short Fat Otaku. A whole bunch of people were involved in that. And it ended up, by the way, just so you know, it ended up with some really horrible outcomes. Gamergate resulted in a bunch of femme-presenting people, a number of them trans people, being horrifically harassed, stalked, doxxed, threatened, weapons and poison sent to their houses. One person was literally had their house cased, and the floor plan of their house was posted online. Steve Bannon was indeed recruiting via Milo Yiannopoulos. Yes, we're talking Gamergate. Yes, there was a panel appearance. Yeah, Bannon did do that. Yes, Bannon was at the time, if I remember correctly, Bannon was at the time working at Breitbart, and he worked with Milo Yiannopoulos to get Milo in on reporting on Gamergate so they could control the narrative, and they succeeded. By the way, they really succeeded. Oh yeah, Milo Stewart, who's really fucking cool, got totally blown up by Gamergaters. A bunch of people did. And it was really, really fucking bad. Oh, you got a backup? Oh my god, yeah, the mega threads. Holy shit. Yeah, wild shit. Oh, here it is. They have them. Oh my god. Yeah, Milo Stewart got totally mistreated. Look at this. These are the mega threads that were trying to keep track of the boogie drama. Look at how long these are. Look at how much stuff. There were two like this of their fans desperately trying to figure out what was actually happening. because that's how obfuscated it was. But Gamergate was really fucking bad. And Gamergate, like actually, literally, did you know there was congressional hearings over Gamergate? Did you know that? Huh, I didn't know about that, hippie punk. What do we do when Gamergate 2 happens? Well, we're going to have to figure that out, because what it's going to require is a whole lot of solidarity and a whole lot of protecting whoever the targets end up being, because it will happen again. It's inevitable. These things happen these things have happened. Gamergate wasn't the first of its type, and there were many more. Hey, good night, Adam Flores. Oh, holy shit, thank you so much.
Pretty sure you're not allowed to be a white name.
Wait, that's a tier 4. Thank you so much, Somniostatic. Holy shit. Thank you. You can argue that Gamergate really put the alt-right on the map. Well, yeah, it created the preconditions for the alt-right. Keep in mind, what's his name? Adam, Firefly. He was from Firefly. Adam Baldwin. Adam Baldwin got on board. You know this guy from Firefly right here? Yeah, you know this guy? This dude. You know Firefly, right? This guy is a super right-winger, and he was the one who tweeted about it from his massive celebrity account. He literally named it Gamergate, yeah. And then, of course, Milo Yiannopoulos. And then, of course, Sargon of Akkad. And then, of course, you had Andy Worski, internet aristocrat. You had all of these right-wing figures that we're still fucking dealing with to this day. All of them got their start in Gamergate. Like, all of them. Yeah, Medicare. Medicare was his old name. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's fair to say it caused Trump, but it was certainly a massive shove in that direction. Yeah. Maybe AT5D2D Derek. It's possible. Yeah, and so, like, I don't think, yeah, I think it contributed. Yeah. A huge boost. Yeah, you know all these people. I know. It's like, it's ancient history. Just so you know, during the time of Gamergate, was a little different time for me. I didn't have a platform. All I did was fucking lurk around and collect information. As you can see, I'm a bit of a fucking info collector. You could tell that about me. You could tell that I fucking follow shit and I save things down. Somewhere, I have files of folders of stuff that I backed up and documented during the time. Yeah. They aren't the true Adams, Adam Flores. You're the true Adam. It's true. Yeah. Yeah, because at the time, I just was documenting stuff, keeping track of it. Am I an info warrior? A little bit. Yeah, somewhere I have all this shit. Yeah. But the thing of the matter is that, like, it was such a mess and it was so fast, there was no way you could get all of it. I used to lurk. I told you all this. I used to lurk some of these conversations just to see what the fuck these people were talking about. This was back when I was, I had no idea of, like, being a lefty. I was just politically interested in following these things. I didn't really get, like, involved. I just had a quiet account and would lurk and pay attention and take notes. Yeah. Yep. I just think it's important. Like, memory is important, and computers are memory aids. They can help us remember history. They can help us document it. Anyway. So, again, the conclusion of this whole boogie segment is that just be careful with this guy, okay? Because, like, he does this all the time. He does this fucking shit all the goddamn time. And yeah. Being discriminated against made you a lefty? Fair enough. Fair enough. That's completely understandable. Yep. Yeah, the video timeline of... Yeah, exactly, Busy Bee. These things are really important. What do I think will cause Gamergate 2? No clue. Absolutely impossible to predict. Nobody would have been able to predict Gamergate 1 because it was literally some random... Do you know what the game was that they blew up about it?
I was 16 around Gamergate and totally got sucked down the pipeline. If I wasn't dating who I was at the time, I would have been outright.
It was super easy. Yeah, Depression Quest. Do you know what do you know what Depression Quest is like? Watch this. Look. Look, this is hilarious. Look, watch. This is Depression Quest. It's literally a twine game. It's just a twine game that you click. You just click and it just goes through. This is it. It's just a text game. And this was what started it all, because somebody said that this SJW depression game was getting favorable coverage. It was a free game. It was a free game. And yeah, it's a little cringe, but that's it. Yeah, it's absurd. It's actually unbelievable. Yeah, that's what started it. Depression, not Depression Quest, but the creator of Depression Quest was accused by her ex in their messy breakup of getting improper, of fucking people for favorable coverage by her ex. Yes, really, yes. God, I gotta do a whole section on Gamergate, don't I? Yeah, exactly. Yep. And then it became a meme called Five Guys Burgers and Fries because she's apparently fucked Five Guys for favorable coverage for a game that was free. It's ridiculous. And then, of course, oh, and by the way, yes, JonTron did get involved. Sorry, they, them. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Yeah. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, like, they're, like, yeah. And JonTron did get involved, by the way. JonTron got really involved because JonTron accused another person who was involved in it of impropriety, of, like, working against him. Oh, it's just so ridiculous. It was out of control. There were so many accusations that none of them could be confirmed. Yep. There were a lot of trans people who got scooped up into that, yeah. Here's a browser game, yep. They didn't care. This is what happens with moral panics. And it was a moral panic, by the way. This was a moral panic. It was just a very silly one. They're coming for our games. They're gonna fill our games with SJW nonsense. No, that was not true. That was not true. That's really, really complicated, by the way. Yeah. The Night in the Woods guy killed himself, but it was way more complicated than that. They had a bad breakup, but no. Yeah, exactly. Gayfesh says, my friend who works for Blizzard was so mad about Gamergate because he had been complaining about ethics in gaming journalism for years before Gamergate, but that destroyed the ability to have the conversation. Yeah, it's really sad. Okay, listen. A lot of people fell for the narrative because it was full of propaganda. There were literal right-wing propaganda outlets filling the information with misinformation. You're not bad for falling for it. Just learn from it. That's the thing. You learn from it and you become stronger. This is why inoculating people to moral panics is important. Yeah, it was the guy from Night in the Woods. Yeah. You're not bad for having fallen for something in the past. Remember, I grew up in a cult. That's about as hard as you can fall for anything. You were transmed because of it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. By the way, one of the main propagators of Gamergate was a really, 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 really popular trans person. Anyway, it's really fucked. But yes. The fact of the matter is, it was somebody named Airport at the time. No, not Blair. You all don't know. They're gone. They're gone off the internet. But they were called Airport at the time, I think. Anyway, it's a long, long story. Yeah, Chobitcoin before Airport, yeah. Nobody knows who they are anymore, but they were one of the big five. No joke. They were one of the 5 accounts that started the Gamergate block list. I know, it's wild. Yeah. Really complicated story, Nibiru. Holy shit. Really, really complicated story. I can't even, like, that one gets really weird because, ooh boy, I can't get into that. That's too much. That's too much actual history. Ooh boy. Yikers. Yeah, exactly, Fawn. Yeah, that's too much. I don't want to talk about that. That hurt a lot of people that I know and care about. So I'm not going to get into that story. Yeah. Anyway, let's bring Zan on. Zan, you ready? Sorry for the wait, Zan. Let's do it. Let's do this. Just come on into stream call, or actually here, we can call directly. All right, let's do this. Wait, I got to get you up on camera, right? Hold on, let's see. Yeah, here. Wait, oh no, I didn't. Shit. Okay. I'm not going to be on video, but you're going to be on video. Hold on. There, I'm calling you. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I don't
no?
want to be on camera.
Oh,
I
wait,
just
no
woke up and I don't even have a shirt on.
No worries then. Here, all right, let's get you up on the list so people can see.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Here we go. The little guest art that I have temporarily thrown up, until I get my real overlay, which is going to be cool as fuck. But that's not nice. That's later. So yeah,
looks pog.
Yeah. So did you enjoy the grand tale of Boogie 298? I didn't do the whole thing because that would take literal hours.
Oh yeah, no, I think you did a good job. There was just one thing I wanted to go over, just because I feel like it is somewhat important context that it adds to your overall point that you're making, but I do think that it's worth informing everybody about. And I'm going to try to keep it spoiler free because I know a lot of people haven't seen it, and my girlfriend and I are like 2/3 of the way through it. But how many are you aware of? I think it's called an ARG.
Mm-hmm. I am very aware of ARGs. Yep. There was one that was done for Lost, and there was one that was done for BioShock 2, believe it or not.
Oh wait, am I mixing up words? No, not ARG.
Alternate reality game?
Yeah, but in the sense that it's like a series that's done rather than so much of a real life thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of ways that they're structured, but yeah.
Yeah,
like Slenderman. Yeah, like Slenderman was more than that though, but yeah, it's an ARG. Yeah.
So I'll explain like the backstory to it. So there is a YouTuber that goes by the name of McJuggernuggets. His real name is Jesse. You'll have heard him mentioned a few times in the Boogie video that you showed on the stream.
Mm-hmm.
And Jesse was the creator of probably the largest scripted series ever done on YouTube. That was like meant to appear real. Back when the series happened, these videos got fucking huge. They went viral, tens of millions of views on many of them, and they managed to keep the fact that it was all scripted and not real under wraps basically the entire time. There were obviously holes that were poked into it, but for the most part, the vast majority of people who saw it were not aware that it was fake. No videos were uploaded out of character through the entirety of the multiple years this series took place, and they were uploaded daily. And this series was called broadly the Psycho series. You probably seen videos of like Psycho Dad mows over video games. And basically Jesse played this just out of college, sort of neckbeardy, like gamer boy who was living with his parents, and his dad and he loved video games and he wanted to be a YouTuber, and his dad wasn't cool with it. And they would constantly get into these conflicts. And over the course of years, the story evolved until it hit a breaking point. And I'm not going to spoil too much, but one of those breaking points was Jesse being stuck in this room in the basement. And in this room, he was restricted to only being allowed to film in this room, and he wanted to upload videos still, so he would just rant into the camera. And he ended up building this effigy out of styrofoam. And one of the main part of the effigy was a styrofoam head, which you'll notice was in the effigy that Boogie was beating the shit out of, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it sort of formed like a cross. And then he like had like a little bit of drywall from a different story sort of taped to it. And he basically went crazy in this room, right? That was like the character going through a ton of shit.
Right.
And then a couple episodes later, the series ends up ending, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, many of you will also know that Boogie did a similar thing, though not as dedicated as what Jesse did. He did the Francis character. And Boogie's real life wife played the character's sister.
Yes.
Now, in real life, something happened. I agree that something probably that was Boogie's fault caused the divorce to happen. I can't know for sure, but
it's so hard to find anything verified. Yeah, it's so difficult.
Yeah. It's just the feeling that I get, right?
Yeah. Oh, of course. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that like would point towards that. Like, again, and if you go through and read the mega threads, those mega threads have a lot of plausible evidence that would say that, yeah, Boogie was probably being a giant piece of shit. But again, most of it's conjecture because nothing can be confirmed.
Yeah, it's mostly just like what you interpret the evidence to lead you to believing. I side more on the end of like, yeah, but just knowing like the drama and the history that Boogie has, he probably did some pretty yikesy shit that resulted in the divorce happening. Oh yeah, I thought the Psycho series was real at the time, by the way. But after this, the events that happened when Boogie and his wife got divorced also coincided with the end of the Psycho series and the beginning of a new series. And this new series was all about the idea that when you've played a character for so much time in your day, for so many years, your real personality and that character start to become indistinguishable, or you don't know which is the real you at that point. And that was the point of Jesse's series. I think it was called like The Demon Inside, something like that. Or The Devil Inside, something like that. And it was a good series, not as good as the Psycho series. Psycho series will always be classic. But and it focused on Jesse struggling with who the real him was. And like you talked about this with wrestlers, right? Like who is the real me, right? Yeah. So eventually he ends up coming across Boogie because Boogie and Jesse in real life are friends. So why not bring Boogie into the series? So Boogie's presence in the series, he's supposed to be Boogie, not Francis. But as it turns out, Francis has the same issue as Jesse is going through, where he's having a hard time parsing out the character and the real him. And in this series, he plays a very interesting character when he's in Francis mode. So normally he's very nice, he's warm and inviting, and he invites them over and they hang out and they play some video games, they have food. But Boogie or Francis is still in there and is just ready to pop out in a second, right? And so Francis will pop out, do some terrible shit, and then Francis or Boogie will come back and kind of gaslight them into sticking around and stuff like that. And there's a point in the series where Boogie would do things like, he's also like a deranged sex pervert in this series as well, who locks one of Jesse's friends in the attic.
In the series, quote unquote, yeah.
Well, that was definitely scripted.
Yeah, but then there was the whole thing that happened on H3H3 with the sex worker story. But anyway, let's go. Go on. Yes.
Well, I think the sex worker story like consensual.
Well, that's the thing, because there was multiple sex workers, and if I recall correctly, one of them said that he kept pushing boundaries, and so that she refused to go work with him again because he kept pushing boundaries and was really uncomfortable to be around. And there was multiple sex workers who kept feeling pressured into longer term commitments with him. Yeah, it was very weird. Again, one of those situations where it's hard to verify the veracity of anything because it's impossible to tell what's character, what's fiction, what's played up, and what's not. But allegations have been made, so.
Yeah, I would recommend listening to the side of it. I think Carrot Otis just posted a link to the story of the sex workers, like the videos they made. So I would recommend checking those out for anyone in chat who's curious about that.
Yeah.
But it is confirmed that like the Boogie, in this case it's Francis, locking Jesse's friend in the attic in the video was completely scripted. Like they do like a little segment where Jesse is playing the game, and then the friend who they'd already built up like some animosity between Boogie and this I think his name was Isaac, or no, his name was I can't remember the name he was the cameraman in this series, right? Boogie or Francis ends up locking the cameraman in the attic, tricking him into going up there and keeping him up there. And then Boogie goes down to Jesse and is like, "Oh no, he's fine. He needed to leave. You know, he needed to go do something," and is basically he wants to fuck Jesse. At least that's the impression that I get. and wanted to get the cameraman who he didn't like out of the way. And so the series becomes, at this point, in part, Jesse trying to find out the real him, as well as Boogie, or Francis, acting as kind of an antagonist that Jesse is also trying to help get back to like his real self. And so that part that we watched in the basement in that room, there's still the writing on the wall from the Psycho series originally, is when they locked Boogie in the basement and were like, all right, you need to chill the fuck out. You need to calm down and get back to your real self. You need to switch characters again. And this basically, the way this happened would be by snapping. And eventually Jesse teaches Boogie this method. You just like, when you really want to change characters, like change back to your real self, you would snap. It's like very silly series, but like the premise behind it is somewhat grounded in reality. But they play it up quite a bit. But that particular video is a skit, though I do think you have a point with pointing out that like the effigy is obviously supposed to be the character's sister, who is also his wife. So there's probably some, art imitates life, right? Some of those things that he said are probably real feelings.
Well, I mean, some of them were absolutely true, at least based on if you're coordinating it to his other things that he talked about on streams that weren't a part of the series. Like when that thing went up, some of the things he talked about, like, he talks about like, oh, you feel more superior to me because you took care of me. You saved me when I was going to die. Those are things he's talked about like candidly in the past before any of this series existed. So again, it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, is this like a part of the story, or is this just literally him acting out things? I mean, because again, like I said, he talked about a lot of these things with his wife, the effigy being based on his wife, being on the character of his wife, but then he's talking about things that he said happened in real life at much earlier points before this series had ever even been conceived, which is why it gets so strange.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it, and you're completely right. A big part of the series is that it's a play off of reality in the sense that like they aren't canonically in the series playing characters, they're playing themselves, who is struggling with the fictional characters that they played. So the idea behind it, I suppose, would be like in that breakdown scene that we saw in the video that you showed. The idea is that this is not just Francis being mad about his sister leaving him, because that's the lore explanation after the divorce happened, but also a bit of Boogie in real life drawing from his actual real life anger into his character that he's playing in the series, which is also supposed to be him, right? So it's kind of like a loop. Now it's like ultra meta. It's fourth wall breaks.
It's
right?
ultra meta, but there's also really weird inconsistencies because again, like this entire time while all of this is happening, he's vlogging to his fans on YouTube and telling them, oh yeah, it's like a friendly breakup and like we're still on good terms. And then on Twitch, he's like uncomfortably trying to call his ex-wife while live on stream. Like again, it's impossible to figure out what's actually going on. And it all seems like at the end of the day, like what is this just like a plausible deniability? So he can say, oh yeah, it's all just characters, don't look any deeper,
Yeah, I think so. There's a few things that I want to say. One is, have you ever like watched one of Boogie's streams live?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Boogie is very different when he's live on Twitch than he is on videos. That is without a doubt true. He definitely plays, I wouldn't say a character, but more so a online persona that's a bit more reasonable and well-adjusted than his real self. But every YouTuber kind of does that to an extent, right? Like generally whenever I go live, I'm pretty open with like what's going on in my life. I mean, I talked about, I kept it a secret for a while, but like for the majority of the time I've been doing politics, I was stuck living with my parents who were like pretty abusive and all that, right?
Yeah.
Like I think a lot of what happens just from watching Boogie's streams is that he feeds off of the energy that his audience gives him hardcore. Like if his audience is like 100%. Shitting on him for a thing or encouraging him to do a thing, he'll do whatever he thinks will please the audience. He's a big time people pleaser.
Yeah.
And I feel like this leads to him acting in ways that are probably not things that he actually wants to do. Is it an excuse for his behavior? No, but it is a reason that's worth considering as to why he behaves the way he does. Absolutely. And I think that has a lot to do with it. And of course, there's also the idea that like it's possible that him and his ex-wife are on good terms, and it's also possible that both of them harbor some level of animosity towards each other. You don't go through a divorce and end a multi-year relationship, a marriage, without there being some level of animosity. But that doesn't also mean you can be on speaking terms or on some non-angry, non-hateful terms, right? So it's really hard to like deep look into someone's life. When it comes to the to his political change, I agree with you that like you got to be careful when it comes to this. I don't think he's like grifting or anything like that. Like I don't really get that impression. I'm pretty good at sussing that out.
Yeah.
But I think what's happening is that Boogie realizes that he can never be a people pleaser to the people on the alt-right. These types of people see Boogie as like, I guess, a lolcow, right? They'll always be there to like shit on him no matter what he does, simply because of his appearance, his past, and just because they think it's fun, right? While he's noticed the left shits on him for being like a spineless fence sitter who won't really he doesn't have any hardcore convictions. And so he realizes that he can never really please the right. The right's always going to bully him online. But if he actually sticks to his principles and stops being like a fence sitter, maybe he can get the left off of his back when it comes to like attacking and bullying him.
Yeah.
And even if it is a bit disingenuous, I still think it's a positive outcome as long as it's genuine.
Yeah, I mean, I urge people to take basically utmost skepticism, and because again, like having like political fallout is not exactly a new thing that Boogie does. Like, I mean, again, he chose to weigh in pretty heavily into Gamergate, and I happen to know personally, although this of course can never be verified because it's lost to the history of the internet, but I know personally he was posting on 4chan and was talking about that even on other platforms, that he was posting on 4chan as himself during the like height as this was getting whipped up into what we now know as Gamergate. So like he's not quite as distanced as he likes to pretend. And like, I don't know, again, like it's not that there's anything that is really gonna like, I don't think that people are going to like jump on board and super welcome him in or whatever. But I figured that it would be fun, since he's making these huge comments on the back of the the GameStop stock situation, that it would be good to let people know that, like, you know, this is a person with a long history of the internet and like multiple drama cycles that have done a lot of damage, whether intentional or not, to people on the internet. I mean, his boosting of Gamergate was not good. Like, it really wasn't.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Yeah. And and then also, like, again, like the way that he's interacted with his audience at times is just straight up reprehensible. Like, because there is no doubt that, like, whether it was fictional or not, he did use his mental health as a way to manipulate his audience. If there were people who were criticizing him, he would just, you know, especially on live streams, he would just be like, well, I guess I'll just kill myself later. And it's just like, dude, that is so unhealthy. That is so fucked up. So yeah, I don't know. I just urge people to take great caution with this individual. Not that I don't think that he might not be like a creative person or like had a hard past. I think it's probably true. I just worry about you know, this person who's sort of like serially flipped back and forth when it's convenient. I don't know. I don't know that there's going to be, I don't know if we're going to get a satisfying, you know, leftward awakening on this, because he's gone really far right in the past and said, I'm off the fence on this. You know what I mean? In the past, he's done that a million times. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's hard to like gauge what will happen in the future.
Of course.
I'm someone who sees, if someone is genuinely moving to the left, that's always a win. It doesn't matter who they are. I typically see that as a win.
Yeah.
Just in regards to like, as a consequentialist, it's good to bring people over to the left. The problem is like, how genuine is it? I think it's probably fairly genuine. Like, it seems like Boogie's actual political opinions, at least on social issues, are probably more on the progressive side. A lot of people that were progressive did take part in Gamergate on the really bad shit, thinking that, oh, Yeah, no, I'm left leaning. It's just these crazy SJWs. They aren't really left leaning. They're the regressive left,
I
like
mean,
the kind of
I
shit
don't
Dave Rubin
know.
used to say.
Like the thing is, like I think there was a lot of like with Gamergate, there were a lot of people who like I would say fancied themselves progressives, but didn't exactly espouse those values. People who on paper were okay with gay people as long as gay people kept quiet. And like I don't know, like again, I spent a lot of time on the quote unquote ground very quietly in Gamergate, taking notes and watching things and seeing how things unfolded and poking and finding out what I could find out. And unfortunately, I mean, the reactionary element is undeniable. I think a lot of the people who like were genuine progressives ended up like really, really turning hard against it. And later on, if they were fooled in, but I don't really, I haven't really seen that with a lot of people. And there's a certain element of people who are involved who just want to pretend like it never happened. But the fact of the matter is that it did, and it hurt a lot of people, and it has poisoned online discourse for like 5 years. But I don't know, it is complicated. I do generally agree that like, hey, I'd rather have a boogie 2988 that's like mildly or really badly left wing or whatever than a boogie 1488. That much is for sure.
Yeah, I think like I agree. I agree with basically everything you said. The only I feel like there's as somebody who got sucked into this stuff. Now, I wasn't super into Gamergate when it happened. I knew what it was. I'd heard of it, and I supported it because, the crazy SJWs. And I was in this sort of like, for other examples of YouTubers that maybe weren't directly involved, but definitely supported it to a degree. Like you've got people like Ethan Klein, H3H3.
Yeah.
Like there's large YouTubers that now in hindsight do not agree with that kind of stuff and didn't know where it was going to go.
Yeah.
That did take part in that and did support it, because at the time there's this really weird, you can probably empathize with this. I know a lot of people can. Nobody except very progressive people who are smart enough to know it was coming, understood that Gamergate was going to be a gateway to the alt-right and arguably a much larger resurgence of sort of fascistic ideology in America and abroad as well, but mostly in America. This is mostly an American
I think
thing.
that's true at first, although it did sour very quickly. And like I even say that as someone who at the very beginning, even though I was observing, was kind of partial to the idea of like really manipulative games media stuff, like getting their comeuppance, like people who actually were corrupt, but it just spun out of that so quickly. And after that, it really did become just a mess of targeting. They would pick a new woman every single week and just try to destroy that person's life. I don't know. It is very complicated, but also I understand where the messaging was. I mean, they really did their fucking best to try and give people as much plausible deniability. I think somebody in chat mentioned like moral licensing. Yeah, there was a lot of that. Like, I mean, there was a hashtag that went alongside Gamergate that not a lot of people remember, that was called Not Your Shield, and Not Your Shield was a bunch of minorities who like, of various types, whether they were trans or gay or black, who were not anonymous, who posted their support for Gamergate and also used the thing Not Your Shield in order to be like, oh, like, I think for myself. It was like a Candace Owens kind of thing, but it was really, there was a lot of people who got roped in that, and those people, almost all of those people who got involved in that ended up getting burned really fucking hard. Like, really fucking hard, really fucking quick. I don't know.
Yeah, in hindsight, everyone should have been able to see it coming. Maybe that's just because now I know how these ideologies work and how completely irrational they are.
Yeah.
But to a lot of people back then, Gamergate, I don't think was the cause of it, but was an inevitable symptom of sort of a more like right populist push that was happening in America at the time due to at that point, what, 6-7 years of a neoliberal president in Obama.
Well, I mean, and also there was deliberate manipulation within Gamergate. Again, like it should not be underestimated how Milo Yiannopoulos getting involved in Gamergate really super early on at the behest, I believe, if not of Bannon directly, at the behest of Breitbart. It's Breitbart's like leading editorial staff, and Andrew Breitbart, like they went right in, and this was early on. Milo Yiannopoulos used his like comparative, like his status as a journalist and as a minor celebrity and people's general ignorance of the fact that Breitbart was a right-wing magazine to get into places, to get onto podcasts with Sargon and all these people and boost them up specifically with right-wing money and right-wing support. So that was very, very much manufactured. I think also it's worth noting that like a lot of the people who got scooped up by Gamergate were younger people who just don't know about these types of things. And I think that's something that like hopefully will be a little better on the internet now. The internet's been around a little longer, and there are more people on the internet who have experience with this kind of thing and who can help prevent like a bunch of younger, like more inexperienced people from getting swooped up in this. Because it is true that if you've never seen anything like that before, you might not identify it. If you're just, I mean, like, geez, like at the time, like, fuck, I don't even remember what it was. Like, even for me, I had never seen anything like that, especially also because I had grown up in like a super right-wing, background, where to me this was like, oh, this is comparatively progressive to what I knew. But yeah, anyway, yeah, I think that like the fact that there is better social structures on the internet than there used to be, slightly, actually there is still, than that period for sure. Then that's probably rather hopeful.
Yeah, so. No, I think so. Have you watched what's the channel's name? He does the alt-right playbook videos.
Innuendo Studios. Yep.
Yeah, Innuendo Studios used an analogy for how like the alt-right pipeline works that I think applies just as well to Gamergate itself, which is a big portion of it. It's like an onion. It's layers of an onion,
Yeah.
So you've got the people on the far edge that kind of know what it is, and they're like, listen, I'm not like those people that are oblivious to what's going on outside of the onion, so outside of Gamergate, but I'm not as crazy as the radical people that are being focused on by the media and stuff like that further in. This was the this was like the people who are doing the actual sexist stuff. People be like, I'm not like them. Those are just they're covering up the real people here that actually care about ethics and games journalism. And then you got the next layer, which is like Zoe Quinn's a piece of shit. Sometimes women use their bodies to get ahead in the games industry. It's just another part of how corrupt games journalism is. And you're like, but I'm not cucked like those people in the outer part of the onion that won't bite down on this pill, but I'm not as crazy as the people who just outright hate women further in. And you sort of work your way in, right? Yep. And so there were a lot of people at different layers of the onion. I think most large public figures that weren't overtly political, besides like John Tron, stuff like that, people like H3H3 and probably Boogie were more so on the outer layers of the onion, not realizing how far it went. And
I mean, Total Biscuit was like that too, right? Because Total Biscuit voiced support, but then later rescinded it pretty hardcore. But yeah, I mean, Boogie was a little further in than he likes to likes to be reminded of, because again, he went to bat for Gamergate for a pretty long time, and he provided cover for some pretty bad people. But of course, like at the center of it, you've got like the Ethan Ralphs and the Milo Yiannopoulos, but Ethan Ralph was really popular, and the problem that happens with these types of things is that there is some level of cultural amnesia that's used, like that people don't know where these people come from. They might not know anything about their past. Like nobody knew that Milo Yiannopoulos wrote like a whole bunch of horrible shit, because it's just like in the spur of the moment you see somebody agreeing with you, and it's like, we got to go with the person who agrees with us. Look, they're saying nice things and they're important and whatever.
Yeah, well-dressed British gay guy. Wait, if he's supporting this movement, how can it actually, like, for progressive people looking at Milo Yiannopoulos? I know this is how I felt when I was getting into like the reactionary stuff. It's like, wait, he's a well-dressed gay, British dude. He seems to talk well, and he's gay. How could if he supports this, how could this be like this crazy, like, a right-wing, ultra-conservative, like bigoted thing? And at the time, being progressive-ish, being a liberal, right?
Yeah.
Like I watched John Oliver. That was my politics, basically. Like how that's sort of what enticed me, was the idea that there were people who I was pretty sure couldn't be super far right involved in this, and that sort of made me think, oh, it can't be that bad. But yeah, no, I think when it comes to Boogie, oh yeah, his political opinions back then were probably much more shitty than mine even were back when I got into that kind of stuff. Definitely.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Boogie is someone who does, and I oh shit, I can buy my Doge. Yes.
Oh shit. Don't lose money. Don't gamble more than you're ready to lose. That's my advice to you. Seriously. My one piece of advice.
Wait, why is it saying I don't have enough buying power? Oof. Wait, no. Ooh, I gotta limit it down to, hold on, 0.31. There we go. No.
Damn, live gambling. Damn, this is gonna get me a fucking AO rating. Jesus Christ.
I'm only spending 31 cents right now. That's it.
Oh, not so bad. Not so bad.
Yeah, 0.31. Can I? Yeah, that'll buy 10. Buy.
Where are you buying it from? What are you using?
Robinhood. It's the only one that I can actually use to buy it, sadly.
Damn.
Yeah, Robinhood's so shitty. They're holding my.
Hey, don't forget to get your free Doge coins from the Doge data faucets.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
Is that actually a thing?
Yeah, it's a real thing. There's these things called faucets that like it's part of the Doge coin thing to like propagate Doge. There's basically these community funds. They're on the Dogecoin website. You can just click on them, and they're faucets that are giant. They're giant like funds that people can donate Doge to over the years, and every person without question gets if you get like your wallet will get free Doge if you put it on there from the collective fund. It's a way of like encouraging people to get into Doge. But yeah, you can get your free Doge if you haven't done it already.
I probably should try that because right now Robinhood's being like a bunch of cunts. I managed to make a bit of profit.
Yeah, we covered that earlier.
I managed to make a little bit of profit investing in AMC when the stock was
You didn't invest in AMC. You gambled on AMC. Don't call it what it is.
I did. Yeah,
it's gambling.
Yeah. I gambled a total of $130 on AMC. I've still got 99 in it now with a profit of $24. And I put most of the 99 went into Cash App investing because they shut down AMC on Robinhood, and I put 30 into AMC, and then I sold, and now I've got like 37 or 38 or something like that. That's like in my Robinhood wallet, but they won't let me buy any crypto with it for 3 days. So I basically, and I can't buy any, and I can't put more money into my Robinhood account because it's attached to my bank account, and I keep none of my money in my bank account.
All right, let me give you some advice, okay? Let me give you a little bit of advice, all right? Listen, this is ancient demon mama advice, okay? As first of all, you need to get yourself, if you ever want to actually make money with fucking stonks, you need to get a legitimate fucking brokerage account. And I highly recommend going through the process to get a Charles Schwab investment account. It is annoying. You have to fill out a bunch of paperwork, and then they have to vet you to make sure you're not like a fucking criminal or whatever, because that's what they do. But it's very well worth it. It's incredibly good. And they literally, if you get an account with Schwab and you put in the minimum, I think they have like a $500 minimum or something stupid like that. But regardless, I don't know what it is these days. But if you set it up, your account, just having an account with them entitles you to actually talk at any moment of any day, 24 hours with actual licensed stockbrokers. And you get the same 0 commissions that you get on Robinhood with none of the bullshit, because they're an actual legitimate investment firm, and you're a paying customer to them. So, I highly recommend that in the long run, because they also provide you with the legitimate, like the actual tools that people use for this. Not that you necessarily will use them, but if you want to, all you have to do is click one tab over and you can do fucking calculations. You can do all kinds of stuff. Yeah, it's Charles Schwab.
Charles Schwab.
Charles Schwab is like OG investment bank, like for retail investors. It is like, again, I wish I was fucking sponsored by. Well, if I was sponsored by Charles Schwab, I'd be a fucking millionaire. They don't really give that shit out. But yeah, no, it's like a really good ass bank. I've used them for over 10 years. But also, and the other thing, never ever let yourself confuse gambling with investing. Investing is a real thing. It is a real thing. Even if lefties sometimes don't believe in it, you can actually invest and make money. It's a legitimate thing that you can do. But what you're doing right now is gambling. And that's okay, because I did it too. Don't worry, I gambled a little bit on it too. I can't resist. I can't resist a little bit of vice. But don't let yourself don't trick yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm not. Don't worry. I know.
That's how you trick yourself into overdoing it, and then you lose money, and that stings like fuck.
Yeah, there's just a really interesting thing going on where so the interesting thing with Dogecoin right now is that it's growing really quickly. It's fluctuating a lot, but it's growing really quickly. And you can put in if I spent $100 on this when it was 1 cent a couple days ago.
Yeah.
And right now it's 3 cents, but earlier it was up to 10 or 11 cents at some point. That's a significant gain if I were to sell there. If it hits $1 and you spend $100 on it now and get a few, I think it's right now if I spend 100 on it, I could get 700 Dogecoins. If it hits $1, people are pushing for it to, or anywhere close to it, or even halfway, that's a significant return when you sell. That's the unique thing about it being only a couple cents for a Dogecoin right now, with it being a meme stock and everyone dumping into it right now.
Well, Doge isn't a stock; it's a cryptocurrency. But
meme stock broadly. That's what everyone's calling the thing dumped into. Meme crypto. Well, it's always been a meme crypto.
Yeah,
but now it's
the
one
funny
of the.
thing
It's one
is
of the meme stocks.
it's a meme, but there's actually some I don't know. The history of Doge is super interesting. It's actually it's basically a fun experiment, and they've managed to keep it going for a long time. But the only thing is okay, so with stuff like Doge and even with Bitcoin, which is obviously people have made millions of dollars on Bitcoin, Doge is, holy shit, is it volatile. So yeah, be careful if you're doing it, and don't put in any more again that you're not willing to lose, because you could wake up tomorrow and Doge could be completely useless. The problem is that nobody actually buys or sells anything with Dogecoin, so the likelihood of it getting memed up as high as something like GME or even AMC is really unlikely. Part of the reason why GME is exploding is not just because people are memeing it on, but it's because they're memeing it on good info. If you go read those the original DDs, the due diligences that were posted on by Deep Fucking Value, he does the math. The math is there and it checks out. So but the fact of the matter is it doesn't check out on Dogecoin. Dogecoin is 100%. They're trying to see who can meme it, but keep in mind that there's nobody's holding Dogecoin because of its value. People are unlike GameStop. If GameStop even was to tank, you still have a stock in a real company that actually exists that might, after coronavirus, end up being some value. But you don't with Dogecoin, unfortunately. Yeah. So.
Yeah. So the thing about Dogecoin, I think the two things that make it the two main things that make it so volatile, and the reason why it's dangerous to invest into it and to buy or gamble, I should say, gamble into it and buy some of it, unless you're spending money you're willing to lose. Okay, if it goes badly, I'm willing to lose this, but if it goes well, I can make some good pocket change.
You could, yeah.
Is because it's so prone to cultural movements. If people are just decide, yeah, fuck it, let's buy some Dogecoin, then let's make Dogecoin go to $1, and this pushes hard enough and it gets anywhere close, then you could make a good profit if you buy really low. And you spend a fair amount of money, but at the same time, there's an infinite amount of potential Dogecoin. It's not limited like Bitcoin, for example, which means it'll never have the value of Bitcoin.
Oh, for
There's
sure.
no case where it'll even come close to that. Dogecoin never in its existence will even get close to being worth $100 per coin.
Yeah, I mean, it's feasible, but okay, the way you have to understand Dogecoin right now is, you ever played those games at the county fair where you drop a quarter in and then the quarters pile up and then it pushes, it goes like this.
Yeah, eventually it pushes some off, right?
Yeah, it pushes some off. Well, that's exactly how Dogecoin is. Everyone in there is just hoping that they can be the one who sells before it crashes. And everybody's got their coin at a different spot. But there's a real good chance that you're not going to be the coin that knocks the coins over. It's a coin pusher. It's a coin pusher. But keep in mind that the coin pushers make those people a lot of money. That's the thing. So but yeah, it is a meme, but it is definitely possible. It is conceivable that you could make money if you monitor the shit out of Dogecoin, you bought at a good point, and you sell it, at another good point. But yeah, some people are going hog wild and buying millions of Dogecoin on the chance that it bumps up, but it's that is not a good investment strategy, because tomorrow you could wake up and it could be literally valueless. So there's nothing to hold it up. But yeah, I mean, the same risk happens with Bitcoin, except there is one thing that like keeps a floor on Bitcoin, and that's the fact that people actually use Bitcoin to buy things, which is kind of like good. That's like, I mean, that was also memed into existence. Like the Bitcoiners had to be like, yeah, we'll accept Bitcoin and we're going to build like an economy of Bitcoin stuff. But the fact matters is that part of the meming, they put it there. There's physical things that are traded with meme coin, with Bitcoin. So yeah, it's risky, but anyway, things are wild, and I've been loving following this story. I know that a lot of my followers like didn't know that I gave a shit about anything to do with stocks or investing or knew anything about it, but I do actually. It's kind of interesting. So it's been very fun for me to watch.
I've been meaning to get into it for so long. So this whole thing, this whole fiasco, I'm so glad it happened, even if I end up like not making a profit, because for one, I've only gambled money that I'm willing to lose.
Yeah,
so that's pretty important, right? Like so at the end of the day, I'm just glad this like got me to make an account on Robinhood, on Coinbase, on well, I already had a Cash App account, but also to get into just learn more about stocks in general. It's also been nice learning about hedge funds and all the bullshit that they pull and whatnot. It's pretty nice just to that so many people also are learning about it as well. Like
absolutely.
It's interesting because if I bought like, I don't know, let's say $100 worth of Dogecoin on the 27th, and when it was worth like less than a cent, and then sold that $100 worth of Dogecoin on, hold on, I'm trying to, let me go down to 1 week and I can get the peak. When it was worth 7 cents each, that's a pretty significant return. It doesn't sound like it, but like if you spend $100 on Dogecoin back when one coin was worth less than a cent, and then now they're worth 7 cents, that is a pretty significant investment. That's $600 profit.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And now and also like Doge is like a meme, but it gives you an idea of how other types of investments can work. But yeah, like the fact of the matter is, if you have money, it is very possible to make a lot more money by intelligently investing. Like it's not, I don't like the idea that like, oh, the stock market is just a casino. It really isn't. Like there's like actual systems that you can use, but at the end of the day, like if you're not the one with the big amount of money, it's at the end of the day, the person who has the most money is going to be the one who wins. That's how you win the stock market. But you can use money if you have capital. You can leverage it to turn it into more capital if you're intelligent and do your due diligence. But a lot of what's Wall Street Bets is called Wall Street Bets for a reason. They're betting, they're gambling.
Yeah, that's why they YOLO their shit in.
Exactly.
Like they're not. These aren't like There's obviously people that know what the fuck they're doing. Deep fucking Value knows what the fuck he's doing. But like it is like it is a subreddit for people who are gambling a significant amounts of money, or maybe a little bit sometimes, on maybe making a return.
But the thing to notice about like Deep Fucking Value is that Deep Fucking Value was able to drop $750,000 onto this investment scheme and still be okay afterwards. That just tells you how much cash on hand this person has. Yeah.
Yeah. He was already fairly wealthy and then got way richer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The interesting thing is, I'm curious what your thoughts are on this. Do you think that next week, AMC is going to end up, because like from my understanding, what has to happen when it comes to AMC and GME, but I'm more interested in AMC because that's what I'm invested into. I'm not doing shit with GME. Is the hedge funds are going to be forced to buy no matter what the stock price is at, and that's going to force the value up.
Yeah, so, this has the squeeze squoze. There's like a website. It has the squeeze squoze yet. Let's see. Is the squeeze squoze is like keeping track of it? No, it's not been squoze yet. Yeah, so I don't know. It's incredibly hard to say. I will say on AMC, okay, so I did some research on AMC, and I did buy a very small amount of AMC because for the memes, there is no financial advice given in this stream. Do not, unless you're, I literally treated it the exact same way I would if I ever went to the casino, which is if it disappears, I don't care. I had a good time with it. So what I had a good time with was doing the research through Schwab, going and using all my fucking tools and practicing a little bit, which was great because I haven't done that in a long time. It's really hard to say what's going to happen. Now, in a worst case scenario, I'm not going to sell my AMC. Like, I'm not gonna sell it unless it blows up. If it doesn't, I'm just gonna hold on to it because there's a very good chance that it will increase in value slowly as COVID goes away.
After the pandemic.
Yeah. So if you bought AMC really low, you're probably fine. GME at this point is you missed the rocket for the time being, but unless you have a fuckload of money, and then you could probably help boost it more. I don't know. We're gonna have to see. Honestly, this is like squeezes happen, and this is a pretty major squeeze. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if they're able to do it on AMC. I mean, there's a lot of spite right now because like AMC, what's it called? AMC, Nokia, BlackBerry, and what's the other one? GameStop, and there was one other that they were doing.
I think they're also doing Naked.
Are they? I don't know. Oh, was there another one? Naked as well. Naked cost. I guess there's a couple of them. There's been a couple of them that are being used, and people are like, "Did I buy any Dogecoin?" No, but I already had some Dogecoin. I have like an old ass Dogecoin wallet from like 1,000,000 years ago. But yeah, anyway, the fact of the matter is that like, I don't know. It's really hard to say. I think that I don't know. It's hard to predict. Right now, it's looking pretty fucking chaotic. But the fact of the matter is, if it squeezes and they succeed at executing the squeeze, which it does look like they are going to be able to do, it's really hard to say what's going to happen because just in, billionaires don't like losing billions of dollars, and they tend to do whatever the fuck they can to make sure that doesn't happen. I don't know. I hope Deep fucking Value is using some of his 50 million that he has, or 48 million or whatever he's at, to buy some private security because that's ooh boy.
Yeah. Now
I do think that AMC has a chance to go up. Like there's a lot of good arguments for that it has a chance to go up pretty high, and I'm not going to discount the spite. The spite is definitely part of it. Like there were a lot of really angry people, and again, like AOC had like 350,000 people watching last night as she brought on like Occupy Wall Street people who were hyping up what Wall Street Bets is doing. Wall Street Bets does seem to be keeping the spirit going, so as long as people don't lose interest, as long as they're angry enough to keep it going, there's probably room to make a lot of money off of AMC, but you got to be fucking careful because there's also a chance that it just fucking peters out and people get scared because at the end of the day, the billionaires can afford to lose $3 billion. They don't like it, but all of these Redditors, if they get crushed, that's their lives gone. And
a lot of these people invested everything they got. At least a fair amount of them did. Like right now, as it stands with AMC, I'm in a profit right now. I invested $99. All right, sorry, I gambled $99.
There we go.
I'm at $15.10 profit at the moment where it stands. But we're in after hours. The stock exchange doesn't reopen until Monday. So I'm just hoping that this fucking squeeze happens and we see and people hold their AMC stock. People keep buying, and there's no reason to sell it now. I know, Lonnie. People keep holding, people keep buying. Well, they can't buy now, but they keep holding through the weekend.
Oh, they can buy if they're not on Robinhood. I can buy. I've been able to buy and do everything completely unfettered because Charles Schwab is like a legitimate organization that doesn't. Yeah, you can. The thing is, if you have like an actual investment account with a real investment firm, you can keep buying right now. You could be buying GME right now. But unfortunately, it's one of those times where it's all about those. Oh yeah, I think Webull does, but remember, Webull is kind of like,
from my understanding, you can buy, but it's just a queued order. Like it's going to go in once the stock exchange opens.
Oh
right?
Yeah, but then you have no guarantee on the price, and your order might not be filled because if the price jumps a whole bunch, then your order is not going to be enough to cover any of it, so it'll just be canceled. Yeah, it sucks.
That's the scary thing too. That's the thing that sucks a lot because like during after hours, you'll see like a really big drop happen. You'll be like, okay, here's a good chance to buy the dip. Okay. And then you set up your queued order and then it starts rising again. And then the stock exchange opens and it starts rising. And then your order actually goes through and you end up paying like 10, 15, 20% more than you actually wanted to buy for.
Yeah, that's why you got to
hours.
use those tools. Yeah, you can set price limits. It gets really complicated. It's funny because these tools are the exact same. It's really funny. The tools that you get when you like do investment are like almost identical to the tools that you use to set up the market in World of Warcraft. So like I've been playing the World of Warcraft market because I don't have any actual money, but I do have World of Warcraft money. And so I've made a lot of money on World of Warcraft using basically the same formulas that you would use on the stock market. It obviously is different because like it's much easier to understand. Like, yes, potions are going to sell really, really well on raid days. So make sure you list them high on raid days so people buy, that sort of stuff is much easier to comprehend than what you're going on. But the formulas and the rules, the like buy orders and stuff like that is the same basic idea. So I again, it's going to be wild. I think that for almost guaranteed, at least from what I can tell, and again, not a financial expert, but at least from what I can tell, GME is definitely gonna go up. I don't know about AMC. I don't think AMC's position is as squeezed. I don't think the shorts are as based on my research, I don't think the shorts like have been purchased out to the same degree. GME is extra fucked because they shorted like 140% volume, which is ridiculous. Yeah. And as Deep Fucking Value pointed out, there's already an enormous amount of GameStop stock that's held by people who actually work at GameStop, like people who are actually members of GameStop. They have a lot of internally held shares, which means those shares will never be traded. Those people are invested in the company, not just in the stocks. So they're like super fucked. They're super fucked. So GME is like gonna go to the moon, barring like literally a bunch of like Blackwater, or like Blackwater goons like kicking down the doors of Redditors and shooting them in the head. Like that might.
To be fair, that would be a good thing, but not right now. In a video game.
I mean, listen, you don't put it off the table, okay? Stranger things have happened in American history, okay? Listen, they have bombed people over like strikes. It's like, go to work and punch in or we'll blow you up. Like, that's happened in the past, and it was just like, yeah, that just happened. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I doubt this is going to be like any like 1918, 1920s, 1930s like labor fights. But I'm just saying, literally, if there's been a time in the past when the U.S. government stepped in to say, you motherfuckers are going to go back to your job and work at your job, or we're going to kill you at your job that you choose to work at, I think that it's not completely unfeasible that some pretty extreme shit could happen when it's like, yeah, we're just not going to let you have the money from that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll fucking see. That shit is, we're so in unknown territory on that front. But yeah.
Yeah, do you think that Robinhood's going to face any serious legal repercussions for making it so that people couldn't buy AMC and GME and a couple of other companies?
Maybe not. Well, they're being sued in a class action lawsuit, and people seem pretty confident in that. So it's possible that that's the case. I think their biggest impact is going to be that they're going to lose all of their customers. And yeah, I think that's pretty bad for them. Nobody trusts them anymore. And the thing is that they popularized no commission, like zero commission trading, and now everybody else has it. So you don't need Robinhood anymore if Robinhood's not going to actually let you make money when you have an opportunity to make money. It's really fucked what Robinhood is doing. I covered it earlier, and I don't want to like go over it a million times again, but Robinhood really did fuck up. They really fucked up bad, and everybody knows they did. This is very obvious. It's very obvious they're going to bat for their for Citadel, which owns like 40% of them. Even if they deny it, it doesn't matter. The actions that they've taken is exactly what you would do if you wanted to make your firm, if you wanted to like, protect your big investor boy. And the thing is, though, like, first of all, I don't think their customers are going to trust them in the future, which isn't that big of a deal. But guess what? All of those other firms that are like operating, that are like, what are they doing? They're buying all of the they're buying the transactions, the spreadsheets. I can't even remember the terminology for this process. It's so stupid. But the companies that are buying those transactions and processing them, like we have the Citadel and a couple of other groups that are big. Those they're not going to take kindly to this being shown. You know, the way this was supposed to be. This wasn't supposed to ever happen, and Robinhood kind of made it happen. So there's nothing to say they won't just spitefully destroy them after this. So yeah, I think Robinhood is like, yeah, Citadel's probably going to get away scot-free, but Robinhood will probably be, sacrificed on the altar.
Oh yeah, what I'm excited to see is what repercussions Robinhood faces for they've broken their own TOS, which is a legally binding contract in doing this, but they forced sold people's shares in GME and AMC.
I've seen claims of that. I don't know if it's been fully verified yet, because there's a whole, but that's a developing story for sure, because I've heard that people had their shares forcibly sold, but there's also settings in Robinhood that are like risk protection settings, and there's probably, I wouldn't put it past them to have switched these on like by default or whatever, so that if this sort of thing ever happened, they could legally do that. However, even like CNBC was pointing out that they have violated their responsibility as a broker to execute favorably in the name of their customers, which as much as they'd like to, as much as they would like, as much as they've made a lot of money off of groups like Citadel, at the end of the day, their legal customers are the investors, and they have executed not favorably. So that might be the biggest one. And if that's the case, some Redditors might be making a lot of money. In fact, probably anyone who owned any GME stock throughout this entire venture will probably be owed money by, I shouldn't say probably, might be owed money by Robinhood at the end of all this. It's kind of wild. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm interested to see if the class action, if anyone gets rich off of the class action lawsuits, because
it might be.
Yeah, that would be the funniest way to make money off of Robinhood. Yeah, no, I'm interested to see where this goes. I've got my $99 that I'm not afraid to lose in AMC. I hope that like after the deal with GameStop is done, because I presume once the GameStop meme ends, then Wall Street Bets has realized this is a very interesting, fun way to spend time, as well as there being some money on the line to possibly win. I imagine Wall Street Bets is going to find any way possible to continue doing this, and I hope their next one to like go all in on, like they did with GameStop, is AMC. And if I'm holding as much as I've got, if I'm holding $100 in AMC, if they ever do what they did to GameStop to AMC, which is like the second meme stock, I'm very curious to see how much I make off of that.
Well, keep in mind, like, I need to do more research. I need to do further research on AMC. But as I understand it right now, AMC does not have the same financial situation as GameStop. This is kind of GameStop was kind of a unique opportunity in that the hedge funds really overplayed their hand. It'll probably be a stock that nobody's even noticed yet, because keep in mind that like, the second this dust clears, all of those hedge funds are going to be real careful about who they're shorting and how open they are about it for a while. They'll probably go back to it again another day, but this was a uniquely aggressive play by Melvin Capital, like arguably like fucking stupid. Yeah, exactly. GME had significantly more short interest than AMC. But that doesn't mean it won't blow up. But yeah.
Well, AMC is not going to go anywhere close to where GME even is now. I see AMC, if things go the best possible scenario, maybe hitting $50.
Maybe. I mean, it's hard to predict because nobody would have predicted GameStop would go this high. Like, I mean, not even Deep Fucking Value did. This is like a dream scenario for them, but who knows? Yeah, I'm sure they'll find other things, and this has definitely opened people's eyes to what can be possible with really good research if you pay close attention and you move collectively. I don't know, there might be other things in the future, but yeah, I don't know. We live in very, very strange times. Again, though, I always urge people to be careful, because it is incredibly easy to unintentionally fuck yourself, or to fall for a meme stock that doesn't actually have what it does. Like, I mean, again, there's another one I saw people saying they should try and like pump up other stocks, but it's like that shit is really difficult because GameStop was in a unique position. Again, I highly recommend if you're wanting to understand the situation. I mean, you can watch my video on it if you want to. I'm very proud of that video. I did a fuckload of research for it. However, if you really want to get in on it, you got to go read the actual due diligences. There were 3 due diligences done by Deep Fucking Value, which explains his rationale for why this was such a good motion. And the truth is that it's a combination of factors. It's the fact that there was a ridiculous short sell position taken by a lot of these hedge funds, but also that GameStop is, currently has like its internal politics are favorable to retail investors, and the person who's in charge also has some friends in high places who are probably now on board as well. And that was part of Deep Fucking Value's goal, was to cause cause excitement and a buzz around the stock, so that these friends and theoretical friends in high places would get involved. And last night we had some confirmation of that. CNBC, CNN, and AOC all confirmed that there appears to be some really big like capital movements that are not like these hedge funds that have been focused on. But there's people buying large amounts of GameStop stock that is more than more than what would be expected to be coming from Reddit. So what that probably means is that Deep Fucking Value was right, and the current CEO of GameStop has some friends who also are invested in GameStop's success, who've now been willing to leverage a lot of money in further pumping the stock up. So yeah. You see what I mean? It's very complicated, but the research was done and the call was made and the math checked out, and it worked in that case. A lot of this is a lot of stocks is math, just a lot of fucking math and figuring out whether this is actually a good call or not. But yeah, it can definitely be learned. It's just like I don't have the fucking skill or knowledge or industry know-how to pull off something like Deep Fucking Value, but I can appreciate seeing it when I do, Yeah.
I have actually one more question.
Yeah.
So I believe Wall Street Bets has gained around 4 million members in the last week, maybe more. I think we're almost at 7 million on there, and I think the last I checked it was at 3 or 4 million. So we're about to 7 million. Do you think after all this happens, Wall Street Bets will have enough people in the subreddit, assuming it doesn't get fucking banned, enough people in the subreddit chilling and ready to do this kind of shit again, that if there's another company that hasn't as many shorts behind it as GameStop did, that they could try to organize something like this again?
Oh, I think it's certainly possible, but the thing that will probably make this unlikely is that I doubt there's likely to be, at least in the near future, any hedge fund that is willing to risk like that. So do you understand how shorts work, right? Like the basics, or no? I mean, don't be afraid to say no, because I can explain it pretty straightforward.
My understanding is that you have hedge funds which basically borrow shares with the interest of selling them to make a profit, but also paying the shares back when they're worth less to the person that they bought it from. And so they end up making a profit, and sometimes the person who was borrowed from it ends up getting fucked over. That's my understanding of how shorts work.
Basically, a short is like you are you're borrowing a share. You're basically selling a share to somebody that you don't actually have quite yet. You're not and the thing is, you're not even actually really borrowing it. Like, you're basically saying, hey, I got these apples for sale right now. Would you like an apple on next Thursday? And they're like, yeah, sure, I'll like an apple. Okay, that'll be $5. And then you hope that by, between now and next Thursday, you'll be able to pick up apples for $1 each, making $4 on each apple. But if something happens, like the apple farm burns down and the only apples in town are now $6, well, you just lost a lot of money because you offered them for $5 and you have to buy them for $6. So yeah, and So it is, short selling is like one of the riskiest things you can do in stock trading. It is like the highest risk action. And most of the time, people don't risk that much. They're like, it's actually really unbelievable to me that like a hedge fund was willing to risk as much as it did on GameStop. And I think that was just because they believed, they got arrogant and they believed they would be able to essentially choke GameStop out and make a fuckload, an unbelievable load of money by just choking GameStop out by creating by using this incredibly confident position to trick all kinds of other investors into also shorting or into selling out on GameStop so that GameStop's stock plummeted.
Because you're betting it'll plummet. That's what you're counting on.
You're betting it'll go down. That's what a short position is. The short position is saying like, yeah, like you want GameStop? Here, I got you some GameStop. And then in truth, you don't actually have the GameStop. You're waiting for it to go cheaper so you can pocket the extra. But yeah, it's really messed up. And again, like all of the people buying into GameStop right now are sometimes buying those stocks that are owed to them by the short seller now. So, and if you don't deliver on that, then you're in big trouble. Then you can go to jail. And that's not fun at all. But when it's done by giant firms, you know, it gets really complicated. So yeah, it is really tough. And short selling is incredibly risky because it's one of the only ways that like you can truly like, it's one of the easiest ways to truly fuck yourself.
You lose infinite amount. There's an infinite risk.
There is a potential for infinite risk. Yeah.
There's a cap of how much you can possibly benefit, but there is no cap to how much you can lose, theoretically.
Yeah. Yeah, correct. Because the thing could keep going up. Now, of course, there is, like, with normal stock buying, there is a limit to what you can lose, which is that you're always going to have a share in that company. And if that company liquidates, even if you lose money on the stock, and when that company liquidates, they're going to pay out to you. You hold a stock, so you're going to get some money. It might be less than what you paid for it originally, which sucks, but you'll get something. And also, of course, you have the promise of if the company keeps succeeding, that you actually own a part of that company and will be paid dividends or whatever. But yeah, shorting, you have no such guarantees. It's just hoping that you can fucking pull a fast one and make a fuckload of money. Oh, you're very welcome, Rosie. No problem.
I'm actually curious. Tell me if I'm wrong. My understanding of a short squeeze is when all these hedge funds have promised to pay back this loan that they've taken essentially by a certain date. And there's only so long all these they can push it back to. Eventually, they're all going to have to go through with it, and it's going to cause the stock value to skyrocket all at once very quickly.
Yeah, I mean that's so okay, yeah. So basically what a short squeeze is when there is there is an actor or actors in the market who have purchased a whole lot of short positions on another, like on a company. You can then in the ideal situation, you can squeeze them by purchasing the actual stocks, which raises the price of the stocks, which puts them in a position where, like, because they have made promises to the people that they shorted to, that they made a contractual agreement to sell them that stock, even though they don't have it yet, they have to buy those eventually. They legally have to. You made a contract with somebody and somebody paid you for your stock that you don't have yet, that you're going to get for them. You owe them that stock. So then what ends up happening is with the squeeze is that if you hold on if you can get enough people to hold on a squeeze, the time runs out and they got to give you that. They got to give those people that they short sold to, they got to give them their stock. That person is, hey, where's my fucking stock? And if they don't have that and the time runs out, well, then they have to buy it at whatever price it is. And if you or another firm or a bunch of firms or a bunch of Redditors have driven up the price since then, that can bankrupt the firm because now the price has been up, and then they have to buy the increased price, which further increases the value of the company So each stock that they're purchasing is increasing in value, literally. Every single stock that they buy is going to at least somewhat nudge up the value of the next stock they have to buy. And if they have 140% of the stock bought, each single one, it just imagine just like a fucking, like a, you know, like a logarithmic scale. It just goes whoop. It's just the worst. It's like getting hit with like, oh God, it's a horrible, it's a nightmare. It gives me anxiety to even think about it. Like, it's so, because again, in order to get the people who they owe off their ass and get that legal responsibility off their ass, they got to buy another stock. They buy one stock, the next stock is more expensive. They got to buy that one. They got to buy that one, buy that one, buy that one, buy that one. And by the time they obviously will run out of money long before they're able to fill all the orders. And then that's when a crash happens. And it's really hard to say who's going to come out on top with that. Because if it's the case of like the way it should happen, quote unquote, if the rules were actually followed, you know, they should have to liquidate completely and find a way to give all those people the money they deserve, even if that means they have to be, you know, they have to beg for a bailout, or maybe potentially even be like saddled with like complete debt. But that might not happen. You know what I mean? They might get bailed out by a government entity. I mean, they've already been bailed out by, you know, Melvin was already bailed out once, but they're going to need more than that. They're going to need more money than that if they want to stay alive. But whether they'll be able to get that money is questionable. And then whether they're going to actually be able to fill any of those orders is even further questionable. So there's a lot of up in the air as to who's going to actually get the money. And of course, keep in mind that there's like all these obligations, because again, Robinhood promised their customers that they should, you know, that they can buy and sell. So did all of these other firms, by the way. So did like, you know, Schwab or any other investment firm. You know, they're operating in good faith with their customers, saying, yeah, you can buy, you can sell just like anybody else. And if those sales go through and the company that was supposed to be honoring those sales, but they were shorting, just goes bankrupt and they're gone, well, then who's going to pay the bill, right? Where's the bill fall to? And that's the question, is who the fuck is going to pay the bill? Is it, you know, Robinhood's not going to reach into their pocket and pay the bill. Who's going to fucking pay the bill? Yeah, it's really wild. Really, really wild. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so it's who's going to pay the bill? And there is the possibility that nobody pays the bill and that all of this just evaporates and all of those Redditors' money just goes poof, and the whole stock market goes poof, and the Great Depression Part 2 comes and goes poof. That's a possibility. People don't like to think about that, but there's the possibility that nobody gets anything.
God, imagine Reddit, not coronavirus, but Reddit causes the next fucking Great Depression.
Listen, like, this is, I don't want to oversell this shit, because at the end of the day, it is just Reddit. It is only one firm, but it isn't just one firm. I don't know. It's so hard to tell how big this is actually going to be, which is why I'm watching it like a hawk and why I'm spending a lot of time talking about it, because, let's just say this sort of stuff has happened in the past before, and when it gets big enough, there isn't anybody to pay the bills. When the math gets out of control and bubbles pop, people just lose everything. A lot of people lose everything. Like, people go from being Scrooge McDuck one night to living in a box 2 days later. And that's the downside of these sorts of situations, is that bubbles are incredibly dangerous. I mean, do you know how many corporations and individuals lost their jobs and lost tons of money during like .com bubbles and previous bursts?
Yeah.
I know. I think Monday I know what I'm going to be talking about. And I'm going to talk about some of the previous stock market crashes and trying to get people to understand exactly what can happen when shit does go wrong and there's nobody left to pay the bill. Because I mean, again, like, who's going to pay for all the money that's been promised that doesn't actually exist? Speculation is dangerous.
So I want to go over it one more time, because I want to make sure, because I might do a segment on this. So I just want to make sure I got it all right, and you know more about this than I do.
Sure.
So the whole situation, essentially what's going on is these hedge funds have promised buyers of some kind that they, at some point when GameStop was worth less, when GameStop stocks were worth less, that,
Considerably
hey,
less, yeah.
Yeah, like back when they were worth like $8. So, hey, we will give you, if you give us the money now, we will buy you these stocks and pay you back later. And now what's happening is GameStop stock is worth a lot, and they're counting on the stock dropping so that they can buy those stocks and they're much cheaper, pay that person back, make the profit from those people paying them to buy the stocks when they were worth, let's say, $8, but now they expect it to drop down to $5 or $4 or less, right?
Correct, yes.
They would make a profit because they get to pocket the money that they got originally for that price. But instead what's happening now is Reddit is causing the value to go up to, what is it now, like 300?
Let's check.
In the
Let's check.
350
Let's check. GME,
Yeah,
what's up? Let me check right now. 325.
325.
Yeah, it was at peak, it was 381, but there's been a whole bunch of bullshit going on. So right now it's at 325, and we'll find out what it'll be next.
So that's still extremely significant of an increase from like the $8 it was when I imagine many. It's been a pretty consistent, like around $8 for the last like year. So most of these hedge funds probably bought or were paid like $8 for these, and so now they're going to have to buy them when they're in the 300s. And then as they keep buying, it's going to be in the 400s, and they're going to be forced to buy eventually because they have no choice. That's what the squeeze is. The deadline's coming. They have to pay these people back. So they're going to lose out on a ton of money because as they're buying, the value of these stocks is going to go up. People are going to see that they're going up and continue to buy more because they realize what's happening, and they're paper-handed. They probably sold earlier, but now they're going to keep going in, which is going to cause the stock to go up even more. The hedge funds have to keep buying. It's going to skyrocket. And then eventually those hedge funds are going to be in some serious trouble because the amount...
They already are. The reason why they already are in trouble is because everything is, all of this is done, like math is done. Everybody knows that they're fucked. And that means that everybody's going, oh my God, I need to get my money out of Melvin as fast as possible. Oh, it's so bad. You see, this is why market volatility happens, because like something like this causes a ripple effect, which is that all of the people who are individually actually involved in a company like Melvin are now panicking, and all of their investors are panicking, and it's a chain, it's like a chain lightning. But you've got the basics there. And it's, again, like an easy way to understand is like, imagine if you promised your friend, hey, give me $1 and I'll run down to the store and get you a Coke. And you were expecting the Cokes to be 50 cents, maybe at the worst $2, and you're out $1 in the worst case scenario. And you get there and the Coke is $300.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. That's the type of thing is like, oh, fuck. Like obviously in this situation, your friend isn't going to kill you over a Coke, but Wall Street bankers might.
Yeah.
So
this is insane. I really hope that people continue to hold for now.
Oh, I think they will. Yeah, I think people are in on it. Like, it's just, I don't know. There's so much that can happen over this weekend. There's so much shit that can happen over this weekend. And keep in mind, there is an absolutely a concerted effort by hedge funds and by large capital firms to try and cause a sellout panic. And that would be very bad. If they're able to successfully cause a panic in one way or another, a lot of people will sell out and the price will plummet. A lot of people will still make money, but it won't be as bad. We'll see what they're able to succeed at doing. Yeah. But yeah.
I'm curious how many people right now are just ready to buy shorts for when GameStop stock plummets. Because it has to. It's going to drop whenever the bubble pops eventually.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. That's like, that was what, that's what people were saying. Like, I mean, that's kind of what Robinhood is doing. Like, Robinhood is coming down in favor of the short position, hoping that it will ultimately crash. And that at the end of the day, as long as the other side holds longer, then it'll be okay and they'll be able to buy their things. But the problem with shorts is that they do have a time limit. So it's really interesting. We're going to see how it goes. We're going to see if the squeeze squoزes, and we'll see exactly how it works out. I mean, this weekend is absolutely going to be wild. GameStop short sellers are still not surrendering. I don't know how they're going to get out of this. But yeah.
Yeah. So like the thing is, I feel like I want to... this would be so risky. But when it starts to fucking moon and it starts to skyrocket, like it has to drop. Obviously Melvin's going to go bankrupt and have to be bailed out if everything goes through as Reddit plans to first. But once it starts dropping, that would be when you would want to actually buy, like right before, ideally, is when you would actually want to buy shorts and have it drop to an insane amount, because it has to at this point.
Damn,
like,
how much fucking money are you making off those Minecraft videos, Zan? Jesus Christ, you're gonna short sell at $300 a share? Holy shit! You got to be able to front a lot of money to do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
You got to be able to front a lot of money to do that.
Rent's coming up. My rent's $1,600 a month. I'm gonna have like $200 in my PayPal.
You'll get 2 shares. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is like,
share right now.
What's that?
I can't afford a single GME share right now.
It's not like, I would say, like, at this point, the diamond hander's got a diamond hand, and the rest of us are just able to watch. You can't do shit unless you have some real fucking connections. There ain't shit you can do for GameStop unless you're really goddamn rich. For other things, maybe, but for GameStop, everybody's just watching right now. It's all just a show. Yeah.
I'm so mad that when this stuff first started, I didn't buy a little bit of GameStop back when it was at, like, what was it at its lowest back when this first started?
15, I think 19 or 15. Yeah.
Yeah, if I'd spent $100 when GameStop shares were like $18 earlier this month when this meme started. Oh my fucking god, dude.
Oh yeah, you'd be rich.
Shit.
But I mean, that's the thing though. Like, again, get in the $ eyes, the like cartoon $ eyes is the exact same thing that put Melvin Capital under, and like that leads to like the situation of like the like meme of like fucking bankers like sleeping on the road, on like the side of the road with their like tie as their blanket. Like, yeah, this shit happens. Like, you know, like you got to be careful. You can't let your mind be made irrational. And sometimes you can make a lot of money, but most of the people who are going to be making a lot of money are, first of all, number one, it's going to be massive capital firms, faceless, monstrous entities that are able to execute trades in milliseconds that you can't even look at. They're able to buy and sell in micro things because they have a literal Bloomberg terminal or an army of Bloomberg terminals they can operate that are directly plugged into the market. That's another thing that doesn't get talked about very much. Oh, hey, Vermin, welcome back. Yeah, like that's another thing that doesn't get talked about very much, is that there are literal physical advantages that like giant firms have. Like if you're like a fucking hedge fund manager, you'll pay like $300,000 to have a Bloomberg terminal in your home with like fucking literally like optical internet. You know what I mean? Like what's it called? What the fuck is it called? You know,
optic, or what's it called? Like fiber optic.
Yeah, fiber optic, exactly. And like you'll be able to trade at a faster rate. And then of course there's the people who can, you know, the floor of all the people going like yelling and all that shit. That's where the people actually are physically there in person, no delay, buying and selling stocks at the market itself, on all those terminals and computers. Like those are the people who have the biggest advantage. They can move. If something starts to dip even slightly favorably, they can sell instantly, and they can buy it like minutes later, the lower it is, and make money. Like you know, we're talking like stupid shit. And none of the Redditors, nobody has that level of advantage. So those are the people who make money. And then the other people who make money are people like Deep Fucking Value, who are people who have enough money and are willing to put in the time and effort to do their research and find interesting things to invest in. But yeah.
Yeah,
but they do still have yelly floors. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They are all just yelling at computers.
You can watch like the video, like they ring the bell in the morning when the New York Stock Exchange opens, and everyone's like clapping, and then like it gets really fucking loud because everyone's like you know, they're 100% energy the entire time. Like,
oh, it's insane.
Constantly looking at graphs and shit.
Yeah, it's like a coke fueled nightmare hell.
Oh yeah, they're all like they got the coke still in their beards and mustaches. You know, they're wiping their yeah
100%.
You have to do coke when you're doing stocks.
That's the only way to. Yeah, it's the only way to do it. Yeah.
It's a competitive advantage.
It is. Yeah. I mean, there's again, like, there's so much to talk about on this subject. It's so fascinating because like that picture really does resonate, right? Of like the literal people drinking champagne and looking down on the like Occupy Wall Street protesters, because that is like the level of money and privilege. Like, again, like if you ever get a look, if most people can't even conceive of what type of life a lot of these people live, like it's not even, you can't even imagine it, because it's so different from what everybody else lives. Like, I mean, even smaller versions of this, where there's just like industries with fuckloads of money, it's like the life that people live is totally different. These people will go from their workday will be going from like you know, a meeting that's catered by like 5-star restaurants to then getting drinks over another meeting later, and that's like their workday. Their workday is like getting $10,000 bottles of wine given to them by a company, and then they go downstairs, work for 5 minutes, make $5 million for the company they work for, and it's all, just call it good for the day. You know, it's completely different life than anybody can imagine sometimes. And you know, that's especially true when you start talking about hedge fund managers like fucking Epstein, who's so like a guy who, that's what he did. He managed hedge funds and had his own little fucking Bloomberg terminal on his fucking private island. It's absurd. You can't even imagine. I can't even imagine owning a house. Can you imagine owning a literal island that you could fucking tell people, like, literally just like pick up a radio and be like, yeah, we need a new structure built on this side of the island. I need you to get the contractors together and build me a new building for all my pedo guests that we're going to have. We need a new child fucking building, please. Like,
yeah, I actually watched a really interesting video. He had multiple places where he fucked children. He had the island, he had a house in New Mexico, he had an apartment in New York, he had an apartment in Paris, he had a place in Florida, obviously. Like, he had like many properties where there were fucking kids getting diddled.
By the way, thank you, Lawboy named Troy. Really appreciate that. Incredibly generous donation. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah. I
sent you. You should share the stream.
What's
that? It's a good meme. I sent you a meme on Discord.
Oh, did you? Oh, let's do it. Let's hear. Let's give. Oops. We lost 70 billion, hedge funds. Wall Street bets. You lost 70 billion so far. This is so true, though. So fucking true. So far. Oh boy. I mean, and this was especially true. This meme was the funniest when it was like at $60 and the hedge funds were like starting to sweat, where they're like, oh shit, this is gonna like take most of our money. And now it's at fucking 325 was what it was, $325. Nobody ever imagined that was even possible. Again, they're bankrupt like 4 times over. They're so fucking fucked. It's unbelievable. But of course, you know, it's one firm, and corporations exist for this reason, because corporations allow you to shield the individual members in most cases from harm. And that's the thing, right? Because like so imagine this. Imagine that all of this goes to shit, and Melvin goes under, and maybe even somebody else goes under, a bunch of other companies go under, and a whole bunch of Redditors never get their cash. Or they get exactly what they get, like a little less than what they put in, even though they should have made $50 million, right? Imagine that happens. It's a possibility. Well, who's supposed to make sure that those people who made those decisions actually, you know, pay up, right? Who does that? Is it the government? Well, what if the government decides not to do anything? What if the government doesn't decide to prosecute those people who made those really irresponsible decisions? And then now you have the housing market crash. And now you have exactly what happened in 2008, which is a bunch of irresponsible actions were taking, and nobody paid the price except for the little people who were left with fucking horrible mortgages that they couldn't afford, and they lose their house and they'll get evicted, but nobody goes to prison, and nobody has to pay out of their personal wealth. You know, they pay maybe $100,000 fine or something, but they get to go fly to their private island and live in their golden castle anyway, because they were doing it as a part of a business, and the corporation no longer exists. And even if you made neglectful decisions, if the government doesn't decide to prosecute you, well, then you just walk away free.
Yeah, that's the real big that's the imbalance in risk here. Like these Wall Street these retail investors, or I should say retail gamblers. These retail gamblers have everything to lose. While most of the people behind these companies, like it's not like the people that the executives at Melvin are in all that much trouble. Now, it is in their best interest that it does not go under and that they don't go, get bankrupt 4 times over.
Yeah.
But they're at the end of the day going to be able to go back to their mansions. They're just going to.
I mean, most of them. I think that there's probably going to be a few people. There's probably going to be a few like minor people whose heads will roll. Probably like a couple of people at Melvin will probably get in big trouble. Maybe end up, face up in a ditch or something. Probably be a handful of them. But the big cats, nah, they're not even going to feel it. It's just a bunch of fucking numbers to them, and they're mad that the numbers are down, but at the end of the day, they have a fucking atomic bunker for when the nuclear war starts. They have a sky palace for when the seas rise. They'll be able to float above you and watch you drown. Yeah, that's the sad part, and people should remember that. As fun and as wild and as crazy as all of this is, that like the really big companies, they're going to be around unless there's some serious systemic change here. Those companies are going to be around in 10 years to do it again, because guess what? The people doing it now are the same ones who did it 10 years ago, 13 years ago now. Same shit.
You're not allowed to rob the rich. Poor people aren't allowed to do it. Rich people aren't allowed to do it. No one's allowed to rob the rich. Robin
Hood literally said, I mean, they didn't say it in these words, but the meaning of what they said is that, you don't get to win. The Wall Street bets people, you don't get to have your money. Even though you earned it fair and square in this system, you played the game by the rules of the system, you don't get to have it because you're not supposed to have it. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, the money. Yep. Yeah, it's fucked up.
This reminds me of I found another Wall Street Bets meme. It's worth showing on stream. This is me when my mom DM'd me on Discord asking what the hell was going on with the stock market.
All right, let's take a look here. My mom, after watching the news, have you heard about the Reddit movement? Me holding my one share. I am the movement. This is true. There are some people unironically doing that, like totally underestimating like how small they actually are in the big picture. But to be fair to them, I did not expect this to become as big of a giant detonation as it is, and who knows where it's going to go from here. I'm hoping, personally, the side of me, the Joker-fied side of me, says I really hope that this spite continues and there's more and more fucking weaselly ways that they haven't predicted yet that are much different than this, but we'll see. Oh yeah, we're going to do the songs. That's right. People wanted me to play the Wall Street Bets songs. There's apparently been a whole bunch that have been made. Wait, 8D5D2D Derek, you said these were stream friendly, right? Like I can watch these? Oh, you even tagged them. Oh, sick. All right. Awesome. Okay, yeah. Well, let's do that. Well, hey, Zan, thanks for coming on. I'm probably going to listen to some of these little silly sea shanties and then wrap up after that, because I've been going for 8 hours and 15 minutes and I'm getting a little hungry. All
right.
But
I sent you one video that's worth showing on stream. It's a good meme. This is a good channel for stock memes.
Hey, I know that face. That's the face of a Bogdanov. That'll be good. All right, we'll watch this on here. Hopefully you'll be able to catch our sea shanties. But Zan, thanks for coming on. It was great talking with you about Boogie and then stocks. It's been really great.
The two most important topics in the world right now.
The only topics in the world. Really, if you're not talking about Boogie and stocks, then what the fuck are you talking about?
True. Alrighty, I'll talk to you later. It's been fun talking to you.
See you later, Zan.
Alrighty, see you.
Bye. Hey, that was really fucking fun. That was awesome. These have some slurs. Okay, warning. Some of these things have slurs in them. It's going to be A slurs and R slurs. Just be aware, this is like stupid music that's being made by the Wall Streeters. They're not clean people. Just be aware. We're going to try and enjoy them. without being too bogged down by their frivolous use of terms. Yeah, to be fair, yes. To be fair, they are using these things mostly in positive terms. Like they're kind of reclaiming them a little bit. Yeah. I mean, they aren't clean people in any way. I'm sure none of these people have showered for days. Me, on the other hand, see, this is the great thing about not being a gambler on Wall Street. Me, I wake up in the morning, I go take a shower, I come sit down, I talk to my imps. Sure, do I have a Matryoshka yacht with 13 other yachts inside of it? No, I don't. Do I have a literal gold toilet that will massage my butt and give me a hand job? No, I don't. But I do have you all. And that's what it's all about at the end of the day. It really, really is. Let's listen. Let's listen in. Hand job toilet. Yeah, it's called, I'm going to call it listen. It's not only is it a hand job toilet, but it's the Blumpkin 5000. There you go. Enjoy yourselves. Haha.
Take the shortest stop.
The poo and the woohoo. No! No! I was just kidding. No, God, no. Lonnie, no. Oh, God, no. You deserve that, weird champ. Fuck. So soft. Can anybody even hear it? It's so soft. I have this cranked up.
GameStop rising in the dead of night. Get reported to the SEC. All your life, you were only waiting for this moment for 10 years.
Damn.
GameStop fly.
They're trying. They can't sing. It's true.
Collusion can't stop this fight.
True, Alora. What a wild day today has been. By the way, let's take this moment. Thank you to all the imps who have contributed today. You've made today really, really fun and possible, because without you, without your generous donations, I would not be able to keep doing this. You are the people who make this show possible. So thank you very much. Seriously. With your cute emojis and your donos and your support and your likes and comments and all that stuff that you all do for me, that's what makes it possible for me to keep making stuff for you. It is genuinely. Demon Mama is made possible by viewers like you. And I promise, I'll do my best to keep bringing good ass shit to you. Oh, look at that pop cat. I love the pop cat with the hearts is the best. It does, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, Kabibble, sure. Send me the link again? Sorry. Oh, wait, did you... Yeah, I think it's in the DMs. I'll check my DMs. I have like 100 DMs right now. That was kind of wholesome. Okay, look, that was kind of wholesome. That was wholesome. That was wholesome. Here, I'll give you the linky. The linky? How do I do this? The linky. Here's the linky. It was wholesome. It wasn't great. Oh, here's the Tendy Man. Wait, we already listened to the Tendy Man. You want to? Let's just listen to the Tendy Man again. Who cares?
There once was a stock that put to sea. The name of the stock was GME. The price blew up and the shorts dipped down. Hold my bully boys, hold. Soon may the Tendy Men come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore when Ryan Cohen joined the board. The captain called all hands and swore he'll take his shares and hold. Soon may the Tendy Men come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. Before the news had hit the market, Wall Street bets came up and bought it. With diamond hands, they knew they'd profit if they could only hold. Soon may the Tendy Men come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go.
There we go.
No deals were cut, no shorts were squeezed. The captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the artist's creed. He took the risk to hold. Soon may the Tendy Men come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. For 40 days or even more, the stock went up, then down once more.
It was hard. I have a fucking string on me. I gotta stay in the camera. It fucked me up.
Soon may the Tendy Men come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on, the short's not squeezed and the game's not won. The Tendy Man makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew, and all. Soon may the Tendy Man come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. Soon may the Tendy Man come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go.
Damn, that one was better. I think that one might have been better than the other one. The other version that we saw, that was good. Okay, so this one's got an R slur in it. Be careful, everybody.
Do you hear the artist singing the songs of tarded men? It is the music of a people who will diamond hand again. When the beating of your meat matches the bulling of your stocks, there are sweet gains about to come when the squeeze is close. Join in our crusade, we're holding till the hedge funds bleed. Beyond the current strike, is there a price you'd long to see? Then join in the fight that will give us the tendies we need. Will you hold all you can hold so that our ticker may advance? All of the shorts will fall and longs will live. Stand up and take your chance when the flicking of your bean matches the bulling of our stocks. Blood of the squeeze will water the meadows of Wall Street bets. Will you YOLO all your savings to Fidelity or Schwab account? Buy only GME. We love the stock. You scream and shout. Your wife will be thrilled when she gets a...
Look, even the meme agrees with me. Fidelity or Schwab. I bet it used to say Robin Hood too.
New boyfriend to mount. Will you hold all you can hold so that our rocket may advance? All of the shorts will fall and longs will live. Stand up and take your chance when the beating of our dicks matches the bulling of our stocks. There are sweet gains about to come when the squeeze is close.
The squeeze is close.
The squeeze is close.
Damn. Hey, good night, Samoski. See you on Sunday. Thanks for coming by today. All right, that was fun. That was fun. Is there another one? Oh, there's another sea shanty.
What will we do with a citron shorter? What will we do with a citron shorter? What will we do with a citron shorter? Early in the morning. GME is rising, GME is rising, GME is rising early in the morning. Bye till it hits 420, bye till it hits 420, bye till it hits 420 early in the morning. GME is rising, GME is rising, GME is rising early in the morning.
Hold those stocks till they hit 1,000, hold those stocks till they hit 1,000, hold those stocks till they hit 1,000 early in the morning.
GME is rising, GME is rising, GME is rising early in the morning. Spam them with rockets till they give up, spam them with rockets till they give up, spam them with rockets till they give up early in the morning. GME is rising, GME is rising, GME is rising early in the morning.
I don't know why they're so soft.
Make the bears regret their choices, make the bears regret their choices, make the bears regret their choices early in the morning.
GME is rising, GME is rising, GME is rising early in the morning. That's what we do with a citron shorter, that's what we do with a
I'm doing cat bop right now.
That's what we do with a citron shorter early in the morning. GME is rising, GME is rising, GME is rising early in the morning. GME is rising, GME is rising, GME is rising early in the morning.
Damn. All right, that one was good. Now we got another one. We got another one that's been sent. Here we go. All right, here we go. Hold on, I gotta do that. Let's see here. Hold on, give me a second here. Gotta find the thing. Oh, it's a cover. Oh, okay, so this one isn't the same. Mauled. Ah! I accepted your invite, Vermin. Thank you. Thank you. Look, this one isn't about stocks apparently, but this one is apparently good. So let's give it a listen. This was sent to us by Kabibble. Let's take a look. Let's see if it's a bop. That's okay.
Knock, knock, I don't take shots, I don't make threats, I don't take stock, I don't keep debts, I don't keep score, I don't block texts, I don't lock doors. If you let me go, let me leave, let me drown, let me breathe, take me to my knees. If you let me down, let me grieve, take my heart on my chest, throw it on my sleeve, make me bleed, let me dream. Make me seem naive, let me make believe, make me scream, make me moan, make me think about you when I'm all alone. Still too afraid just to call you.
No,
phone.
this is official.
All I really
It's
want
small
is my
channel.
collarbone on your lips and my hips that you call your own. Own me, property. Please let me thank you properly. Proposition me and popping me like there ain't no position that's stopping me. Stalking me like
I'll link
celery.
after, hold on.
Buy me a rock like I'm selling me. Stuck on that rock like a felony. Let me spell it out like a spelling bee. There's hella D, so you're not unique. I don't even
she
give
got a
if you're not
gun!
freak. Every week there's another one, so I don't want easy go.
Or they
easy
got a
come.
gun.
I just need the 1-2 player game. Zero sum hero.
Shouldn't assume.
Youngs having my cake while you're eating crumbs.
I never meant to hurt you, but I had to when you tried to hurt me. I never meant to hurt you, but I had to when you tried to hurt me. I never meant to hurt you, but I had to when you tried to hurt me.
Me too, murder. They are. Woo!
Don't make me hurt you. Don't make me hurt you.
Tis, they don't take risks, they take hits, cause they basic, can't face it, so they drown it, can't take it, so they down it, they pound it, surrounded by their own pain and hounded by their own doubts, face it, that's why you get wasted, out the gang, going out with the bang, what goes around comes around like a boomerang, the squad gets stood up, so you do the same, no room for God in a human brain.
Thank you,
All I'm
Kabibble.
saying,
That's the link right there. Kabibble just linked it. I'll link again after.
We let it accumulate, unforgiven and forget about screwing fate, even though you hate when it makes us hurt, if you run from the pain it'll come back worse, and first it would work if you learn to be worth all the trouble that you caused, but you're not, so you're dirt. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. They're saying castles collapse, as indeed they must. Most of us never learn to live, or to dream, or to think, or forget, or forgive, or to earn what we want, or to want what we need, or to need something real, or to feel
Warning, everybody. I think there might be a mimicked boom, so be careful, everybody. Warning.
Don't make me hurt you. Don't make me.
It's okay, it's a fake gun, you can tell. You can tell by the spring. Don't worry, it was a fake gun. Wow, that was fucking good. That's going on my music one. Ooh, boy. There we go. Holy, what? 132 subscribers? What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with YouTube? How? Go. You go. Subscribe now. Holy shit. What's this one? Oh, is this another one? Wow, that was really good. I'm gonna put a bunch of flames on this. All right, I told him I'm sending love their way, so go comment, like, everything. Go do it. This is how you help people grow. People who deserve to grow, you go. All right, let me check this one. Go. Has 69 likes. Well, I'm watching right now. Send them to the moon. Look at that, 85. Yes, my imps. Swarm for good. Yes, Peepo runs. I mean, Impy runs. There we go. All right, now let's see. I got another one here. I've been sent. Oh, we got another one. This one is another one of the memes.
1,000 shorts left to be slaughtered. Many more 1,000 shorts left to be slaughtered. They gotta cover the shorts, they gotta cover the shorts, they gotta cover the shorts. As a kid with little money and I wished for a war, I knew that I was poor, I knew it was the only way to rise up. If they tell our story, we are either gonna lose all our money now in glory or rise up. I will fight, that's the plan, but I'm only one man. We need more time in hands, we can rise up. Cause if we burn, you burn with us. Rise up. Here comes the short squeeze. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the short squeeze. The moment you've been waiting for. Here comes the short squeeze. Can you feel them trembling now? Here comes the short squeeze. Games. We are outgunned. Outplanned. We got numbers, we got the men. We gotta make it all outstand. Hey yo, the shorts just want us to disband. Listen up, my people. First thought we were feeble. They think they're tough, but soon enough they'll know that we are lethal. History is in the making as they notice their entire world is quaking with the progress we are making. They think they are a golden talisman, writing letters to congressmen, the very ones who let them dip their pockets in. But it's finally time to pay your dues. You can make the check out to retail. Subject line, boom! Your view must be so distorting. How can you keep shorting when the people you're shorting keep retorting? Won't stop. I haven't, no. But the SEC ignores, of course.
I've been too cringed out by a gay fashion.
We are outgunned, outplanned. We got numbers, we got the men. We gotta make it all outstand. Hey yo, the shorts just want us to disband. Incoming! Infiltrating every single unknown community. We gotta stop them and rob them of their immunity. Let's take a stand with the same, and I got his brain. Let's hold on to your shares now. Let's make him cover. Move. Goes the rocket, watch it launch into outer space. Move. Goes the rocket, see the fear in the firm's face. Move. Goes the another ferment. Think they'll never learn it. We're going up to 1,000 quick, they can't afford another dip. Calls and shares, giddy up. Tell your friends no giving up positions. Just wishing they had the gall to double up. No time for giving up, promote unity. So scream in the face of all mass scrutiny. Are these the men with which I am to become an astronaut? We ride at market open, outer space in the distance. You/DFE cannot do this alone, people. We're in dire need of
that's the
assistance.
fucking value. That's who we were talking
Mr.
about.
Trader, sir. Who are you? Robin Hood. Permission to say some stuff, if you must. Sir, the market's having so much volatility, and I've noticed you're trading GME. And well, in summary, think that you should probably sell now. You don't want to be caught with your pants down. I have a couple of suggestions for other stocks in question, how to beat out the rest. Yes? Your Excellency, you wanted to see me. DFV, come in. Have you met Robin Hood? Sir, I can't believe him. As I was saying, sir, I look forward to seeing your strategy fizz out. Hood, yeah? It's time for me to shut you down. Have I done something wrong, sir? On the contrary, I called you here because manipulations are getting hairy. Your reputation precedes you, and I have to laugh, sir. How did you see this coming for a year and a half? Don't get me wrong, you're a wise man of great renown. I know you kept your chin up while they called you a clown. Wall Street bets and all the world owes you quite a debt. I'm no hero. Then how'd you know what this would represent? What do you mean? You must know this goes beyond exchanges. The nation's growing restless for some much needed changes. We need heads full of confidence, hands full of diamond. Buying is easy, my friend. Holding, defining. Why are you telling me this? I need your help. It's clear we're at a crossroad that paper hands want to sell. We are a powder keg about to explode. I need your diamond hands to start off the show. So, not throwing away my stocks. Not throwing away my stocks. Make my bets on Wall Street and I finally made my money. I am not throwing away my stocks. We are outgunned, outplanned. Need all the help you can get. Advice, don't sell, or you're sure to regret. Okay, what else? Got numbers, got men. You need some friends, some people who won't pretend. The ones with diamond hands. Move right to Congress and tell them about the sharks. The SEC will report, but only if we're a whore. To the moon, rise above our stations, educate the population till we rise to the occasion and reclaim our nation. Here comes the short squeeze. Rise up. Here comes the short squeeze. Rise up. Here comes the short squeeze. Rise up. Here comes the short squeeze. What? Where we take our stand. Move.
That was very well done, I will say. Listen, I will say, I'm impressed with the quality, but these are some wishful thinking. These are some really, really wishful thinking people. Oof. Is it keck or cringe? It's both. It is both keck and cringe. It is both. Both keck and cringe at the same time. No DMCA nuts? I gotta go eat soon. What's this? What's this? Not right now. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. Give me a minute. Give me a minute here. I need to watch Hamilton? Yeah, but why would I watch Hamilton when I could instead watch the SpongeBob musical again, which is amazing. The SpongeBob musical is actually incredible. I'm not kidding you. It's actually incredible. It's actually incredible. Yeah, it's really good. I'm not kidding you. I'll watch Hamilton at some point. I will. Why not both? I'll watch both at the same time. I don't get a new song. Oh, that's just holding me hostage. How about Oh, I love The Hunchback of Notre Dame, but I can't listen to that because that's Disney and it will kill me. It's a nice sentiment from these guys, but they make it way bigger than it is. Well, yeah, because they're invested in it. Yeah, if they hype it up as much as they possibly can, well, then they make a lot of money. It's just remember what I said to Zan. At the end of the day, the money doesn't fucking exist. It does, but what happens when they all crash? Where does the money come from? It's gonna get really messy. Yeah, it's all theoretical money. Yeah, no financial advice. Just saying, no financial advice. You gotta be fucking careful with this shit. The theoretical money. I mean, yeah, there is some of that, yeah. Oh, what a mess. What a goddamn mess. You want to know what's up? Want to know what's up? You want to know what's way up? You want to know what stock is going way up? Look right there. That's me, baby. That's me right there. Look at that A tier. I'm moving up. I'm moving up in the random Twitch streamer fucking things. People used to put me on F. People used to put me on F. Not anymore. A and S. I've been put into A and S tier recently. Not that these things even have any meaning, but it doesn't matter. I'm up with Sam. Yeah, you know Sam Cedar fucking... Wait, you know that Sam Cedar liked my tweets the other day? That's right. Sam Cedar liked 2 of my tweets from his personal account. Not from the official account. From the Sam Cedar account. Yeah, that's right. That's fucking right. You know, Sam Cedar liked my tweets. Yeah, hit me up. The ones about the conversation with Brianna Joy Gray. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's basically the same thing. Here, let me see. What you sent me. xanderhal. Oh, yeah, this one. Oh, I gotta, this is the meme. I gotta watch the meme. Yeah, it's true. Exactly. Look at this. Uh-oh.
Yes.
Bogdanov, he did it.
Il bort.
He went all in.
Dump it.
Get the bogs in there. I'm sorry, Vermin. I've never seen this. Dump it. That's an epic gamer moment right there. That's what I call an epic gamer moment. Real deal. It's over, hedge fund. I have the high ground. Nice try, Bogdanovs. A better one? That's where the bogged emote actually comes from? Oh, that's awesome. I noticed the bogged emote came with the site and I saved it because I know that Fawn loves Bogdanov memes. This is another bogged? We've been bogged again?
Bogdanov.
Okay, see you later. See you later, Spats. Very happy to have you. Much love to you.
Brittaniq seul.
Temporary bottom, reversal.
He not paying.
Point pit and pay ta bulle flag.
Il faut mutin.
Put him to sleep. Load the Korea
Neuron
food.
activated.
He's awake.
Make him think it's the bottom. Drop off the volume.
Il vote mort.
Dump it again.
Il t'éterde.
Push it sideways.
Histoire grossir.
Print 100 million Tether when he goes to sleep. 10 point pit.
He's awake.
Load a dip.
Il books le type.
Sideways until he sleeps, then crash with the exact same Korea fold. Get Brittaniq on the lane.
Bastard.
Point pattern for 2 hours and then wake him up.
Okay. He's awake.
Load the flip on in trade.
Il faut mouder droite.
Crash it.
Il trying to kill himself.
Activate quantum immortality.
Alternate timeline.
Now print 200 million Tether.
Il thinks we are going go.
We are, let him in.
He's in.
Pump it.
5, 6 avuto magit.
Uh-oh.
Kill him. Transfer everything. And then find a notaire.
Damn, that was intense. That was fucking intense. Quantum immortality? My god. What is this? Fucking Pathologic 2? Oh, what? Yeah, sure. Let me take a look at that real quick, Lone Cat. I didn't. Oh, that's so cute, Lone Cat. Oh, what a cute design. Aw. Cute. Cute character. Big butt. A large butt. Well, everyone. Oh, I can't scroll down anymore. But perhaps later. What's this? All right, listen. I've looked at a ton of memes. I've looked at a lot of stuff. Okay, everybody? Listen. Memes. These are all memes. I've seen all the memes, okay? We've watched all the memes. All the memes have been done. We're at hour 9 of my stream today. My God, how did I end up pulling out enough? Do you remember how tired I was? Do you remember how tired I was when I started stream today? And now I've been going for 9 hours and somehow I have more energy than I did when I started. Very strange, isn't it? Very weird how it works. I'm just that powerful. It's true. But the fact of the matter is, I do need to rest, and I really want to go eat some dumplings. So, on Sunday, I will be playing Rust with Glooby. The first time ever. I've never played Rust. So, yeah, Rust. Is Rust a meta game? Yeah, it is. It is a meta game. But guess what? I've never played it before, so it will be very, very fancy. And you all will get to see me struggle with it, okay? Good night, Vermin, and good night, Lonnie. Good night, everyone. Good night, 85D2D Derek, Anthony Minty, Windleby, Hollowed Ore, Table Knife Hawk, Purple Bee Chan, Koala, Marinara, Tastiest Pizza, Kabibble, Hippie Punk, Windleby, Busy Bee, Aztec, Cucumber, Mason Baby Boy, Mayfay, Fake Trumpet, Trash Candy, Dire Fox, and let me get a couple from YouTube chat so I don't leave everybody out. Coco, to MVM, Ivy, Evans, Jay, Moralago, Kylie, good night to all of you. Listen, I don't think there's anybody I can raid right now. I don't think Conyers on or anything, or let's see. I should host somebody just for good measure in case anybody needs something to watch. Oh, Lexi's on. Hey, look, Lexi's on doing Bloomer Fuel. All right, let's host Lexi, okay? Let's host Lexi, all right? We're going to host Lexi. And if you're in the mood to watch more stuff, go click through and give your love to Lexi. If not, I'll see you very soon. Be there. Sunday, 4 p.m. It's video gaming time, okay? It's going to be video gaming time. And once again, thank you all very, very much. Much communal love to you. And I will have more awesome coverage next week of whatever the fuck happens, okay? So I'll see you soon. Mwah! And here we go. Hosting out right now. Bye, everyone.